A very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us on a weekend. We all take weekends to relax, but it's very, very encouraging to see so many strategy enthusiasts and, most importantly, people with the hunger to learn something new joining us today. So, welcome everyone to our first consulting conclave, Fulcrum, organized by the Kautilya Consult Club of Executive PGDM batch of 21-22 at XLRI Jamshedpur. Uh, while we were contemplating upon the theme for the conclave, we knew we wanted to bring a theme that would strike with the people who would hold decision-making roles in their organizations or are aspiring to be the one. People who want to learn what it takes to bring revolutions in the business or to take that benchmark decision. We also want to give a flavor to students of the modern day consulting and how tech is enabling the change in the world of consulting. Hence, our theme, the making of a strategist, will help us all to learn the nuances of the thought process of the leaders that goes behind while taking these transformative decisions. The conclave will serve as a forum for stimulating decisions, discussions on emerging trends in the world of consulting and what it truly takes to thrive as a management consultant. The event brings together strategists, consulting evangelists, thought leaders, entrepreneurs, and other industry professionals who are pioneering change to evaluate real world business dilemmas, reflect their social impact, and spark intuitive conversations. It'll also act as a powerful forum for shared learnings, cross-sectoral experiences, cross-sectoral interactions for our audiences, as well as the speakers present today. So as we kickstart this great event today, we are very, very excited and also humbled to have such an amazing lineup of some of the most prominent speakers and panelists from the top global consulting firms.
So as we begin with this great event, we are very excited to have you all here. We feel honored, and at the same time, we have this amazing lineup for the most prominent speakers, as Amol was mentioning, with the panelists from the top global consulting firms. So we'll be covering a wide range of topics, ranging from the strategy and effective execution, decoding synergy in M&A, to consulting of the future. We are also looking forward to hearing from panels and speakers focused on strategy in the Indian context and opportunities that the country presents in terms of business transformation and digitalization. We'll also have discussions on digital disruptions using AI and automation tools. These will result in saving time, but at the same time, the complexity that are involved in it and how consultants would be expected to help the business in such challenges. Then how consultants deal with risk management, with the various strategic partners, and many other such interesting discussions. So to extract the maximum out of these sessions, kindly stay tuned with us till the end of the session and participate. And keep posting your questions in the chat box. So before we start with the event, here we are very privileged to have Mr. Ranavir Sena, and he'll be kickstarting our event with the proceedings, as he is a Mr. Ranavir Sinha is a president of Alumni Association of XLRI and a member of XLRI Board of Governors, specifically XLRI Jamshedpur. He was a managing director of Tata Hitachi Construction Machinery, and we are very privileged to have you here, sir. So the floor is all yours. Please have the time and motivate the students here. Thank you.
Thank you, Archita, for that nice introduction. I believe I have about 20 minutes, so I'll try to keep it short. First of all, let me welcome all of you, especially Father Paul Fernandez, Director, XLRI, Mr. Sanjay Davar, Managing Director, Capability, Network and Strategy Accenture, who's today's keynote speaker, Professor A. Kanagraj, Chairperson, Placement of XLRI, distinguished representatives from the world of consulting and industry, distinguished faculty of XLRI, members of the XLRI alumni, students from XLRI and other colleges across the nation, and friends. It's indeed a real pleasure to kickstart the event and also welcome each one of you individually on my behalf and as well as on behalf of this great institution called XLRI. Let me tell you a little bit about this institute. Started operations in 1949. It's one of the oldest business schools in the world. It's among the top 5 oldest business schools in the world, and certainly the oldest in India and Asia. XLRI's existence and XLRI's formation has been inexplicably linked with that of Tata Steel. Tata Steel started in Jamshedpur, which was the middle of dense forests in Chota Nagpur, with wild animals including tigers, bears, elephants roaming around this area, which today is this beautiful city of Jamshedpur. So in 1908, the company was established, and 1911, the first steel was made at Jamshedpur. And as the facilities started growing and more people started coming in, the need for providing quality education to the employees' children was felt very greatly. So the management of Tata Steel invited some Jesuit priests from St. Xavier's, Calcutta, and St. Michael's and St. Xavier's, Patna, to Jamshedpur to set up a school. In 1947, the Loyola School, Jamshedpur, was set up by the Jesuits. Now, amongst the Jesuits who came were a number of American Jesuits, and two of them specifically I wish to name. One was Father Quinn Enright, and the other was Father Ed McGrath. Now, both of them had experience in teaching in American community colleges. And in these American community colleges, they were teaching people in the evening, blue-collared employees, on workers' rights, on supervisory skills, on labor laws, and other regulations which would help them grow at their workplace. The management of Tata Steel, while interacting with the Jesuits, they found that they came with a background of worker education. So they constituted a small committee comprising the general manager of the company and a few other people who were involved with training and development. And setup was started in 1949 for teaching people exactly the same thing: the labor laws, the regulations, their rights, what welfare measures can be done, improving their supervisory and managerial skills, etc., etc., etc. Now, this fledgling institute started in 1949, actually started giving a postgraduate diploma in industrial relations in 1959. Prior to that, it was affiliated to Ranchi University, and it was giving a degree in MA in Labor and Social Welfare. And in 1968, the full-time business management program was started. And since then, the institute has been amongst the top 3 or 4 institutes in the country and the #1 private institute in India. Now, as I said, Tata Steel and XLRI are very closely linked. In the early 90s, we found in Tata Steel that a lot of our graduate engineer trainees, which was the main point of entry of the, shall we say, the privileged cadre in the company, we found a lot of them are leaving after completing their training and going away to B schools, like XLRI or IMA or IMC or IMB. And we found that there was a need to retain and hold these people. So in 1996-97, the Executive Management Program or Executive PGDBM, Postgraduate Diploma in Business Management Program, was conceived. And Tata Steel sent a batch of about 30 people, young engineer trainees, to go through this course. So this continued for 3 or 4 years. And then after that, other Tata companies joined. And then after probably 2005 or 6, this was opened up to the rest of the world and the rest of the country. And today, the executive PGDBM people are the ones who are organizing this conclave. So congratulations to the PGDBM team. Let me, as the opening batsman for today's match, I am supposed to set the pace and give a general direction to which which could be followed for the rest of the day. But already there are set topics, so I don't think I can add value to that. So let me just share with you that in my journey of 40 years in the industry, after leaving XLRI, I have had a varied experience in dealing with consultants. I have not been a consultant myself, but I've dealt with some of the topmost and the best consultants in the country. And I've had pretty good experience and knowledge in the area of business turnaround, which also is one of today's topics. So after I left the hallowed precincts of XLRI, I joined, I was the general secretary of the college, and Mr. Rusi Modi, one of the greatest man manager the country has produced, he was the chairman of the board of governors of XLRI. He told me that you are going to work for me. So I had little choice but to join Tata Steel. And at Tata Steel, where I spent almost 25 years, I worked with various teams, various disciplines, and have interacted with many consultants. So let me take you through my journey with some of the consultants. My first assignment was with the modernization of the steel company. Being an engineer with a postgraduate degree in diploma in management, people thought I would be right for going into the area of project management. So we made a scheme for modernizing the processes, the steel manufacturing processes, and setting up new age technology at the steel plant. So we were very short of hands, and we took on a consulting engineer So this is in the area of engineering. We brought in M. N. Dastoor and Company, and they were technology and technical consultants. They worked building equipment specifications, helped with the tendering, the award of contracts, made the layouts and the drawings. They helped us with the supervision and supervision of erection and commissioning, etc., etc., etc. And we did a 220 crore project, which in today's terminology or today's value, this is in way back in 79, 80, in today's values, putting up a similar plant would at least cost us at least 20,000 crores. So we did it in 29 months, and it was a fantastic experience because Dastoor's brought in great learning. And this great learning is a common factor which runs through all consultants that we have dealt with. They brought in dedicated people who were very committed to the task, very focused, and they would not hesitate to work long hours, take stretch targets. And we set some sort of a world record in setting up a 1 million ton steel plant in exactly 29 months, that too in a brownfield site. After my stint with the modernization team for 5-6 years, I moved to another company within the Tata Steel Group called Kumardubi Engineering Works, which was closed for 5 years and actually was nationalized because they were run by the British group called Birds and Hilgers, and they were caught under invoicing. So overnight they were thrown out of the country. And since they were thrown out of the country, the Indian management which took over, they couldn't run it. They ran it to the ground. They took away all its reserves and surpluses and left it in a bad state without paying workers' wages, provident fund, etc., etc. So the government had no option but to nationalize it, and they called Tata Steel to, come and revive it. So I was in the original team to restart the operations in the company, and I was heading the marketing and sales operations there. To revive that company, we needed funds, and for funds, we had to go to Industrial and Reconstruction Bank of India, IRBI. I went with my finance chief, and we went to IRBI. We knocked at doors. They said, yes, very nice. We will help Tata's. We will help Tata Steel. But you need to prepare a detailed project report, and the detailed project report is preferably done by a consultant. And they gave us the name of a consultant, and they said that, you deal with so-and-so, and you'll surely get good results. So we met this gentleman who was the consultant. He prepared according to me, not so great, but a workable project report, a DPR. And within 2 months, we got our money for restructuring and, rebuilding that company. It turned out that the consultant was the brother-in-law of the chairman of the bank. So, the word consultant put a very negative connotation in my mind thereafter. So whenever I used to see a consultant, I used to think that these people don't really add value, but they work through devious means, and but that was my mistake. It was my lack of experience which gave me such an impression. But thereafter, I had dealings with many other consultants which completely changed this. I moved from Kumardubi Engineering to start the exports department of Tata Steel. And in the exports department, which finally grew into an international trading division, where we used to buy steel in Russia and sell in Malaysia and China, and buy steel in Ukraine and sell in Turkey and India, and all sorts of things we used to do. We used to do counter trade and all and stuff like that. Very, very involved stuff. There we had to involved with a foreign exchange consultants, because dealing with foreign exchange is fraught with risks, and we thought that it would be best that we are guided with somebody who's knowledgeable and who deals in this area and has expertise in this area. And this was a very good experience, and it completely turned around the thoughts that I had gained while dealing with the previous consultant. Because this consultant, which was the bank, and I won't hesitate to name, it was Citibank, and Citibank brought in a lot of value in terms of sharing with us how economies in different markets where we are selling are doing. They used to bring out quarterly documents, share with us, and enhance our learning and capability. Thereafter, I've had the opportunity of working with some global consultants like Arthur D. Little, who helped us with our process mapping of all the key processes in the company, which was a starting point for business process re-engineering, for introducing ERP, where we worked with PwC as a consultant. And there, in both these areas, we got a lot of learning, knowledge, and also capability building in the company. We worked with some more consultants who were advising the Tata Group on what areas they should be working on. And at that time, one of the consultants came out with a document which said that steel is a sunset industry, and that Tata Steel should look at getting out of steel. Oh, this is well prior to our acquisition of Chorus and acquisition of the Singapore National Steel, etc., etc. But those days, Tata Steel was a 2.5 million ton steel company. Today, it's close to 40 million ton. So consultants need not always be right, but they do certainly bring in a depth of knowledge. And at the point of time when this suggestion was made, the global economies were in a downturn. This was just after the Asian exchange crisis. And so maybe it made sense at that time, but it didn't make sense later. Thereafter, I came to head the tubes division of Tata Steel. And tubes division was a division which was earlier a joint venture with British Steel, and this was acquired and merged with Tata Steel in 1985. And from 1985 to 2015 years, it made losses. And so I was director international business. I was told to go and run the tubes division. And I was very disappointed and depressed because I had the most glamorous job in the company. I used to be traveling 2-3 times a month to different places. Dinner, lunch at Dubai, dinner at London, or life was like that. And then I was brought and told to head the dumps. The company which is a unit which is down in the dumps for 15 years. Anyway, nevertheless, here I got to work with McKinsey, McKinsey had been appointed by Tata Steel to work on total operational performance. And in total operational performance, they looked at increasing the productivity of the plant and also bringing down costs. But this was all manufacturing related. So while they were doing top, using their methodology, I developed something called TAP, which was turnaround plan. And in the turnaround plan, we looked at other areas like supply chain, marketing, admin, etc., etc. And we brought 3 times as much savings, and we could turn around a loss-making unit into a profit-making unit within a space of 1 year. And in the second year, we multiplied the profit by 4 times. And in the third year, we multiplied it even by another 2 times. So that much scope was there in improvement, which we could gain out of the methodology which a global consultant was using. They were very good at syndicating, deciding on a line of action, syndicating with our team, deciding on a line of action, documenting it, and then follow up on a very regular and very strict basis, rewarding the people who were delivering results and pulling up people who were not performing. So same strategy worked in this place. I lasted in Tubes only for 3 years, because after 3 years I was pushed off as managing director of Telco Construction Equipment Company, which later became Tata Hitachi. Now here again, this was a loss-making company for 5 years, and I was told that since turning around loss-making units, you have to turn this around also. Very challenging assignment. So I used whatever I learned earlier.
Brianna, sir,
yeah.
Sorry for interrupting, sir. We are overshooting a little bit. So our keynote guest is here. If you could just quickly conclude, and we can just take it from there.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Sorry for interrupting again.
Thank you. Sorry, my apologies.
No problem, sir. No problem. Thank you so much.
Okay. So the long and short of it is, I have worked with many consultants, and I have picked up and learned from them, and I have gained in stature and gained in life from my interactions with consultants. Now, few things I want to leave on the table for today's discussion. That is that because of COVID, there have been serious disruptions in the style of working in industry. Work from home, buying behavior, high dependence on digital marketing, digital digital work, digital fintech, supply chain disruptions, new ways of working on supply chain. Again, a lot of all this is now technology led. So how to leverage technology to run our businesses. While all this is happening, a lot of companies today are very much on to environment, sustainability, health and safety. What are we consultants going to do in this area to provide guidance and support to people in this area? Another area which people are looking at in a very big way is diversity and inclusion and corporate social responsibility. Here again, we have not seen much of activity. So maybe these are thoughts which I leave on the table for deliberations. I wish all of you very healthy and fruitful discussions, and I hope you come up with a guideline for the future. Thank you very much, man. My apologies for taking time. Over
Thank
to
you so much, sir. No problem, sir. Thank you so much. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you.
Sanjay sir, are you there? Sanjay sir, are you there?
Hopefully you can hear me now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very clearly. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Very well. Thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Sir, it's a pleasure to have you here, sir. Sir, sorry for overshooting the time. I'll just quickly start with the introduction and you can just take it from there.
Yeah, sure. I can see my image is a bit dark. So while you're doing the introduction, I'll just pull down the curtain. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining Fulcrum, the consulting conclave organized by Cortelia Consult Club of Executive PGDM batch of 21-22 at XLRI Jamshedpur. We are extremely honored to bring forth the first session of the conclave, the keynote address by Mr. Sanjay Dawa. Sanjay sir is the managing director of Global Consulting Network at Accenture. He has extensive experience working with clients in India and globally across the entire spectrum of consulting services at the intersection of business and technology. He currently leads a team of over 5,000 strategy and consulting professionals across India, Malaysia, Philippines, Poland, and Latin America. With this, I would also like to introduce our moderator for the session, Professor Saurav Snevrat. Professor Saurav, are you there? I hope. Yeah, perfect.
Yes, hello. Hello.
Okay, sir. So Professor Saurav is a decorated faculty at XLRI Jamshedpur. He did his MBA from University of Michigan Ross School of Business and his PhD in strategic management from IIM Ranchi. Apart from strategic management as his area of expertise, he has also taught other courses including managing innovation, corporate culture, creativity and innovation, and strategy as process. So welcome to the conclave, Sanjay sir and Professor Saurav. It's an absolute honor to have you both with us. We're all very excited for this keynote, and we look forward to learn from your experiences, sir. So I pass on the podium to Professor Saurav. Over to you, sir.
All right. So thank you, Amol. Good afternoon, everybody, and a special good afternoon to Mr. Sanjay Davar.
Thank you, Saurav.
Yeah, for sparing the time for us, and I see around 230 plus. So, I mean, there's a large group of participants, and hopefully everyone will get something of value from this keynote address. So I'm your host. The spotlight is on Mr. Sanjay. But the way that we'll organize it is we'll have around 15-20 minutes of conversation, and then we'll go with the keynote address with Mr. Sanjay. So as you all know, strategy consulting and management consulting is an area of high interest, especially for business students here at XLRI and across India.
Yeah.
Management consultants greatly value time, especially of the billable variety. So I will try and get to the point as fast as possible.
Yeah.
I'll start off with a phrase that I had heard, 10, 15 years ago, which said that being a senior consultant is easy. It's like riding a bike, except the bike is on fire and so is everything around you. Right? So that's something that we have seen, and consultants have to deal with these fires in different ways. And one of the areas that is on fire today is technology. IBEF, there's a report from IBEF which says that in the first 40 days of 2022, we have 8 new unicorns in India. And one of them is from our Excel alums, Darwin Box being from one of the Excel alums. And Excel alums have 3 to 4 unicorns in the last 2-3 years. So if I piggyback on Charles Dickens, it's the best of times, it's the worst of times in technology. So on one side, we are seeing unicorns, we are seeing huge value creation. On the other side, we are seeing disruption, and companies are really figuring out what to do with disruption. So with that introduction, if I may ask a question to Mr. Sanjay as a startup, do you believe that today's consultants must have technology as one of their domains of expertise?
So thanks, Saurabh. I think you've set it up beautifully. Not just today, but if I just roll back a decade, sometime around 2010, 2011, we as an organization had sort of put our neck out there and said that every business will be a digital business. And so that's really helped us significantly as an organization. But effectively, the trend that we were seeing is that no longer could you develop, for example, even a strategy for a company without talking about the intersection of that business with technology. And while those days we used to talk about, if I remember the term correctly, it was SMAC, Social Mobility Analytics Mobility. So Social Mobility Analytics and Cloud. So that was SMAC. That has become hygiene, honestly. I mean, so to your point, should today's consultant have technology as one of the pillars of specialization? The answer is yes. In fact, I would go to the extent of saying if a consulting organization doesn't have a technology and digital capability, they will not be successful in the future. Sorry, could I just request everyone to be on mute? Yeah, thanks. It is hygiene, but at the same time, I think specifically for consultants, you don't necessarily need to be a specialist in every technology. So you don't need to be a deep specialist when it comes to analytical modeling, but you need to be an individual who can appreciate what analytics brings to the table of business in terms of the possibilities and what kind of models need to be used in what context to do experimentation, design of experiments, so that you're in a position to generate insights for your clients and customers. So short answer to your question, yes, it is hygiene, but as a consultant, you don't need to be a specialist, but you need people in your organization beyond consulting who are specialists in analytics and automation, in artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, and you name it. I mean, but as a consultant, you need to have an appreciation for each of these. A long answer, but back to you.
Yeah, okay. Great answer, Mr. Sanjay. So yeah, I think you also hinted on the other part of the question, which was the hygiene factor. And I'm pretty sure that you'll also talk about that in some sense in your keynote address. So let me move in a different direction and something which the students might be really interested in. Something that we hear all the time is that consultants have a high burnout rate. And for these students who are willing to join consulting, they need to appreciate what are the different tensions that a consultant is going through. So there's, work and life, there is technology and business, there is short-term versus long-term, there's client versus technology, and so many. And so my question to you before you move on to your keynote address would be, what would be your tips for some of these budding consultants to avoid burnout?
Yeah. Well, I guess, first of all, consulting is associated with excessive travel. And I used to always tell my teams, because in consulting, you're typically as a partner leading teams of anywhere between 10 to 20 people whose career you are personally accountable and responsible for. I used to always tell them that if you're not in a position to travel, and travel is not part of your DNA, don't become a consultant. But in today's world, I have to modify that statement, because even as we are speaking, in the last 2 years, I haven't gone into office. I used to travel 3 to 4 days a week to meet clients. But fortunately, thanks to the pandemic, the clients are also willing to meet online. So one of the key elements of burnout, which is travel, I think has come down drastically. So it's no longer taking its toll on consultants as it used to in the past. That's point one. The second is that, look, in any career, there needs to be work-life balance, but I have a different term for it. I call it work-life integration. So you've got to be flexible, and you've got to be in a position where if you need to take a day off during the week, you should be able to do it. But if you need to work a weekend, you should be willing to do it. So that's work-life integration. So for personal reasons, you can take a day off during the week, and for business reasons, you may have to work a weekend. So my advice to the students would be that learn to integrate your work and life. There's no such thing as work-life balance. In no career will you be able to work 9 to 5. You just need to know when to call it the end of the day. You need to know when you start the day. And these are personal calls which one takes. So focus on work-life integration. And by the way, travel has come down drastically. So hopefully burnout will not be that much of an issue.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay, for taking up those questions. These were slightly, trickier questions, but we really appreciate that. I think we'll have time for questions once we are done with the keynote address as well. So with this, I would like to request Mr. Sanjay to have our keynote address, and if he wants to share some slides or PPT.
Yeah, so I'm joined by my colleague, Pooja Gupta. So Pooja, if I could request you to bring up the slides so I'm not focusing myself on flipping slides, and I focus more on the content of the presentation. So could I request you to just bring up the slides, please?
Sure, Sanjay, just bringing them up.
So while the slides are coming up, I guess, like I said, I think the topic that the team for XLRI came and spoke to me about was sort of the consulting of the future, and more from the perspective that where is consulting going, and will consulting today be the same looking forward? And so that's really the emphasis and focus of the presentation today. So if you move to the next slide, please, Pooja. The way I've structured the presentation is we'll talk about 5 key things. I want to start with the case study, which will bring to life the fact that the change is already here. And hopefully through that case study, I'm able to demonstrate not just the integration of business and technology, but as even Mr. Rana Sinha was alluding earlier, what I like to call value 360. It's no longer about just financial value creation for clients, but it's about 360-degree value creation for clients. So we'll talk about that. I then want to talk about some trends. It's more about what I like to call business futures, what we as a firm refer to as business futures. What are some of the key trends that one is envisaging, especially accelerated by COVID? So we'll talk a bit about that. Coming out of those trends, therefore, what's the implication for consulting and how that consulting expectation is changing from clients? So the changing face of consulting. Then I want to talk about a term which we as a firm are using a lot, which is the modern consultant. No longer are consultants of the past adequate. We talked a bit about it in terms of technology, but there's a lot more. It's not just about being tech savvy, it's also about being savvy in a number of other areas. Over and
Sanjay, I think you've gone on mute.
Yeah, I think somebody muted me. So if you're muting, please don't mute all. So I'm back. So I'm not sure where I was. So essentially what I'm saying is the modern consultant needs to do a lot more, not just about technology, but there are 4 other areas which I believe are important. And that's what I really summarize them as in implications for you as students who are looking at the possibility of starting consulting careers. And of course, we'll have some time for Q&A. So with that, let's dive into the content. I do recognize we've got about 40 minutes, so I'll try and keep this to 30 minutes and then leave at least 10 minutes for Q&A. So I want to start with the Coal India case study. And this is something which, this is work which we started about 6 months back, but it's going to carry on for another couple of years. It's a true example of what consulting is today. It's about changing the face of Coal India with a very specific target of helping them get to about 1 billion metric tons of coal excavation by the year 2024. What we are going to be doing is, through the course of the next 12 months, looking at 7 mines where we are going to increase that output by 100 metric tons. And then subsequently scale it up to about 80 mines over the course of the 2-year period in order to be able to get to that 1 billion target. At the same time, what this is going to do is it's going to make India less dependent on imported coal. And in the process also ensure that we are, for Coal India, running the business in a more responsible and sustainable way, because there's a lot of import freight logistics, and that adds a lot to the carbon footprint. And therefore, how do we minimize that carbon footprint is also the intent. If we move to the next slide, Pooja, in effect, this will give you a sense of everything that's coming together. Consulting has always been and will always be about not just the strategy that you help deliver for your client, but also what changes you make to the process, what operating model changes you make, what organization structure changes you make, and how you enable it with technology. And while you're doing that, you need to make sure that these changes are actually sustainable for the client, even after you pull out from that consulting engagement. And therefore, in the context of Coal India, what we are doing is we are driving a lot of significant process excellence. So, for example, if you've got 80 mines across the country, doing mine planning as to say what will be the extraction from each of those mines towards your daily objective of extracting coal, towards your ultimate objective of improving excavation from the mines over a period of a year, requires a lot of planning. It requires planning in terms of availability of material on those mines for extraction. But more importantly, once it's extracted, how do you get it out to your customers? So that end-to-end value chain is something you need to do. So one of the key aspects that we are delivering there is what we call a supply chain control tower, which helps do that integrated planning across from the mine all the way to areas where the coal is stored to how it is evacuated to clients. The way this is done is also by, in today's world, you can't be just about your organization. And similarly, Coal India can't be only about its own organization. It's about how they integrate with the ecosystem. So we are helping them get introduced to startups, which are helping them with drone operations in order to supervise the extraction of this coal from their various mines. So how do you leverage the ecosystem of startups much better? Not just that, today you have automated heavy equipment for evacuating coal. You've got monster machines from Caterpillar, which are connected autonomous vehicles, which can do work without an operator. So how do you work with companies like Elevator, Cobelco, and others in order to ensure that you're purchasing the right equipment with the right throughput output, with the least breakdowns and optimal preventive maintenance. So the ability to think through who your partners will be from an equipment standpoint become important. When you're doing all of this and you're creating a digital backbone, you also need to partner with the hyperscalers. And so today, the likes of Amazon, Google, Microsoft are talking to Coal India in terms of becoming their preferred partner of choice when it comes to cloud technology. So the ability to not just work within the four walls of Coal India, but to work with the ecosystem is very important. There's a need to change the people in terms of how you upskill them, because if you're going to be making the organization more digitally savvy, you need to train those people. You need to make sure that the technology that you put in place is actually user-friendly. So how much of it can be actually on mobile phones? You need to provide artificial reality, extended reality related opportunities for the individuals to actually envisage what's happening in the mine. So Oculus headsets with drones working together in order to monitor and see how the mine evacuation process is going on. But this doesn't come naturally. It has to be done over a period of time by training the people. And while doing all of this, of course, enhancing the safety levels for the people themselves. To finally, yes, you can do it in 7 mines, but it takes a lot of planning to take it to 80. And how do you do that scaling very fast? So you take 1 year to do 7 mines, but how do you then get from 7 to 80 mines during the course of the next year? There also technology comes into play. So how do you run that value realization office? How do you scale these solutions? Some of the things I talked about across the entire corporation. Towards, if we move to the next slide, Pooja, and this is the money slide. So this is what consulting is about today. Gone are the days where investors used to say that, what's the financial value you're going to deliver to me as a company? Of course, financial value is very important. Profitable growth is why we have corporations in existence. But that's not the only reason. So even in this case, while profitability is a given, what this program is going to do is deliver $2 billion in top line enhancement. It's going to meet that strategic intervention of 100 million tons annually, which will mean 8 to 10% of needs of energy going forward. While you're doing this, it also has to improve the customer experience of all the thermal power plants, both public and private, as far as Coal India is concerned. So it's about customer experience too. You can't do this without being sustainable. So I already talked about reducing import logistics and its associated carbon footprint. You need to do this while also making sure that the talent within Coal India is becoming digitally savvy, but at the same time, they're getting trained adequately so that once we move away, they continue to drive the sustainable change within the organization. And finally, and something which even Dr. Sinha talked about, which was, what is the inclusion and diversity impact you're having? So each of these 80 mines works in very remote areas, and they have villages around them. And so when you're talking about 100 million tons of coal being extracted, what that does is it provides opportunities for job creation in those pockets. So this is the scorecard one needs to look at. It is about customer experience. It's about sustainability, talent, inclusion and diversity. Of course, it is about financial, but it's also about some very custom objectives which the client is trying to achieve, which is that 100 MT annually, which is going to be a significant part of the energy needs of India to make it Atmanirbhar going forward. So now, with that, hopefully you get a sense what I mean by the change is already here. And the change, I deliberately took a public sector company because this is, of course, happening in the private sector. But if the public sector is starting to think about it, it will give you a sense of the kind of change which India is going to envisage and see over the course of the next decade. So let's talk about some future trends. So if we move in.
Rather than focusing on the past for insights, organizations are increasingly looking forward, using data analytics and AI to anticipate future disruption. We call this signal learning from the future. To adapt to fragmenting markets and evolving local preferences, organizations are adopting the principles of edge computing, creating highly networked, decentralized teams to make day-to-day decisions, freeing headquarters to focus on growth and strategy. We call this signal push to the edge. While leaders acknowledge the value of stakeholder-driven corporate purpose, some struggle to match their rhetoric with results. Closing this intention delivery gap reaps significant long-term rewards for all stakeholders. We call this signal sustainable purpose.
So, I'm going to talk about 6 sort of signals or sort of trends which become important going forward. And I want to start with the first 3. And again, I'm leveraging case studies where we as Accenture are involved because I think nothing like an example to really bring things to life. So learning from the future, this is about, not depending only on past trends, but really, really changing the game when it comes to innovation as far as the future is concerned. And if you haven't heard about this company called Rakuten in Japan, I would suggest you go and look this up because this is a company which is trying to bring about 10x innovation at 1/10 the cost. And the way they've done this is that they've challenged existing very, very behemoth telecom players in Japan, the likes of NTT, SoftBank, KDDI, by launching a service from concept to first customer delivery in 3 years flat. And if you try and imagine Airtel doing that in 3 years, the amount of network equipment that goes into place, the amount of software that needs to be implemented, the ability to bring those two together and then make it a reality is a tall task. What they've done is they've gone completely to the cloud. And therefore, they've eliminated the need for a lot of that hardware, which traditional telecom network providers like Ericsson and Nokia provide. And so by relying heavily on software, they've created telco as a service. They've gone completely cloud native. At a fraction of the cost, what they've been able to do is deliver significant value to the cost at as much as 60+% discounts compared to the other telco players in the Japan market. And the beauty is that because they've been able to do this, they've created a new business. So today, what they're doing is, because they've created this business, they are now taking this same 5G-driven cloud-native business to players in established markets like Europe, for example, in Germany, where there's a company called 1&1, where they've sold exactly that capability to them, and now they're challenging even Nokia and Ericsson in that space. So here's an example of really taking innovation to the next level. And I think the term is right, learning from the future. So what you do is accelerate innovation to such an extent that others can't just keep up with you. And by the time the others get to where you are, you're already gone. This is something we say in Accenture also. So you need to be out of the place you are in before the competition even realizes what you're doing, and you need to be on the next track. And that's really what this is all about. The second is pushing to the edge. Edge computing is something which all of you would have heard about, which is how do you leverage sensors? How do you leverage analytics on sensors to be able to truly deliver value, business outcomes within the organization? So we've been engaged with a 4-year program at Tata Steel, which is aiming to deliver 1,000+ crores in EBIT improvement by actually embedding analytics into every part of the organization across the value chain. So from mine operations to excavations, somewhat similar to what I talked about even in the Coal India case, but even going beyond, because in their case, there's a lot of manufacturing. So how do you optimize blast furnaces? How do you actually optimize your cast mill? And the longs and the production of the longs, to how do you optimize even your warehouse operations, leveraging technology in the form of sensors for analytics and delivering value to the organization. So this is an example that I like to call pushing to the edge. So just the participants, if I could request you.
Yeah, I'll request everybody to please be on mute. Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Sanjay.
Yeah. To sustainable purpose, now, we talked about, now here's a stake we as an organization are putting into the ground. So while we said every business will be a digital business way back in 2010, 11, and that's paid huge dividends to us as a company, we have now put a stake in the ground. And what we are saying is, over this coming decade, every business will be a sustainable business. And so the companies that don't take sustainability seriously, 10 years from now, they will be struggling to compete with their competitors. And here's an example of H&M, and all of you know H&M. Here's a program we are involved with them, where we are saying that what we believe is you can create $1 billion business by actually sustainable products. And here we've brought technology and sustainability together, and we are leveraging 3D garments through computer imagery technology in order to be able to create a new line of business as far as H&M is concerned. And what you see at the bottom there, which is sustainability by design, this is something which even as a company we believe in, which is everything we do needs to have sustainability built into it. So today when we evaluate a project, we don't evaluate it only in the financial terms, but we also evaluate it by saying, how did we make a difference in terms of sustainability for that client on that project? Did we optimize the air miles? Did we optimize waste? Did we make sure that we, in our recommendations, are making the client more green? So are we talking about green IT? Are we talking about green data centers if they're talking about cloud? So this entire piece around building sustainability into everything you do is going to be the next big trend. And a decade from now, like I said, companies will realize that they missed the boat if they haven't paid attention to this. Pooja, let's keep going in the interest of time.
Organizations took drastic steps to keep goods moving throughout the pandemic. Yet despite increased costs of fulfillment, customer expectations are still often not met. Now, businesses are moving to decentralized networks that use on-demand production. We call this signal supply unbounded. As virtual environments enhance our physical worlds and redefine our sense of place, organizations are creating new ways for people to work, consume, and socialize. This results in a blurring of physical and virtual worlds. We call this signal real virtualities. Scientific disruption is enabling the creation of better, cheaper, and more sustainable products and services. For organizations, increased scientific capability is critical to their future competitiveness. We call this signal the new scientific method.
Sanjay, you're on mute.
You can hear me now?
Yes, Sanjay.
All right, thank you. So, so to the next three signals. Supply unbounded. I mean, in this COVID environment, this is a very interesting story, and I'm speaking only about stories which are published, and therefore I can talk about. We have completed a major strategy engagement for Shopper Stop around January, February 2020. And at that point in time, they had about 1%, or slightly more of their business coming from the e-commerce space. And then the pandemic hit. And all of a sudden, there was a need to actually completely rethink how the engagement with the customers was going to happen in this very lockdown environment with only emergency deliveries being possible. And therefore, very quickly, over the duration of a month itself, we came back with an enhancement to our strategy, which involved how do we take that 1% contribution through the digital channel to 20% over the course of the next 2-3 years. And this entire engagement has now been sort of a lifeline of sorts when it comes to Shopper Stop, because what we've done is we've already, during the course of the first year, tripled the business. And now over the course of the next 2 years, we are saying we'll again triple the business as far as the omni-channel digital component is concerned. And what does this do? Look at the compressed transformation that we are talking about. So we did a long engagement of strategy, getting buy-in from the entire organization. And then we did a 1-month compressed thinking for the next year of implementation of that strategy by leveraging technology appropriately. This requires customer segmentation to be done appropriately. Channel partners, because they also operate through the likes of Amazon, in addition to having their own digital channel. So how do you make sure that that supply chain is delivering? And supply chain, as you know, was a big challenge during this COVID period. So that entire time to value component has been completely transformed in the case of Shopper Stop. That's the example of supply unbounded. I want to take the example of Accenture. You know, we've been running our business as a virtual business for decades. We don't have a head office. All our global meetings, all our meetings happen over Teams and have been happening over decades. So for us, transitioning into the COVID environment was not tough at all. But one thing which really was very, very difficult was we've got thousands of people joining us every day. How do we onboard them? How do we make them feel a part of Accenture? And therefore, we actually developed a tool very quickly towards improving the onboarding experience of all our new joiners. And this involves Oculus headsets, a virtual interaction room, breakout rooms online for brainstorming, coming back, using tools to do storyboarding if required. That entire experience of trying to mimic a real face-to-face meeting in a virtual environment is really something that we have tried to bring to life through this, what we call reimagining experiences. And it involves virtual reality as one of the components, but a lot of other digital technologies in order to make sure that our new joiners feel what Accenture is all about. And not just this, but a lot of our clients like to visit our innovation labs globally. But because of the pandemic, nobody could travel. So we've also transformed the experience of the innovation labs, which used to be a very physical experience, into a virtual experience. And so our clients can now visit our innovation labs virtually through the leverage of the same technologies. And finally, of course, I mean, this is something which everybody will relate to, which is the new scientific method. And, I mean, for one of our clients, which we can't name, but I'm sure you'll guess, is how do you come out with a vaccine in just over 200 days? And a key component of that is, getting ready for the clinical trials and then analyzing the clinical trials post that. And what used to take months, we were able to do in a week, leveraging analytics, the databases that were available for this company from past experience, but also analyzing that data of the clinical trials and being able to make sure that, again, that was taking weeks instead of months and months. And through that process, we made our contribution towards helping with that vaccine coming out within 7 to 8 months. And so in today's environment, you truly have to innovate even when it comes in the field of science and the field of R&D. And technology can play a significant role in that particular component. So hopefully through this, and if we move to the next slide, you get a sense of what I mean by how consulting is changing, which is there are multiple trends, and technology is being applied, digital is being applied, sustainability is being applied, innovation is being applied across the value chain in order to make sustainable change happen as far as organizations are concerned. So now let me try and bring this home quickly so that I leave at least some time for Q&A. It doesn't seem like it, but hopefully we leave some time for Q&A. Okay, so moving ahead. Pooja, if you just go straight into the slide. So how is consulting changing? And I think there are 6 key elements that we need to talk about today. The first is that, people will say, what is consulting? Consulting is, yes, you need industry depth, and yes, you need functional depth, and yes, you need technology depth. But for a client, consulting is only about taking them from an opportunity that exists to a business outcome. And there are only 3 things that differentiate any consultant. It is the speed with which you can deliver that particular outcome. It is the certainty that you can deliver that outcome with, because clients want certainty. They don't want ambiguity. And it is about the ability to sustain that outcome over a period of time. So it should be an annual recurring outcome. It should not be a one-time thing which disappears once you leave. So in that environment, I think the first is leading with value. Of course, it's a no-brainer, but no longer like the past where you just made some recommendations. Are clients going to be happy? Today, clients want business outcomes, and very often we get remunerated on the business outcome being realized. That is where consulting is going. So it is value-linked compensation for business outcome. Second, it's the globalization of talent. My God, we used to work with our clients to get the best talent from anywhere in the world, get them to travel across for a 2-hour meeting, for a week-long engagement, and the clients would pay for it. But today, what's happening is, thanks to the pandemic and everything going virtual, you can get the best talent at the click of a button. So the ability to have access to global talent has changed so drastically during these last 2 years because of the pandemic, that clients are now willing to look at global talent wherever they may be available, because it's far, far easier. So it's not just about local talent, it's about global talent. The third, and we've talked about it, so I won't drain it, but transformation that used to take years today happens in months. And it's because digital is enabling that, is fueling that. So compressed transformation is the other key change that we are seeing in consulting. Hybrid working, of course, enough said. For a large part of the 2 years, we've been doing 100% virtual engagements, going only for some key meetings to client sites now. The good part is the clients have changed themselves. They're not insisting you be there 100% at the client premises. But I think this will settle somewhere in between. It'll be a mix of being in front of the client and also being in your offices and doing work, which again helps you with what the question which Saurav you had asked earlier, which is burnout. Collaboration across this ecosystem, I've already talked about this, but for us as a consulting firm, what this means is, for example, keeping a track of the startup system. We have a program called Open Innovation, through which we keep a track of all startups globally, and of course in the main centers around the world. But more importantly, we put investment into startups. We, through that, have a very good sense of which companies to acquire. So as a corporation, we made over 100 acquisitions over the course of the last 5 years, spending billions of dollars. But these are all small acquisitions, very niche capability in order to complement our capability as Accenture. And finally, of course, sustainability by design, because this is all about making sure that sustainability is built into everything. So in this environment, I now come to what is the modern consultant. Yeah. So hopefully the examples have given you a sense of, what is required. A consultant, and this is our definition, has always been an entrepreneur, because you've got to be really courageous in as fresh analysts going and talking to the CEO, and that opportunity is provided, in my view, only in this profession. You've always got to be critical in your thinking. You've got to be intellectually honest in your thinking. You've got to be a scientist, analyze, do data design of experiments. So obviously, always it's been about data and analytics. But earlier it was all about Excel. Today it's no longer about Excel. You've got to be curious as a consultant, of course. You've got to be a psychologist, because you've got to listen. And one of the few things a lot of consultants don't get is, before you advise, you have to listen. And you've got to be a good coach and mentor. Of course, you've got to network, you've got to collaborate, and you've got to build trusted partnerships. But I want to draw your attention to what's at the bottom, because what's on the top is foundation. It's always been there, always will be there. But now what's happening is, from entrepreneurship's standpoint, you've got to go across the ecosystem. I talked about it enough. We've got to understand the hyperscalers, we've got to understand the startup ecosystem, machinery providers, for example, in the case of Coal India. You've got to be innovative in how you showcase your ideas. I talked about virtual demonstrations to our clients. So the ability to do that is all about being an entrepreneur. You've got to embed data in everything you do. So we've got something called the Center for Data and Insights, because it's at the foundation of all our consulting engagements. Not just data that we have access to because of our experience, like best practices, but also databases available externally into which we can tap as required, so that we can advise clients in different industries and in different functional areas. Moreover, I talked about speed. You've got to be able to have assets so that you can fast path your delivery of engagements from months to weeks and years to months. From a psychologist standpoint, it's more about EQ, and I can't emphasize more and more about emotional quotient, because it is so important. The ability to have empathy is one thing which consultants are often left brain, analytical, and it's all about logic. But consulting is very fast becoming also about the right hand side of the brain, creative side, emotional side. And that's very important. That's where the understanding of human dynamics becomes important. And finally, you've got to influence not just on your recommendations. Sorry, just go back. But also on the purpose. What is your social purpose? What's your purpose for being? How are you helping the nation? How are you helping communities, the society, your employees, their families? So what's the purpose? And of course, another very, very important thing which is emerging now is storytelling, and your ability to influence your ability to drive comprehension of value by telling stories about experiences. So as you can see, the below part is about innovation, it's about sustainability, it's about analytics, it's about emotional quotient. And that's really what now takes me to, and if we move to the last slide, and this is what the future of consulting will also be about, what I call the 5 Qs. So technology quotient, it's something you need to be aware of. All the trends I talked about, machine learning, automation, blockchain, quantum computing, all of those aspects, you need to be aware. You don't have to be deep experts, but you need to be able to apply it to business. Sustainability quotient, how are you going to ensure that you're more than just financial? You're about sustainability also. So make sure you learn about sustainability. Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. That's what sustainability is about. You need to make sure you understand what sustainability is all about. Innovation. I think we talked a lot about it. How are you innovative in product development? How are you innovative in terms of business model, like Rakuten example? How are you innovative in terms of virtual realities, the Accenture example? But all of this comes together 360-degree value that I talked about in the case of Coal India, which is, it's not financial only, it is about sustainability, it is about inclusion and diversity, talent, and of course, inclusion and diversity. So think 360-degree value. But all of this needs to be done by leading with an emotional quotient. So if there's anything you want to take away from this presentation, it's consulting is evolving to also include the 5 Qs, and the 5 Qs are listed for you on this slide. So with that, I really hope I've been able to come across with some new ideas, and I would encourage you now, Pooja, maybe you want to move to the Menti. I'd like some reactions from the audience. Please do dial in to, on your phones, get into menti.com. You have the code there, 123152. Please enter that and give us some reactions to the question, which is there on the slide. Your key takeaways from the session today. Back to you, Saurav.
Yeah, okay. I'm unmuted now. So thank you, Mr. Sanjay. That's an excellent, I mean, that's on the screen itself, but it is an excellent presentation. And while I was listening to you, I was having my own thoughts. And a couple of thoughts that I'll share. One of the vision that you shared, Coal India has a large presence in this part of the country, in the eastern, in the central states. And for us, just the imagination of a Navratna, the old Navratna companies to be having Oculus headsets and driving drones, that's just a remarkable vision that we never thought would be possible in a company like Coal India. And the second thing that I really thought about was consulting is no longer about either or. As Mr. Sanjay is talking about, it's no longer, as he's talking about the 360-degree view, it's not either or anymore, it's both and. So you need psychological traits, you need technological traits, you need the ability to listen, and sustainability. So it's either or is no longer going to work in consulting, and probably is not working already for consultants like Mr. Sanjay. So I think with that, that's a lovely session and a great keynote address. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay, for spending the time and engaging with the students. I'm pretty sure the students would find this very helpful as they prepare for the journey forward. So with that, yeah.
Thank you very much for having me. I mean, I will just leave the students with one thought. In this decade, every business will, of course, be a digital business, but more importantly, every business will be a sustainable business. And that is the one thought I want you to take away from this conversation. I don't think we have time for questions. We are right on the dot for 2:30, but thank you so much for having me. And I look forward to staying engaged.
Great. That's great, Mr. Sanjay. Thank you so much again. And for the whole team, Pooja and everybody, thank you very much. Thank you everyone for joining. I think we've seen very healthy participation in this keynote address, and we look forward to that for the remainder of the sessions. So Amol or Shivangi or Archita, would you like to take up?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, this was truly an enlightening session. We'll just quickly, sir, if you have a couple of minutes to spare, we can quickly squeeze in one or two questions, if that's okay with you.
Sure. I thought you'll be running late, so I'm happy to take a couple of questions. No problem.
Just two quick questions. I saw Ayush Bhola had raised hand. Ayush, if you want to ask, please go for it.
Thank you for sharing your valuable insights, Sanjay sir. One of the examples you raised was of Tata Steel using advanced analytics to produce outcomes. So can a similar model be produced for similar firms with lower CapEx capabilities?
Absolutely. See, look, it is not a function of the size of the company. I think at the end of the day, every company intends to achieve profitable growth. And today, you can leverage analytics in any company to make sure you're analyzing the data appropriately, identifying opportunities for improvement, generating the insights from it, and then being able to deliver value. Our experience has been, the difficult part is how you create that team, because that team is a multifaceted team. It is not just a consultant, but there is a data engineer, there's a data modeler, there's the business domain expert, there's other experts that need to come in. So, creating that squad or creating that pod, whatever you want to call it, with multidisciplinary skills so that you can do that analysis is what is the difficult part. And if the company is committed to creating that pod with the multiple skills required, then it's successful. It can't be done only by consulting and not having analytics specialists in it or business domain experts in it. So, and it is applicable to all sizes of companies.
Great. So we have another question, one last question from Mr. Dipesh Rajiv. So you can please go ahead with the question.
Hi, Mr. Sanjay. My question is regarding the embracing of ecosystems. You told the example of in Coal India, you adopted the ecosystem approach in inviting drone-based companies. Shall I know, I'm a founder of a startup company. We would like to embrace the ecosystem model. Can you please advise me, not advise, how you did it for this particular company, the Coal India?
So, like I said, we've got something called the Open Innovation Program, and that through that we keep a very, very close watch on startups that are coming up. We have a database. We in fact do a lot of pilots with a number of our clients in order to expose our clients to the capabilities of the startups. So through that same program, we were already aware of the companies which are doing good work when it comes to drone-related applications. And so we introduced the client to those companies. They went through a process of selection and they zeroed in on the companies on that particular basis. But I'm more than happy to engage with you offline, since you said you are involved with this, to talk this through in more detail later on. So feel free to reach out to me separately.
Yes, thank you.
Hey,
Sir,
Amol,
thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much for having me. And
absolute pleasure, sir. Absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Wish you all the very best for your careers, and most importantly, stay safe.
Yes, sir. Have a great week ahead, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for the next session, Pulkit, Archita, it's all yours.
Right. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So a very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Fulcrum, the consulting conclave organized by the Conclave Consulting Club of the Executive PGDM program of 21-22 at XLRI Jamshedpur. Myself, Pulkit Gupta, and Archita Samantha are the co-hosts for this session. We're extremely honored to bring forth the next session of the conclave, an address by Mr. Nilesh Gupta on the topic, Decoding Synergies and Unlocking Human Capital in Mergers and Acquisitions. Mr. Nilesh is a director at Deloitte in human capital practice with around 12 years of HR experience with client base across general industries, which includes manufacturing, services, and pharmaceutical sub-industries. He is known for his thought leadership in HR and mergers and acquisition space. He has extensively worked with the metals and mining sector, oil and gas sector, automotive, and family-owned businesses and MNCs. He is a trusted advisor to many boards and NRCs. His clients know him for simple solutions to complex problems. He specializes in the areas of HR strategy, organization structure design, manpower optimization, performance management, system design, HR effectiveness, total rewards, talent assessments, post-mergers integration, and due diligence, amongst others. He speaks on pertinent subjects in HR international and international conferences, along with greater business schools and public sector conferences. He is a postgraduate in human resource management from XLI Jamshedpur itself, and a graduate in electrical engineering from Government Engineering College, Jabalpur. So welcome to the conclave, sir. It's an absolute honor to have you with us. And we are very excited for this session, and we look forward to learn from your experiences. With this, I pass on the floor to you, sir. Thank you. We can't hear you, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, right. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon.
So your voice is very faint.
Better now?
No, sir.
No,
The,
sir, it's coming
the
very
voice
faint.
is very low.
Has its boons and banes. Like, is it better now?
Not really.
Very.
Again, that is. Let me know once you guys are able to hear me. With any better now?
Sir, is it possible for
A
you to
little
join
better, sir.
via phone? Maybe you could use a headset. Yeah.
Guys, Mr. Nilesh will join us shortly.
Pulkit, is my voice better now?
Yes, sir. Better now.
But unfortunately, now I can't hear you guys.
So if you would join the session from with your phone.
Let me try doing that from my phone. Might be better there.
Can you hear us now? Is it audible? Shivangi, if you could connect with him on phone and guide him.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Quite audible.
Wonderful. So I'm now in from my phone, and I hope I'm visible as well, right?
Yes, sir. All good. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. So finally, we start. Thank you so much, guys, for hosting me, and sorry for the technological glitch. Like I was saying, technology these days is a boon as well as a bane. Boon from a perspective that we're all sitting where we want to sit and talk, and Cortelia is able to organize this by amplifying its reach of speakers as well as participants versus somebody like me who now has started feeling jaded with respect to technology is also able to sit and interact with you and learn and grow with you. Anyway, so today for the next 20-25 minutes that we have left on the clock, we'll be talking about human capital from a M&A perspective. What are some of the things that goes into it? What are some of the things that comes out, and how is it that or rather, what does a successful M&A from a human capital standpoint looks like? I'll start with first principles, and I'll avoid using any consulting jargons, things that consultants are known for, but I'll avoid using them so that their stickiness is something that remains and is rather amplified, and you're able to actually take away some things that you can put to use. Now, I'll start with first principles, starting with what are some of the fundamental roles of a consultant, or what is the fundamental role of a consultant, irrespective of whether it's an M&A context or anything else. Folks, a consultant is required to do three things primarily, and until the time these three things are in place, life is good. Otherwise, life is a big nightmare for a consultant. Those three things are number one, a consultant is required to sell. A consultant is required to deliver, and a consultant is required to collect money. Now, what does selling mean? It means basically that somebody is going to come to you with a problem. They're going to say that, hey, look, this is the problem that I'm having. That problem can be with respect to solving, let's say, a performance-related issue, or a structure-related issue, or a compensation-related issue, or a leadership-related issue, or a learning-related issue, and so on and so on. So therefore, you need to put your brains together to create a solution that is going to solve for those requirements that have come in. Therefore, that is the selling part. You need to convince somebody to give you money. The second part is that you made a promise to a problem. Now that promise has to be translated into reality so that the problem gets solved. That is what is called as delivery. And then comes in that now that you've solved the problem, everybody goes home happy. You collect the money that you sold the problem at. So those are the three roles. Now these roles effectively vary with regards to what is your pecking order in the role hierarchy of consulting. And there are, if you were to look at it, there are three levels in which a consulting role hierarchy can be broken into. And I'll start from the bottom. The bottom one are my individual contributors, and these are the set of people who are actually involved in making sure that the problem, or the gap between promise and delivery is, or promise and the solution that you had envisaged is getting bridged through delivery. Then you've got project managers. These are the set of people who are going to make sure that who are going to rather track as well as be much more accountable for making sure that, once again, that promise versus what the promise is being fulfilled. And the last one is project leadership. These are the ones who are set of folks who will bring in their set of wisdom to make sure that the ship steers away in the direction it's supposed to steer. Now, with these hierarchies in place, the mix between selling, collecting, and delivering varies. For example, what is my baseline? My baseline is collecting money. So everybody in this hierarchy, all three of the roles, are going to make sure that that money is collected when it is due. So therefore, each one of them will have their own sets of mechanisms to get this. The second piece comes into delivery. This is where the bottom two layers are majorly involved. And the third one, which is where the top ones are the ones who are focusing much more. Now, from this perspective, it is often, it's not a myth, but it is misconstrued that that people who are in the top game of scheme only need to sell, and who are in the bottom part of the pyramid only need to collect and deliver, or rather deliver and collect. The point is, as a consultant, you need to make sure that you do all of these three things simultaneously, and the pursuit has to be simultaneously to deliver the value to yourself, to grow at the rate you want to grow, and so on and so forth. So this is one part of the puzzle which talks about what the life of a consultant is. Now, some of you are aspiring to be consultants. Some of you may have already been in consulting, or some of you are about to join consulting. So, irrespective of what value chain you are in, when somebody comes and asks you, "Look, I'm looking for a consultant," these are the three things. If you were to look at and put your response in this manner, then it is going to make much more sense. So this is one part. Now coming into M&A, and then we'll get into human capital and what needs to happen. So M&A, and it's fairly bookish. You can read it up, but there are 4 or 5 different types of M&As that are going to happen. You may have a vertical, you may have a horizontal. You may have a horizontal M&A, you may have a conglomerate merger, you may have a market extension merger, you may have a product extension merger. The different categories, fairly bookish, you can read them. But essentially, if these are my formats, what are the situations that these land to? They're going to either land you into an acquisition, they're going to land you into a divestment, which is either divestiture or it is a spin-off, or they are going to land you into a management buyout or merger. All 4 of them are going to have different strategies in which the way you approach them. But now we are going to get into the building blocks of what this is going to be. Essentially, there is something from a human capital lens as well as the overall lens, is that you've got a target organization, which is the one which is about to get either acquired or merged or integrated, as the case may be. And then you've got an acquiring organization, which is the one which is wanting to figure out whether the target organization is worth it in the first place, and therefore, if it is worth it, have I acquired, then what do I do next? You start with the business strategy, and I'm sure the speakers before me and the speakers after me are going to talk a lot about what the business strategy is going to be from a go-forward entity standpoint, and what synergies have to be drawn at a biz strategy level. I'll jump straight onto HR strategy aspect of it. From an HR strategy aspect of it, you will have 5 different pillars that you will look at, and we'll spend maybe a minute each on each one of them. The first pillar is going to be organization design. Now, this is going to take into consideration that what are some of the structural synergies that I want to bring into the organization, and what are some of the cost synergies that I'm going to bring into the organization. On top of both of them are going to be what are some of the leadership synergies that I want to bring into the organization. Now, what does the structural synergy look like? The target that you are acquiring or you're merging into your organization already has an organization that it is running with, and you have your organization that you're running. I'm speaking from a perspective that, hey, look, if I am the acquirer and there is a target in place. So I have an organization that is running in place and has its own set of boxes and lines which define the way it runs the organization from an HR standpoint. The target also has that. Now, from a simplest perspective, if you were to do a superimposition, right, you cannot have duplicate roles. You cannot have manpower which is doing the same thing. You cannot have 2 leaders for the same set of job, and so on and so forth. So therefore, at a job activity level, what are the synergies that I need to drive, and therefore the resultant organization from an org structure perspective, from an operating model perspective, how is it going to be? The outcome of it is going to give me answers to a couple of things. The biggest answer that I guessed in most of the parts or most of the times is to say that what are some of the places where the go forward organization is going to have a better cost synergy, meaning does it mean that I don't need X number of people, or does it mean that I need both of the organizations do not have Y set of roles and therefore I need to hire? So this is one part of it from an org design perspective. The second, and from here now we'll be getting into the people or the individual perspective in mind. The question that comes into everybody, and the moment anything like this happens, is what's in it for me? So that's where you get into pay, grades, or benefits. Here, there are going to be, once again, three different aspects. Number one is that from a grade harmonization perspective, what is going to be my vertical ladder in the organization? And therefore, this is the job worth that I defined in the overall org that I talked about. What is going to be the money that I need to pay each one of them? This is called as comp harmonization. The next one that we get into is the benefits harmonization, because that is another pain area from a people perspective. That what are the benefits in the acquiring organization? What are the benefits in the target organization? And therefore, what is going to be my overall benefits value proposition? By the way, all of this is going to add into my go forward employee value proposition. And keep in mind that the context here is that there is going to be a lot of anxiety in the organization with regards to what is going to happen to my career, what is going to happen to my pay, what is going to happen to my role at a binary level. Is it going to exist, not exist? If not exist, do I get laid off? Do I get into a different role? And then resulting questions out of it. So from a overall value proposition standpoint, you have to look at some of the questions that are there in the minds of the target as well as the acquirer, and how are you solving them from each of these models. Then you get into something which is the softer aspect of it, which are called as cultural synergies. Like I said, the acquirer had its organization structure, the target had its organization structure in the org module. Similarly, each of them are going to have different shared beliefs, the way they operate, and what are some of the behaviors that are desired by the organization, and each one may have certain similarities and certain dissimilarities. What are the shared values that, as management of the new co, I want in the organization? When I say I want, it is basically the management wants it. But what are some of those synergies that one wants to drive, and what are some of the shared values that will hold true in times to come? Are the ones that one needs to. And this is going to be something which is very soft. You need to have again three aspects to it: acclimatization, which means that the moment you say that, hey, look, here is the gap that I need to bridge, you acclimatize a set of individuals to those shared beliefs that you want and after now propagating as desired behaviors. You socialize it to a wider range by repetitive action, and then over a period of time, they institutionalize by themselves. The point here is that this is a thankless exercise, and we'll talk about it when we go towards the end, but is one of the super critical ones. The next one that comes in is from a compliance and labor relations standpoint. How is it that you ensure compliances? You do a full-fledged post-merger due diligence to find out if there are any statutory obligations which were not getting met, which you need to meet, and so on and so forth, purely from a perspective of de-risking the management. And if at all there are unions involved, how do you rejig the union settlements? Because the union settlements that the target or the acquiring organization had were with the previous managements of, or previous respective managements of each of these organizations. So therefore, how do we rejig them? The last one, and there is no pecking order to these, but is performance management. This is what comes in from a business strategy perspective. What are some of the things from a performance management standpoint that you will sort for? For example, what constitutes performance is the basic question. And mind you, this is one question that is always left unanswered and is the root cause of most of the problems that arise out of any M&A that from a human capital perspective. So therefore, what constitutes performance? what are going to be my new goals that I need to work towards, and how will it be measured, and lastly, how is it going to be rewarded? So things like these are going to come in from a performance management standpoint. This specific module is going to be driven by the business strategy that gets created, because at the end of the exercise, like we've all studied in different aspects of performance management, the cascade needs to happen from the top to say that what are some of the business objectives that I want to achieve, and how are those business objectives cascaded down. So these were some of the places where I say, from a HR standpoint, what is important that is to be looked at. And I'll just do a quick recap. From an HR strategy perspective, you need to set your org design in place from a structural synergies perspective and from a cost synergy standpoint. Then you need to set your pay grades and benefits standpoint to make sure that your employee value proposition continues to be competitive. The fundamental reason why this M&A would have happened, right? And your employee value proposition has to be coherent with that principle to achieve the business objectives that you want to achieve. Cultural synergy is a thankless job, but a super critical investment imperative where like it or not, you'll have to move in the direction that you want to move. Left to itself, it's going to be a royal pain that you may not want to have on your plate. Compliance, labor codes, and unions. Clearly statutes prevail, and how is it that you ensure that compliance is there? If not, then from when will it start happening? And then you're informing the appropriate authorities. And lastly, performance management. How do you ensure that what constitutes performance is understood by every member or every constituent or every participating member, so that you are able to drive the organization in the direction you want it to go? And therefore, what are some of the hacks that one can use to safeguard themselves, or to when I say them, it is the consultants who can use to make sure that the outcome is successful. Number one, keep it bite-sized. There are a lot of moving parts in an M&A, from a perspective that you'll not be able to. Every M&A, and for that matter, every work stream is completely unmanageable at the start, purely and surely on account of the volume of work that is existing, and therefore keep it bite-sized. Number two is that you can the moment you close a can, okay, put a date stamp to it, and put an expiry date to it as well, to say that when am I going to open this can, because it's eventually going to become a can of worms, and if you open it before the right time, that Pandora's box is going to land you into a soup. So therefore, I'll repeat. The piece that you close, so number one, you make it bite size. Number two, the piece that you close it and you don't open it again till the time that you have said we'll look at it at that particular date. Number three, leadership socialization is super critical. You need all of leadership on your side. Now, avoid the authoritarian approach, but establish a chain of command purely from a control perspective. Okay. We talked about cultural integration, right? It's super critical. It's the slowest and very frustrating, and sometimes thankless as well. But but keep investing in it to make sure you're moving it to the direction that you want it to. Organizations, when they get into an M&A context, they say that, okay, we'll do cultural acclimatization or cultural harmonization from day 180. What does day 180 means? The day you acquire the organization and you obtain management control. 180 days, you'll solve for, let's say, other pieces that I talked about. And from the 181st day, you have to solve for culture. Started from day 0. In fact, if possible, started from day -45 or day -60. I'm sure red flag due diligence is done by every organization. Then lastly, everybody can say that, hey, look, communication is extremely important. So how is it that you do ambiguity-free communication and timely communication? So timely, adequate, and ambiguity-free are the keywords that I would want to emphasize from a communication standpoint. With this, I'm happy to take questions. I would have preferred this to be much more interactive rather than being a monologue, but I ended up speaking for 20 minutes straight. So happy to take any questions. On the clock, we are at 3. I'll leave it to Amol and company for deciding the questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, okay, so we have Manish here with this question. Please, Manish.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, sir.
Hi, Manish.
Thanks for the informative session, sir. So basically, I have one question. Like most of the time, we have seen whenever a company go for merger and acquisitions, the company which is going to acquire, sometimes its value basically increases, and companies end up overpaying for that particular company. So, sir, how can we basically overcome the risk of overpaying during an merger and acquisitions?
So, Manish, there are 2-3 aspects. Aspect number one, valuation for a non-listed company is a very tricky game, and and if you were to rely on valuations and say that hey, look, this is the amount that I'm going to pay to acquire this organization, versus what the actual market value is going to be, there's likely going to be a delta. And case in point, you can look at the recent tech startups that have gotten listed in the different exchanges that we have, and how their valuations, what they were and versus what they are with respect to actual trading point. But that said, multiples is the name of the game, Manish. So how does it typically happen? It says that, let's say if my valuation is 100, the target says that I am going to get acquired only if I get a multiple of 10, 12, 20. It even goes up to as high as 30. Now, if you're desperate, you're going to be on the right-hand side of the spectrum as an acquirer. And then the target is going to hold its point with the certain KPIs that they are going to show at your face. If you're not desperate, you will give it time, and most likely it is going to come at a price that you want it to. I am a fundamental believer that these multiple, anything north of 3 is going to be a huge sunk cost on your books.
Right. Got it, sir. Totally got it. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
Yeah. We are just having a little time constraint, so we're really apologizing, Vikram and Pratyusha. We'll surely have the questions taken up later if Nilesh permits offline. So, and I think Pulkit is back here. We have lost him for a while now because he had some issue with his connection. So, so I think this is one of those topics, Nilesh, which most of us among our batch and the external participants also were very interested in, especially it's about M&A. So it was really an insightful session, and we had a very good experience, and it was a great experience hosting you here. Apart from that, I think, as per my understanding from your speech, like your session, M&A is a very vast topic, and this short span would have been a better position if we would have more interaction with you, and understanding the promise versus reality that you mentioned, and understanding the flow between the top layer and the bottom layer as you were speaking about in the pyramid. So it really helped us understand the negotiations and all the patterns that goes on in the M&A. But we are surely looking forward to have more learnings from you in the future. And it was really a very wonderful session, Nilesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Archita. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the session, sir. Thanks a lot.
All right. Bye.
Okay. So now we have the panel discussion to be held. So I would love to hand over the stage to Shivangi and Swagato. Could you please come?
A very good afternoon to everyone. I am Shivangi Gupta, your host for this session, and I have Swagato with me as the co-host. We are gathered here today on this virtual platform to welcome the panelists of the first panel of the day. I would like to introduce for our first panelist, Mr. Rahul Sanghvi. Mr. Rahul is a partner at Boston Consulting Group and a core member of BCG's Industrial Good and Turnaround Transformation Practice. He's graduated from XLRI Jamshedpur. He has an extensive experience in leading transformations, digital business build, operations, and strategy across industries. He has also worked for transportation and logistics, mining and metal, automotive, financial services, and customer goods. He has worked in BCG across global practices. Welcome, Rahul sir. We are happy to have you here. Now I would like to introduce our next panelist, Mr. Anurag Johri. We are pleased to have Anurag sir, Managing Director and Lead Utilities at Accenture. Mr. Anurag has an extensive experience of 16 plus years in engaging at highest levels, namely cabinet ministers, promoters, board members, and senior most bureaucrats. His areas of expertise include policy, strategy, digital, and analytics. He has worked across geographies and has led teams in areas of business transformations, operations, improvement, sales and marketing, and business development in various industries. He has mentored numerous events and startups and also been part of e-mentorship program for University of Sheffield, UK. Welcome, Anurag sir. Now I would like to introduce our next panelist, Mr. Sameer Satin. Mr. Sameer is an EVP at Vadhwani Advantage. Mr. Sameer leads Vadhwani Advantage program in India and provides mentorship focused on empowering small businesses, accelerating their revenues and job growth. In addition to this, he leads the effort of Academy in building over 50 plus DIY consulting tools. Mr. Sameer has 30 plus years of experience across geographies in doing change management. He attended the courses like Mastering Change from INSEAD, leading professional services firms at Harvard B School, and Challenges of Poverty at MIT. He is an author to over 40 plus articles in multiple reputed publications and is a speaker at several recognized fora and platforms. Mr. Sameer is a disruptive thought leader and a practitioner of management science to bring out systematic change in entrepreneurial leadership. Welcome, Sameer sir. To complete our panel, we have Mr. Lokesh Gupta. We are pleased to have Lokesh Gupta, the partner of Turnaround and Restructuring Services at EY. Mr. Lokesh has an extensive experience of advising promoters, board members, CXOs, founders, and senior executives. He has been part of EY for 12 years and has a domain expertise ranging from operational turnaround, restructuring, interim management to working capital management. Mr. Lokesh has also worked in multiple industries like healthcare, textile, retail, e-pharma, and have helped businesses in improvement initiatives to turn around their operations. He's a chartered accountant by profession and a graduate from Osmania University. Welcome, Lokesh sir. We are elated to have you all here. The discussion will be moderated by Professor Indrajit Mukherjee. Professor Indrajit needs no introduction in the field of training consulting professionals of strategic management. For those who don't know Indrajit sir, he has worked in industry for more than a decade before switching into academics. He had been a corporate entrepreneur, building new lines of businesses, managing technology transfer and strategy. In XLRI, he has been involved in developing, launching, and restructuring executive educational programs. He is also engaged in teaching, training, and senior executives. His course of strategic transformation has been offered from 2012 and is possibly only such course in business schools in India. The unique approach he adopted in teaching us how to think about cases was a massive value add for those of us looking at a career in strategy and consulting. On behalf of XLRI Jamshedpur and ex-PGDM batch, I welcome you all. We are glad to have you here today. Thank you all for your time. Now I hand over the stage to Professor Indrajit Mukherjee. Sir, the virtual podium is all yours now.
Thank you, Shivangi, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the 4 speakers for taking your time out and being here with us. I also thank everyone out there, all the audience and all. I mean, without you, this can't be successful. So coming to the topic, I'm supposed to be introducing the topic. So business turnaround has been there since business has been there. Yes, but in the last few decades, it has become more formalized. A whole body of knowledge has developed, and the consultants have played a very important role in developing this body of knowledge and helping the corporate world in changing things and coming out of trouble of the business and all. So turnaround it's typically a set of strategies which are taken when any business is going through maybe a declining in the performance, or even in a stagnation of a performance. Any indicator you can talk of. If the management is concerned, possibly they would take up something and to correct back things and getting it back into the normal path, the intended path. So that has been mainly the idea of it. But traditionally, there has been certain approaches to handling this, and I'm not getting into that. I think that is supposed to come out here. But mostly these approaches, all the approaches traditionally has been about improving the business or correcting the problems in the business. But from the 1980s in the developed economies, what started happening was companies started finding that sometimes this is not enough, because possibly the whole feasibility of the business is no more there, whatever efficient final situation you make it. So that started looking in, they started looking into how to now survive. So the idea of strategic transformation really started coming up, and throughout the 80s and 90s, actually the knowledge around handling the transformation, which are major changes, started coming up. And when we have a strategic transformation, we talk of changing the strategy rather than improving the current strategy. And it involves changing customers, products, suppliers, raw materials and everything, your capabilities, partners, everything. The whole configuration of the business externally, internally also goes through changes. And invariably, they involve major changes in culture and behavior of people also, which creates another level or layer of problem, often met by huge inertia or resistance to change. So these are typical problems which we usually face in those days. So strategic transformation started becoming a part of business turnaround, but it is often separately mentioned just because of its complexity. So it's currently, if you see, the business turnaround is a very wide area. It includes so many things. The earlier discussion was on merger acquisition. That is just one of the things which happens in this. So it's very wide, and we know all our speakers here, give them a chance, they can talk for days on this, I think, topic. So we have to manage things a bit in this limited time. So we are structuring this a little bit, today's discussion here. So I have a set of about 12 or 13 questions, which I'll be asking. And as I through the questions, I'm not going to throw it to any specific speakers. So let it be a free chat or free flow between the speakers on that topic. But roughly we have about 4 minutes, average per question. But anyway, I think the initial questions are a little open-ended, so might take more time. And we might skip a question or two at the end if we are really short of time. But let the discussion really go deep as much as possible, and multiple perspectives from your backgrounds may actually come up also. So with that, I think I'll start off the process, and let me come with the first question, which is very open-ended. So in the Indian context, in this, we are trying to really understand more of the Indian context, and if possible, how is this context a little different from maybe more developed economy? If that also insight can come, it will be nice. So what are the different types of challenges and opportunities facing the Indian businesses, which are triggering the turnaround and transformation initiatives which are happening right now? Also, maybe if you can provide some more insight on, are these type of challenges, or mainly challenges maybe, are very generic in nature, or are they like sector specific or industry specific? For example, are the small companies or small and medium businesses having a different set of problems than the larger businesses or so? If we can have some more insight. So please, the floor is open to you.
I can go, I can just start off the discussion. So I think, Professor, to your question, I think challenges, obviously every sector has their own unique challenges. Having said that, I think there are 2 or 3 trends which are kind of pervasive across countries, across sectors and so on. One is obviously there is increased volatility and complexity. We are all seeing this, in terms of the economic environment, in terms of geopolitics and hence the changing supply chains and so on. And I think that is impacting pretty much every industry. The second, I wouldn't say challenge, more of an opportunity is digital is making a lot of things possible. And leveraging digital, there are a lot of newcomers entering every industry. They're disrupting traditional industries. And now it's no longer just the newcomers, even incumbent players in every industry are leveraging digital to redefine the business model. And maybe the third thing I would say is the traditional boundaries of every sector are kind of blurring and kind of merging with each other. So there's no longer, Amazon doesn't really play in any one sector, right? It is there from entertainment to healthcare to e-commerce to supply chain. So I think these kind of trends are kind of pervading every sector, but then of course, we can have a specific chat on every sector and they have their own unique challenges on top of this, in terms of how you look at it.
Right. Actually, I'll echo Rahul. I thought, see, he spoke about digitization. He's spoken about disruptors and the blurring of the industries. I think another key thing which is coming into play these days is sustainability, right? And the whole concept around sustainability, which I think 10 years ago was a prerogative of people to try and do good things. Today, I think it's increasingly becoming a license to be actually in the market. How can you actually play or not play, right? So I think sustainability is again one aspect I would like to add to what Rahul said. And I think in terms of where I see the challenges to be a little different in the Indian context vis-a-vis, say, some of the Western countries, I think one key thing where the changes are coming in, which are unprecedented in nature, is the way some of the Indian businesses are growing. So if you keep working with some of the leading companies in India, what you'll find is that they are capacity constrained today. So there is more demand, less capacity. So how do you bring up those capacities? And then when they bring in those capacities aggressively, if you, for example, you take a look at Tata Steel, for 100 years, they were about a 10 to 11 million tons of steel producing company, right? Today, they are about 22 million tons, right? And in the next 8 years or so, they'll add another 8 to 10 million, right? So there is breakneck growth. You pick up any of the key companies in each of these sectors, you'll find breakneck growth. So how do you manage that growth in a profitable manner, right, is again something which is becoming very, very important. And I think this is something which could be a little different in the Indian context than a lot of our Western counterparts today.
Yeah, I think just to build on what Rahul and Anurag said, I think from my perspective, I feel there are two more additional challenges which all the entrepreneurs invariably face on a day-to-day basis, especially the small businesses and medium-sized enterprises, which we deal with. I think they are dealing with a problem of suddenly finding themselves their skills irrelevant to what the marketplaces they're operating in, right? So one of the biggest challenges that they're facing is what is to be unlearned, what is to be learned, which are the skills that they ought to really imbibe fast. And they are caught in this whole dilemma in terms of all the assumptions that they held for last 20 years have gone topsy-turvy, and that they're finding that these assumptions need to change, right, for different reasons. External environment has changed, pandemic has hit us, internal environment has changed because the way the talent is responding to the external challenges is rapidly changing. So one of the things that they're finding biggest challenges is that to upskill themselves. So that's number one. Second is, I think what is also happening is that in terms of when they deal with the talent that they have right now, there is also a big issue in terms of where to prioritize their efforts, because these SMEs largely actually dealt with a lot of firefighting for many decades, right? And they're finding if they were to be sustainable, what Anurag mentioned, they need to solve both short-term and long-term. But I think they're finding it very tough to basically look at transitioning from short-term to long-term, right? And this is where their biggest catch is in terms of figuring out what is to be done, how to balance their short-term and long-term issues and priorities. And I think thirdly, the third view that I think I'm always finding when I interact with these entrepreneurs is that there's this whole issue of, which is the fact that Rahul mentioned, the digital part, right? The nature of interactions are changing with the customers, the nature of interactions with their employees are also changing, right? Because of the way people are working is different. They're working from home, they're working from offices.
Now, the moments interactions change, you're suddenly caught in a fix, right? Because you don't know how to deal with a situation, how to respond to a particular sort of stimuli from the environment. And this is with customers, suppliers, partners, employees, everybody, right? And therefore, how to interact and how to monetize that into transactions is becoming a big challenge, especially for these businesses. So I would say these are the three additional ones that come to my mind, at least, based on what we are finding on the ground.
Yeah. So let me also give a slightly different perspective. When we talk about turnaround, just one step back, what turnaround really means, and at what stage of a problem or any external intervention is called turnaround. Like Professor Mukherjee spoke about turnaround in the 80s and 90s. I think that was turnaround of large businesses, turnaround at early stage of problems, right? In the current context, I think turnaround has become much more acceptable used concept in last 1 decade, and let me tell you why. I think post the Lehman crisis, or rather, let me lay out some more preamble before that. I think need for turnaround is driven by one, acceptability of a problem, that somebody who has a problem needs to accept that he has a problem. Number two, the stakeholders whose skin is in the game. It could be an investor, shareholders, lenders, banks, what level of control they have on business to drive a turnaround. And third is capital, right? The effect of a turnaround is the value of capital depreciates. Now, the need for turnaround is also driven by how much capital is really available, what is the respect for capital an Indian entrepreneur has. So let me just weave these three concepts and explain. I think after the Lehman crisis, I think the Indian banks were placed far better than their international counterparts. There was a competition to lend money. That was also a period that private equity splurged money into India. A lot of capital investments, a lot of expansion, new projects.
I think there would have been some network problem.
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe do we move on to the next question? I mean, maybe he can come back and complete, or wait for, okay.
I think location.
Yeah, he's back. Okay.
He's back.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Yeah. So I was saying that after 2008, a lot of capital investments happened in India, and a lot of aggressive expansion happened. And really, first time these expansion, like not every business will succeed, or not every expansion project would have yielded its fruits. So I think the first signs of stress came in 2, 3, 4 years later after these execution of these new projects. 2010, 11, 12, 13 is when we saw large businesses going under stress. Now we start talking about turnaround of a business struggling survival and not a business on a downside, right? So the first pinch is obviously felt by banking system, because they are the really ones who have lent money and are looking to recover their monies as bankers. They are not businessmen or entrepreneurs to make money out of revival. So, but what happened was the Reserve Bank of India came out with a lot of measures, gave one-time reliefs. In those days, we used to have something called a corporate debt restructuring scheme, where people just solve the problem by deferring pay commitments to their capital providers and not really fixing the core business problem. Why was turnaround deferred in those period? One, the capital providers, whether it was private equity investors or the bankers, as stakeholders, did not have enough control over their businesses, regulatory or commercially, to drive the turnaround, to force an Indian entrepreneur to accept a turnaround. Second is, as Indians, we all would want to solve our problems ourselves. So there was lack of acceptability that an external person can come and help me turn around my business. So second was lack of acceptability of an Indian entrepreneur. And the third one was availability of capital. While the first round of capital was infused, there was much more available to solve a problem with infusion of liquidity, with infusion of capital, to solve problems or defer problems and not really solve the core business problems, right? So that went on. The Reserve Bank of India tried various things. I think from an equity standpoint, India ranked 150, 160 or something in terms of ease of doing business and turnarounds. But what really changed was after 2016, when banks said enough is enough, they started taking control over of businesses. there was a big reform in Indian economy in 2016 and called the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, which for the first time, a law provided that if a business is failing, you take the control away from the owner, entrepreneur, and give it to an independent professional to run and manage that. Insolvency also gave opportunity to a lot of other stakeholders, that the shareholders, private equity investors, to exercise more control, to take the surgical measures to resolve business. And also by 2016, 17, 18, when the cost of capital in Indian economy increased, when capital became more dearer, people before putting capital started forcing businesses to take turnaround more seriously than before, because capital at that time was available more easily. So I think the challenges that were there in pre-2010, availability of a lot of capital, acceptability of Indian entrepreneurs, powers available to stakeholders, those got solved in those 5 years between 2010 to 2015. Today, we continue, the turnaround is a far more prevalent, far more accepted concept in Indian businesses today. But unfortunately, what has happened is, because this acceptability came very late, the pile of assets, for example, even if I say the pile of assets doing resolution under the insolvency process, these are what we call as very late stage distress cases, right? And I jokingly say that one of the previous speakers spoke about multiples. Like in a M&A, people talk about growth multiples, etc. In a distress case, trust me, and enterprise value is a multiple of debt. I mean, mathematically, you'll find it confusing, but the debt levels in Indian businesses today are far more than the total value of the business, right? You might be reading in newspapers that a certain company went into insolvency, lenders recovered 20%. Lenders recovered 20%, which means equity investors did not get anything, right? Most of the insolvency plans today provide for write-off of the equity share capital. So that is the extent of situation in India today. Today, the turnarounds are addressing late stage distress cases. And I hope, because people have started taking capital more seriously, there is more respect to capital than before, and the stakeholders have more power to influence a turnaround in a business. I think going forward after 4 or 5 years, what I would like to see as a turnaround specialist is to be solving early stage stress and not the late stage stress that I am currently today serving.
Nice. I think I can possibly find a couple of main strands here. One is the VUCA environment. I think that is coming out in all these things. It's really a difficult time. Maybe being an emerging economy, things are even more complex, I mean, for us. And also, I mean, given that, there is a regulatory change, it actually, makes things better for, better sort of approach to handling the businesses in distress. So this is a process in an emerging economy. Gradually, the regulations and all keeps on increasing and things becomes better. So also, I definitely see another supply side constraint, I mean, coming up from, from human resource, capital, capacity building and all. So, which is again a very typical thing in emerging economies. We have a high level of supply side constraint. So I think I found that, these two are also coming up in a big way. I mean, a general environmental, dynamism and complexity, as well as maybe the particular context we are in. I mean, in India, maybe the issues, I mean, especially supply side issues would be very big. Okay, I think also the next question also is a very broad one. So I will pose it again. So most critical or challenging of them, I think we don't need to ask this because you have actually identified the critical challenges, or if you can, maybe you can, touch upon. But, what would be most important approaches to, overcoming this problem? Or what will drive the success of these transformations and, turnarounds? From maybe you can talk from the regulator side, also from the company's side.
I think, just to sort of respond to that, Professor, I think what we are finding is, especially given that the resources are facing a lot of crunch, both in developing economies as well as in developed economies, what I find in India is that one of the approaches one could take is just not to take a turnaround case at the unit level of a company, but also to think about turnaround at an ecosystem level. Because at the end of the day, needed to make value chains and ecosystems competitive in addition to making specific individual companies competitive. So when you think about a turnaround, I think we ought to take approaches which are collaborative in nature, which are driven by partnerships, and which are driven by intent to basically turn around the ecosystems and value chains. So that's number one. I think the second thing is, the second approach, which at least with the respect of small and medium-sized enterprises, what I'm finding is a lot of these entrepreneurs, when they're thinking of changing their business model, changing their game plan, turning around, becoming more profitable, or rather accelerating their top-line growth, I think one of the approaches they also need to understand is that the whole tendency to ask for more money needs to be curbed, because I think there is a lot of capital that can be unlocked from within, and that kind of resonates with the point that Lokesh made earlier in terms of the debt burden that India has, and on the other hand, whether they're internally, whether these companies are sound or not. But I think one of the approaches that we always land up telling our SME friends is that they need to think about unlocking capital from within, and there is massive scope there, whether it is in terms of assets, whether it is in terms of people, whether it is in terms of customer relationships, etc. So I think the approach has to be fixed on not asking for more money, but more in terms of how to sweat the current capital that is already in the business. So I think that's the second point. And I think the third element, what we are looking at in terms of the approach is really what we focus on as a foundation. We focus on building capacity and empowerment. I think the learning organization, so there is a whole tendency to basically solve a problem, but there is no inclination to learn. I think that's what I find very, very sort of distressful, because in the longer run, the learning entrepreneurs and the managers will do far better than just managers and entrepreneurs solving the problem for the time being, right? So I think the whole idea about building management capability in the top 2-3 levels of the organization, and also the entry level sort of talent, is very, very important as an approach, in addition to obviously solving the usual mechanical approaches of turning around. But I think these three things need to be taken into account.
I fully agree with Sameer. Let me just add a different take on this, and I'll talk about transformations in general, not specifically on turnaround. So I'll just take a broader perspective. I think, transformations have been, I think, Professor Mukherjee, you started with this, right? Transformation has been there since the beginning of business. We've recently taken a database view on, what differentiates successful transformations from not so successful ones. And we actually looked at some 1,000 transformations across the world. And really, actually the data is quite astounding. 57% of the transformations have failed to deliver on their objectives, right? And that number is only going up. In the current environment, the number is even higher. And when we looked at what differentiates the successful from the not so successful ones, it actually came down to just three things, three broad things. Obviously, there would be many more. First and most important is the transformation goal laid out comprehensively? Does the entire organization know why are we doing this? What is the objective of this transformation? And it's not just a long-term goal, but it's broken down into short-term milestones as well. So it's not about a 5-year plan, but it's about broken down into quarterly plans, reaching up to that 5-year grand vision. The second important one really came down to how well the organization is engaged. And again, the most important bit here is the top management, the leadership kind of living the transformation. So you can't have a successful transformation if the CEO and the board don't have it as one of their top 3 priorities. It cannot be something that a transformation office is doing on the side. It has to be the main objective of everyone in the company. And while in a lot of transformations this does happen, it is the top management is usually engaged in more cases than not. The missing link usually is the middle management, and the middle management is really critical because they have to kind of drive and populate the change. And I think engaging the middle management becomes really critical in any transformation by breaking down the goals, by ensuring that the recognition is given where it's due at the right levels, not just at the top management level. And the third element is, of course, equipping the transformation with the right people, the right commitment of resources. So you cannot ask the existing organization who have their own day job, you do this also on the side. It has to be a full-time role with specific KPIs. The transformation objectives have to be linked to the objectives of the people driving it. And really, if these 3 things are done, I think that kind of really helps solve for most of the problems. Obviously, then there are many other issues in terms of cultural dynamics, regulatory dynamics, and so on. But these 3 we've typically found are quite helpful in terms of driving a successful transformation.
let me echo what Rahul said in slightly different words. And generally, this is what I say. Great business entrepreneurs, great executives who have taken businesses from 0 to 100 are not necessarily the best people to take a business from -100 to 0, right? And turning around a business and journey from -100 to 0 requires a completely different mindset than what it is for 0 to 100. Respect for resources, ability to act in crisis, and Rahul has rightly said that ability to hold teams together, middle management together, to bind the entire organization into a common objective is far more difficult and or let me not say difficult, but far more different and requires a completely different skill set than what is required for a typical growth journey. So I would say, in addition to the challenges, one is the required skills which are emerging today. People who understand that turnaround mindset is different from growth mindset. So while that gets fixed, the other two things I think which are happening are in pipeline is ability to exit from a capital point of view. Again, I keep coming back from to the point of capital again and again. Now, you would understand that transformation or turnaround also requires infusion of capital, right? And if the providers of finance do not have confidence that if they don't like this journey and if they want to exit, they can exit on time, right? Even today, exiting from a business in India takes far more time than our Western counterparts, right? Insolvency helped to reduce that point time, but still we have a long way to go. So I think reforms like trading of bonds in secondary market like we have for equity shares. So we currently don't have regulatory environment for trading of debt. So I think if we have things like that in place, if providers of capital have comfort that they can enter and exit into businesses when they want, more capital will be available for turnarounds. So that is the second criteria, I would say, after availability of talent and capabilities. And the third point is something more around, and this improvement we need since 1947 is better policies or faster approvals, etc. A lot of infrastructure projects today cannot turn around if various departments like the Pollution Control Board, Environment, Forest, etc. give those approvals faster, right? They either need to reject or give those approvals. They can't sit over it. Whether it is in field of telecom, various regulators and government authorities need to act more faster to give these approvals so that businesses can turn around faster. So I would say the need of the hour, all the things are in pipeline. I see they are in place, falling in good shape. Talent, faster regulatory approvals, and a better capital market.
Okay, I think again, few things which are very dominant here is again resource. The resource is dominant, and also that capital particularly in any of these projects, it initially needs a huge investment and thereafter the return will come over the years. And is that there? And I think the capital market itself, if it is much better, maybe that can provide. Also, as we found that there might be internal sources also or sweating the capital more. I mean, whatever you have, maybe including not just the fund, but people also. Get the best out of your own people might also be useful in doing this. Yeah, I think I'll do one thing. I mean, as per my sequence, I'll jump a bit here because the leadership issue came up. So anything more on, the role of the leaders in this? While I think we found that they have to be the ones driving it. I mean, they must be, this must be in the top part of the agenda. We found that the middle managers also needs to be engaged, and maybe a holistic sort of understanding, communication to the whole organization as a community. I mean, everyone should possibly be at the same sort of page. May not be understanding the change so much, but knowing that there are certain things happening. So I think that was discussed. Anything more from the leaders side, what we need to see?
Professor Mukherjee, I think to my mind, leadership, of course, is incredibly important, especially in transformations. There is no doubt about it. But I think the way I lens it is more in terms of alignment. I think alignment is super critical based on the top and the bottom and the left and the right, external and internal. If it is not in concert with each other, you could have really, really big problems. So on one hand, if you have fantastic leaders but very poor sort of middle layer and the bottom layer, you don't have an alignment, there is a problem. If you don't have alignment in terms of the purpose, there is a problem. If you have a sort of okay leadership but brilliant people underneath, it's still not going to help, because ultimate decision maker is the leader. And so I think the alignment is super important. I find that the aligned organizations on an average perform better than supremely talented but misaligned organizations, right? So I think I would focus a lot on alignment as a theme in general, in transformations.
It's one team, you are saying?
It's one team, and it's a well synchronized team in terms of purpose, and that's very
important. It's an orchestra.
It's an orchestra,
so,
exactly.
Correct. And to
Anurag, we are not able to hear you. I think you're on.
Maybe your audio is disconnected. You're not on mute.
Okay, we can come back maybe in the meantime. Others.
All right.
Maybe just to add I fully agree with Sameer that alignment is really critical. I think a different flavor to that is it's not alignment post the vision is defined. In my mind, it's you have to co-create the vision with your organization.
Okay.
And not just the top leadership. I think it's also important that the entire organization, and obviously in some way and fashion, is part of the creation of the vision. People understand the purpose also. So it's not just we have to reach this $1 billion in this many years or this profit level. What's the broader purpose behind this? Why are we doing this? What does this mean for our stakeholders? What does it mean for the employees? And I think if you do that, then you really have the full power of the organization behind which is kind of driving the engine of the transformation, and not just the CEO or the few leaders.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, Rahul. I agree with you, because what I found, I mean, just to think about when I reflect back 25 years ago, 30 years ago, it was all about explaining what, right? And then the whole thing about explaining what and how, but very few people explain why. I think that's very critical, and that's very super important going forward. I agree with you. I think the what, how, and why are going to become equally important in the whole scheme of things.
And in my view, again, I think in the beginning, Professor, you asked about how is India different. I think if you now, at that time I spoke about the Western world. If you look at some of our counterparts in Southeast Asia, right, they are very command and control kind of, even if you don't explain a why, and an elder or a senior says something, the folks are going to do it. You go to Japan, you go to Indonesia, you go to Malaysia, it will get done, right? We Indians culturally need the why. And actually, I'm glad that Rahul brought it up, because that's exactly what I was trying to say, that the why has to be explained. And therefore, in terms of being a leader, I think there are 3 or 4 key things you need, right? Clarity of vision, so that there's no ambiguity, and alignment. But that alignment will also come if you're a communicative leader. You have to communicate properly the how and the why part, right? And number 3, I think you have to drive it through the actions. Because if you keep saying things, so for example, I keep saying that you should all be digital, but all the presentations I see on a printout of paper, I mean, as soon as you start doing it, you have just lost the plot, right?
True.
So the leaders have to walk the talk also.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And that's where I think the whole subject of authentic leadership comes into picture.
That's right.
You need to be authentic, you need to be genuine. Just not just painting a picture.
Yeah, Mr. Lokesh, maybe any ideas from your
Yeah,
side?
so I think I can't agree less on what Rahul, Anurag, or Sameer said. The role of a leader is extremely, extremely important in a transformation or a turnaround journey, especially in most of the turnarounds where future is uncertain. To keep the enthusiasm, energy, hopes alive, to get that alignment that Rahul and Sameer spoke about. It requires a lot of effort to keep the hopes of people high, to explain to them the why aspect, the purpose of the journey that they are in for a transformation, what this journey will lead the people into, right? What career aspirations they have, where they will reach as part of this journey. Keeping people together is I think, the most important aspect of a leader, and I mean, no words can describe the importance of leader and team working together in a turnaround or transformation journey.
I also just wanted to say one more thing, I think not for this panel, but more for some of the folks who are hearing us here. I think, in my view, and I'm just trying to go a little, so if you really look at turnaround versus transformation, right? Turnaround is when you are in the doldrums and you want to improve, right? And you want to actually start breathing again. You're on the ventilator, you want to come back. Transformation could be that, or it could be you are doing exceedingly well and still you want to take the next, you want to go to the next level, or you are thinking for the future. And therefore again, the key is that alignment is easier when you know you are fighting with your back to the wall. The problem is, and what I face is that most of the times you are working with the leaders who are actually doing very well. And then when you are trying to do this, that alignment thing becomes even more super important, because people are asking, we are the leaders, we are making profits which are industry beating, and now you still want us to change, right? So what are you going to do with this, right? So I think therefore the better the company is doing, the more difficult it becomes to really articulate and put people together behind the transformation, right? So I think that's again a very important aspect.
Yeah, so a proactive transformation here and trying to take it to the next level, and there is no burning platform.
Yes.
So where is the sense of urgency and
That's right.
complacency, breaking out of the complacency and going to the next level? I think, yes, I maybe forward to tell also, transformation also is proactive. And I mean, maybe a few companies do that, but yes, there are.
Correct. And sorry,
they are the
one
ones who
last
lead
point.
finally.
And sorry, another point comes to my mind. I'm sorry, I am keeping adding to what I'm saying. I think one more thing which has happened is that maybe 25 years ago, what would have been counted as a transformation, today, because of the kind of pace of change and the way things have changed, right, it is actually normal. So in a way, transformation today is a much larger step change than you would otherwise imagine, right? Because a lot of things these days are happening just because they are normal, right? The things have changed very, very quickly, in terms of, say BYOD, bring your own device, or and stuff like that, right? So therefore again, what I'm just saying is that also the pace of change, right, and what constitutes transformation has also changed.
Yeah, and I think Anurag, what you're saying that resonates with one of the dimensions that I was just thinking about while you were talking about, because for leaders it's very important to imagine how the next level of leadership is going to be. Whereas for the strugglers and the challenger, it's all about catching up, right? So it's
That's right.
their context is different, their dimension is different, and
Absolutely.
I think it's an important element because it's very situation specific. It's specific to your market position in the industry that you are in. Absolutely. Yeah,
that's right.
Okay, so I'll move on. I mean, I think we have got one reason why transformations or turnaround processes got delayed, because of very easy capital A and stakeholders not really catching them by the neck or not having the ability. So that is obviously an environmental regulatory issue. But also within that, there can be maybe leaders who might, or companies who might be a little more proactive or reactive. So any maybe insights on what type of companies are more proactive or which are more reactive?
Let me take that. I think let me compare that with Western world, where turnarounds are, the need for turnarounds is identified more quickly. And one startling feature is, in India, owners of businesses are essentially managers in most of the cases. The founders, the shareholders of the core promoters, as we call, are the CEOs and managing directors. Whereas, like at least when I studied my management books, I learned that the basic management fund of ownership and management being separate, right? In India, typically that is not the case, right? And therefore, the need for turnaround is identified quite late because of the lack of accountability somewhere, because the owner is also the manager, right? He doesn't really pinch the feel of the capital erosion, right? But in Western world, where owners and managers are different, the owners really feel the pinch very fast because their capital at stake being used by someone else, right? So that is one typical feature, and I think if that changes here, in India, I think turnarounds will happen much faster. I would say, yeah.
Yeah, and also to, in terms of proactiveness, Professor Mukherjee, at least what we are finding, we did a study at the Vadhvani Advantage to look at companies pre-COVID and post-COVID, what were the differentiators basically, right? So one of the things that we learned was that the companies that sustained this COVID much better and they're coming out better resilient and, in terms of better prepared, were the ones who sort of always they were always prepared for the worst. So even if they were doing well, even if they are performing better against their competition, they did not have any system or the dashboards in front of them that only talked about, oh, only if certain things go wrong, we need to fix it. No, they basically thought about every single possible variable that could go wrong, and then they anyway prepared for it. Doesn't matter whether that variable went wrong or not, right? And that was a very important thing, because when we interviewed some of these entrepreneurs, we learned that they are constantly looking for problems, but they're constantly looking also parallelly for opportunities. So it's a very interesting thing, right? So any entrepreneur always looks for opportunities and wants to grow and sort of multiply, but they're always constantly, on the other hand, also looking for and preparing for what could go wrong. So therefore, when the trauma hits, they're better prepared. So it's like that basically, right? So I think it's as good as preparing their immunity levels better. So when the COVID strikes, the better Indian people are going to survive better. So I think that's how it is.
So
Right.
it's actually being proactive.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is entrepreneurial itself.
Right.
Yes.
Actually, in my view, just to build upon what I heard, I think there are three kinds of companies which I find to be a little more proactive, or situations where companies are tend to be more proactive to take transformational exercise. I think one is where generational shifts are happening, right? So a father passing on the baton to the kid, right? And the kid comes and he wants to make a difference. He comes from new school of thought. He's seen some of the other ways of working. So I think that when you see companies doing that kind of a pivot or a shift, I think those kind of companies to me seem to be proactive. Number two, definitely the leaders. Maybe that is what makes them the leaders, right? I think they consistently and constantly are able to see ahead of the curve, and therefore, even without a push to definitely pivot around, they are pivoting around, right? And third is, if I really were to categorize companies, businesses as B2C and B2B, I think it's the B2C side because of the consumers, right? Consumers wanting changes faster than some of the other businesses. So therefore, I find B2C companies taking more transformational approach than B2B companies, although, generalizations are never the best thing to do. However, if I were to generalize, I would say that B2C is far more agile in terms of transformation than the B2B sector.
All good points. I'll just add and maybe I'll take the point that Anurag mentioned around leaders driving the proactiveness. I fully agree with that. Can't agree more. I think, see, by definition, some leaders are visionaries and some are not, right? And that makes a whole world of difference. But I think structurally, and we've also thought about this question, that how do companies institutionalize this thing of being proactive rather than being reactive? And actually, 2-3 things can help. Obviously, you can't be sure of having a visionary as your leader all the time. I think one is having diverse leadership teams. That helps because you have a diversity of perspective. So companies which have the same set of talent, people who coming from the same pool, typically tend to think unidirectionally, and they kind of get stuck in their own ways. So I think bringing talent from outside, having diversity in the boardroom, typically helps. And I think there is data backing this. That diverse boardrooms actually think more proactively and embrace transformations much faster. The second element is also being a bit outward looking rather than inward looking. And again, I want to go back to the point that Anurag and Samir also alluded to earlier. Companies which are very successful actually have a curse of success as well, because they tend to then only look at, they believe they are and rightfully so, they are the leaders, but then they stop looking outside at all the changes that are happening, all the innovations that are happening. And sometimes crisis actually is the harbinger of proactiveness. So I think, but yeah, those were the two things I wanted to add.
Yeah, and I think monitoring, as I said, as Samir said, looking at a few things, proactively looking at certain business matrices helps you to identify the need of turnaround more faster. I think one concept, one statement that we coin in turnaround situation is cash is king, right? Keeping a continuous watch on the cash a business is generating is like it may not be relevant indicator for big businesses that are churning out cash, but businesses that that are on edge, monitoring that cash is very important because most of the businesses found themselves at the fag end of survival when the cash was found missing, right? Enron was a classic example, right? Or one IT company in 2007 and 8 that suddenly declared that it had gone bankrupt. I think if somebody had just questioned these companies, where is cash? Things would have things would have been found much more faster. So keeping a watch on that cash, because profitability is always something that is put in Excel. It is measured by terms like EBITDA and various things that people can report through complicated IFRS, US GAAP, IGAP kind of accounting jargons. But cash is something that you cannot fool around with. It's there or it's not there, right? There's no accounting concept around it. So measuring things like cash, measuring things like diversity, dependence, dependence on customers, dependence on a few products, dependence on a few suppliers. I think every business should identify dependence, cash, governance, few red flags, and routinely monitor those. And I think some of the very professionally managed audit committees and boards I have seen do monitor these indicators. These are some standard indicators that they would want to see in every meeting. And if these indicators are treated as red flags and monitored very closely by top management, by board, by audit committees, I think need for turnarounds and can be identified faster, and turnarounds can be done more proactively.
Just on a lighter note, I think you said cash is king, but most of the startups today, for them cash.
So I suppose what he's saying is don't get by the accrual based sort of figures. Actual cash is what matters in the liquidity. And
what Rahul said is right. It's the season right now. So I think, as I said, probably somewhere this is a mini reflection of again the 2008 to 12 episode I said, where capital is more available very easily today, but if businesses don't give respect to that, right, and businesses don't take capital seriously, again we might see a repeat of what we saw in 2012, 2013.
Yeah, on a related topic to student community, all those who are listening, I will encourage you to read a HBR article in 2002 where Professor Edgar Schein talks about learning anxiety and survival anxiety. Please do read that because it relates to some of the points that we are mentioning on the panel here, which talk about when is it that people take actions and proactiveness, when do they learn, when do they not learn. So please, I would encourage you to read that.
Okay, I think now we have to look at the watch, and we have few minutes to go. So maybe very quickly, a few 3-4 more questions. That one of the issue is the resistance to change, and especially around culture and all. I mean, can you quickly put your views on it? I mean, or what are the experiences about on that?
If I can go first on this one. See, I think we have addressed some of this when we spoke. See, first of all, people really need to understand why that change is required, right? I think half of the resistance goes, in my view, when you talk about change management, it's about two things, right? Ability to change, or ability to do things in a different manner, and willingness to do things in a different manner, right? Ability comes if you give us the tools and the way to work, right? If I just tell you to do something and I don't give you any tools, you are unable to do it, right? So that's the ability part. Willingness will come. See, all of us, what do we want, right? If we have to do the same work, and if that work starts taking twice the effort, I'll be unhappy. Any one of us on the panel will be unhappy about it, right? So how is it possible that when we do a transformational journey, say, for example, we picked up digital. Now, if we do digital and then we ask the shop floor guy to keep doing what he used to do on paper and also give him a tab to again put in the same information, it's bound to fail. It's a no-brainer, right? So therefore, telling people why we need to change, which will give them the willingness to change, and also doing what's in it for me, right? So what is it that they get out of it? What is the small benefit which they are going to get out of this? I think that's very important. And then the second part is around giving them the tools, tackles, training, whatever is required, so that they are actually able to do it, right? Because I mean, you will hear some very crazy things. When you go in and you do transformations, you'll not even believe that in 21st century people are saying that this will happen if you do this, but that happens, and people do believe that, right? So, and I have been in a situation wherein there was the India's first citywide smart meter rollout, and some of the people were told that if you get smart meters in your home, you get dengue. Right now, I mean, someone will say, how is dengue related to smart meters, right? But there were people who believed it, because they said the signals which are being which are coming out, they kind of get the mosquito to get attracted, right? Actually, there were reports around COVID wherein people said, WhatsApp groups, they said that in Italy they have found that more 4G towers, right, the more chances of COVID spread, right? So those kind of things happen anywhere. So not only a company, but at a country level. So essentially, if we are able to be more communicative, then maybe it's easier to kill down on the rumors on some of the other aspects, and hence give people the comfort and let them know that what's in it for them.
I really like the way Anurag, like you described, it's about ability and willingness, right? And I think more often than not, ability is not the challenge. I think while it's easy to say that capability is missing in the organization, more often than not, it's about capability in the right place.
That's right.
Actually, lack of capability itself. I think willingness we found is the more difficult one to crack.
That's
and,
right.
Of course, there's the element of knowing why to change, and we've spent some time on that, so I won't discuss that again. But quite often, what we found is people do most people behave rationally in any organization, right?
Yes.
So while it's tempting to say that this organization only behaves like this, they are irrational, people actually respond to the context they live in. So whatever I do in an organization, I'm doing it because the organization, my incentives, my KPIs, both the formal KPIs and also the informal cultural elements, that is the right thing for me to do. It's the rational thing. So if I'm not contributing to the success of a project, it is because I'm not required to as part of my formal KPI, or B, as a formal KPI, I might still be required to, but I know that if the project goes well, someone else is going to get the majority of credit for it. And if
yes,
it doesn't
what's in it for me?
I will get blamed, right? So I like to play it safe. So it's actually mostly about setting the right context for people, and people always behave rationally. So you have to really think about, is the organization structure, processes, KPIs, incentives enabling people to do the right thing? And if you fix that, then people will behave rationally and usually do it. 90%.
Absolutely.
I want to sort of bring in one more dimension to this, particularly what Anurag and Rahul are mentioning. What we find is actually two things. One is that we find in certain organizations, ability is also constrained, by the way, Rahul. In SMEs, ability is a constraint. Willingness, they're very willing. They want to improve, they want to change things, because they want to sort of grow and fast, right? But then the ability is a constraint. Whereas certain organizations, obviously, ability is not a constraint, and it's more about willingness. But the third dimension, which is very important, at least what I find, is the commitment, which means you might be willing, you might be able to do it, but when it comes to investing time and energy in it, you flinch, right? So, and I'll give a classic example. When we ask the founders and entrepreneurs of SMEs, even 300 crores, 250 crores, etc. They want to become 1,000 crores. They are willing. They dream about it. They have aspirations. Are they able to do it? Yeah, they have right skills. Maybe certain tweaking skills they will improve. You ask them, will you spend 2 hours every week just to invest in new capabilities? Well, I don't know. I might have a business to attend. That's the answer, right? So their commitment to actually acting on their willingness and ability sometimes is also an issue. So I would say it's a 3-dimensional thing. It's willingness, ability, and commitment.
Right. Okay. So I think because of the lack of time, I'll straight away skip a couple of questions, because I think we have also covered most of them. Maybe the last question.
Yes. In the interest of time, maybe take this forward to the Q&A for the students.
Yes, maybe just the last question, and maybe we can finish in a minute or two.
Okay, thank you.
3 things: the corporate world, the consultants, and the academics. Do you think we are all, capable to handle this level of transformation and, turnarounds which we are? going to face now, and we are already facing, and also going to face now? Maybe just a sentence, an answer to that.
In my view,
let me take that. Sorry, go
go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead. No, I was just saying, in my view, just like when we go into companies and we ask them to get more multifunctional, right, and cross-functional, my sense is, and increasingly we are doing it, I think it's becoming more and more important to bring consultants and academics together when you are trying to solve some of the problems. And I think at times clients do want to see that, especially folks who are at the bleeding edge, because you need to get the research which is happening right into the industry boardrooms and then the floor shops, right? So I think a more integrated approach, bringing in the consultants and the academia together, is maybe what we are going to look into maybe 2 to 3 years down the lane.
Okay.
Yeah, just to add to what Anurag is saying, basically, if there is an alignment between the purposes of academia, consultants, and corporates, then the integrated approach will happen because they'll act in concert and solve the problems of the clients together. I believe that we have the capabilities collectively, but any one element missing could add to the problem going forward.
So I think, the famous proverb goes, necessity is mother of invention. I like to extend that to situations like turnaround is the mother for survival, right? If survival is at stake, turnarounds will definitely happen. I think those resistance to changes, which was an impediment to turnaround, will go away if survival comes at stake. And I think once they see that not adopting turnaround will lead to survival issue, people will start accepting turnaround better going forward now. And I think because the need for this concept is growing more and more, and I see academic world talking about this concept more now. And frankly, I was not a turnaround expert to begin my career with, and later got into it. But I think we will have an environment someday that students fresh out of colleges pick this up as a career option. The academics have the right modules, the right mentors, the right professors who take this up as a as good as important topic as a basic management chapter. And probably yes, we will see more turnaround professionals, better turnaround professionals going forward.
Maybe just a last word on that. I think, Lokesh, you were mentioning earlier, I think getting from -100 to 0, I think now, there is a lot of experience that has been built up, specifically in the Indian context. And I think, we have a collective sense of capability on that. I think 0 to 100 also, it has been done many times. I think the proactive part of taking the leader to the next level, taking the 100 to the 150 or 200, that's something that obviously needs to continue improving going forward. And that's where all of the points that were mentioned earlier will
Okay, so I think the ecosystem has to now work to develop the knowledge more, maybe that we can conclude. So I think we'll end this part. Maybe another 2-3 things which came out, I think, in the later part of the discussion was that alignment and finally communication and the information and the meaning of the change may be flowing throughout the organization, which might help in creating the willingness. Also the facilitation, and which possibly has to be driven by the leader to provide the right resource and everything. In fact, even structures and all, KRAs and all to be handled. Maybe this would also be very important. I mean, they have an important role to play in transforming. So I think with this, I will sign off from here, and we'll have a few minutes of Q&A session, more open questions to be asked to you. And there are so many hands already up. So I, again, I think give the stage back to Shivangi and Swagata.
Thank you, Professor. It is a pleasure to point out that our extraordinary Dean, Professor A.K. Pani, is in our midst. Thank you, Professor Pani, for gracing us in this session. Now we'll move forward for Q&A. We have Mr. Jesu with us. So kindly ask a question.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My question is, in a highly volatile environment today, even companies, let alone companies, the sectors are getting rapidly disrupted. So in the context of business transformation, applying this, right, as a leader, how would I know what I really need to know about the whole landscape to transform my organization? It's more of a metaphysical question, but it becomes more relevant when you completely see the happening today, like sectors getting transformed so rapidly. How do you
Let me
see?
try and answer that metaphysical question slightly metaphysically. I think as a leader, as a leader, you need to know the things that you know, but you also need to know what you don't know, right? And you possibly can't know everything, right? And I'll go back to one of the points I made earlier. It's important as an organization to know that these are the certain set of things that we will have to also look at the outside world for inspiration, right? You can't be inward looking, and there are a set of things that you always have to rely on. For example, consultants, academia, looking at competition, looking at other industries for inspiration, because you can't just be you can't rely on what you know and what you're doing well. You have to look at other things as well to be really at the top of the game.
Right. And my sense is you also need to have the right frame of reference, right? So suppose I'm an airline, right? I can define myself as someone who specializes in air transport. I can also say that my mission is transportation, right? And it could be by air or by whatever. So I mean, it all depends upon how you define. So in terms of what you are saying, that as a leader, how do you know that you need to change, or how do you know that you need to transform yourself? I think you will have to be well read. You'll have to define the right frames of reference for yourself so that you can open yourself up and get out of your comfort zone. So if, for example, if you look at a Walmart, even 30 years ago, they used to be the most efficient retailer in the world. However, in the past 30 years, they have been able to shave off costs by another 22%. If they had said that, okay, let me benchmark against someone else, they would have always come out as no need to improve, right? But what they did was they started looking at smaller things. So for example, as a leader, if you really want to improve, you may, I said frame of reference. Number two, get into details. Essentially, what does that mean? It means that suppose if I look at profitability and I say I am the top tier in the within all my peer group, can I break it down? So can I go and see that when you look at profitability, can I break it down that this profitability, how much is coming from the products I'm selling, how much is coming from the capital I'm investing, and things like that. And then maybe where I'm not the best in class, I may try to improve there. So while overall I may be the best in class, there could be facets, right, where I'm not the best in class, and I'll try and improve upon there, and I'll again become better. Right. So I think those are 2 or 3 techniques, but I don't think there can be any generic technique. Essentially, you need a leader who's ambitious, who understands more than what only his industry is doing, right? And then he tries and improves upon. I think that's how I would look at it.
And just to add to what Anurag and Rahul are saying, I would say as a leader, you should keep asking, because that's very important. And one leader should have the ability to synthesize. If you keep asking and don't know how to synthesize, then you will fail. If you know only synthesis but no learning inputs, you will again fail. So you need both. You need that ability. You need both these skills. And this is how this entire process that Anurag mentioned, the whole process of engaging with the topic and with the conclusion, cannot happen unless you engage with those learning sources.
Thank you.
Now we'll go to KP. Yeah, Aditya? Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks a lot for this enlightening discussion. So I would like to start with saying that, so we have seen many companies doing a turnaround. So particular cases which I would like to talk about are especially like loss-making companies like JLR. So when Tata acquired it, okay, so it was one of the biggest turnarounds, I would say. And apart from this, there are companies like Motherson Sumis, which especially go into loss-making companies, and they acquire them and then they turn it around. So I wanted to understand how do they do it, and like what are the factors which go into this? So especially when the companies are making losses and you are as a company are going to buy them up and turn it around.
See, I think let me take that. There are a lot of factors, right? As an acquirer, folks like the example you said you took Motherson Sumi, etc. Sometimes the acquirer business is very synergistic to the acquiree business, the target. right? Sometimes they feel that the position they are in and what they buy together synergistically, they'll create a lot of value. Sometimes turnaround just happens because of that, and sometimes somebody has ability to change strategic directions and dimensions of a business, right? By acquiring a business, and the typical feature of turnaround and the cases that you said is stressed businesses are available at cheaper and throwaway valuation. So somebody who knows that they can turn around, they get attracted to it, buy that at a throwaway valuation, and turnaround happens through value creation. Now, it can happen through implementing a different strategy, uh, uh, bringing in better people, better technology, giving that business more market access, giving that business more customer base. It could be acquisition, could be as well a case of backward or a forward integration that automatically makes the combination a better business proposition. So, how do people do it? There are many answers to that, but yeah, it's about identifying the right target, fixing a right value to it, and so that whatever returns come out of it justify the your ROCs and ROAs. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Rakesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ashika, please go ahead with the question.
Thanks, Swagato. A very good evening to the panelists. It was a great pleasure to be a part of this discussion. Thanks a lot. So my question would be, business turnarounds are always difficult and of high risks. So for every Netflix, there is a Yahoo which attempted to pivot the operations but failed at the end. So how does a company go about de-risking the business turnarounds?
Frankly, there is no option, I would say, because if you don't de-risk, then there's no survival, right? So, but I think turnaround requires a lot of things. One is, and the panelists have spoken about it earlier in the session, that I think Rahul mentioned that to have the purpose, the vision laid out, to get the right team in place, to ensure that the team is bought into the purpose and the vision, and they have all access to all the resources like technology, tools, and information, etc. So I think it's just about getting all the right things, setting up a vision, a purpose, setting up a team right, and getting the team to act together are basic ingredients of a turnaround. And I would say, if you don't de-risk it, then a turnaround doesn't happen and there's no survival. So I think de-risking happens quite but naturally.
So Ashika, just understand that turnaround is not an option. See, transformation is an option. Turnaround is not an option. It's like on the deathbed, either you'll not survive or you'll have to turn around, right? So it's not an option.
Yeah.
Understood, sir. Thank you so much.
Next, we have a question from Ms. Gupta.
Thanks. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Yeah.
Thanks. So thanks for this wonderful session. I think this is extremely enlightening. And since it is related to transformation, my quick question on that. Today, sustainability is a part of transformation. I think, like as we all know, and we agree with that. From your industry experience, how do you think, what are the readiness or the transformation challenges, as you discussed about alignment, what, how, why, purpose alignment, co-creation, turnaround, transformation? So how do you think about like organizations being sustainable, or what are the challenges they could expect?
All right. So if I can go first, and then please the other panel members can add. See, I think sustainability and digital, these two things are very interesting because they are both enablers as well as reasons for the transformation, right? So if we talk about sustainability, I think essentially what has happened is that the license to play is becoming dependent on sustainability itself. Think about the mines in Australia, which Adani is trying to pick up, right? Or you take other examples across the world, right? So it is becoming imperative to even play in the market. So therefore, sustainability is becoming important. Number two, there are businesses where the customers are demanding sustainability. And number three, there are places where becoming sustainable is actually commercially better. Think about renewables, right? So today, if you want electricity produced through coal, the most efficient people, which is NTPC, are able to produce it at about 3.7 to 3.8 rupees per unit. You can get the same thing at about 2.2, 2.3, 2.4 rupees a unit through the solar plants, right? So sustainability is about license to play. It is about consumer demand, and it is also about being commercially the right choice to make, right? So therefore, the businesses, what they are trying to do is, everyone is absolutely going to do what is the right business choice, right? If it cuts my cost, I'm going to do it. So what you are seeing is that if you look at the power sector, most people are trying to kind of put in their efforts over there, right? And then then these are the other two things where depending upon who you are, where you are, what pledges you have taken, you are doing it. And the fourth force which is forcing it is on the regulatory front, right? So government is mandating, and there are institutions which are mandating that what is the expectation, right, for you to be able to play in the market in terms of being sustainable or the sustainable practices. So these are the four forces which are kind of shaping this up in terms of the transformation.
I'll quickly add to that. I think I agree fully with what Anurag said. I think until a few years ago, sustainability was fashionable. Let me put it that way, right? It made for good headlines. It made for good, let's say, communication PR. I think now sustainability really also makes a lot of business sense. It's actually become an imperative across most sectors, if not all. And I think now most large organizations have taken sustainability goals, although they are a bit further out in the future than all of us would like. But now most organizations have sustainability goals firmly in their vision, and obviously there are plans both short term, mid term, and long term to get to those goals. But now I think they are firmly in the core of the business rather than being at the sidelines of their thinking.
Just echoing this, one of the things which I find it very interesting is sustainability is a force that is impacting everybody, whether you're small or large, or whether you're in traditional industry, new industry, B2B, B2C. Actually, I find a lot of the businesses which are waking up to this whole realization that sustainability is a part of your design. It's a part of your transformation design. It's no longer a separate agenda. Let's take an example of automotive, like energy and the things is obvious. Even automotive tier 3 player, even the smallest player, when they want to export, or even into B2C, when they want to supply to a Walmart or to Amazon or whatever, it is becoming an imperative that they have to comply with sustainability related changes that their businesses need to bring in. Because otherwise, again, it goes back to the whole earlier point that we talked about survival. They won't survive tomorrow if they don't put this as a part of the design of this the transformation. So that's very critical. It's over encompassing.
Thank you, panelists. I think that answers your question, Sangeeta.
Yes, thanks so much. I think, yeah, I really appreciate it.
All right, panelists, thank you for your time. We are really grateful for our panelists to take their time out on a weekend, that too, from their busy schedule, and sharing their personal experiences on the topic. I definitely learned a lot as I'm moving forward in a career of consultancy. So this was truly something that was enriching for me. And again, we are deeply grateful for each one of you for joining us here today. So thank you all. We'll be moving forward to the next session now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Wishing everyone all the best. Thank you.
Cheers.
Now we have Pulkit.
Now I would like to hand over the virtual platform to Pulkit for the welcome of next host.
So Shivangi, are we taking a break or should we start right off?
Pulkit, we are continuing.
Yeah, am I audible? Hello?
Yeah. We are continuing.
Yeah, sure. Just a second. All right. So a very good afternoon, everyone again, and welcome to Fulcrum, the Kautilya Consulting Conclave event today. We are extremely honored to bring forth the next session of the Conclave, addressed by Mr. Vivek Kamra. We are pleased to have Mr. Kamra, Managing Director of Alvarez and Marshall India, for the event. He is the Managing Director with A&M Corporate Transformation and Performance Improvement Practice in India. He leads A&M's global steel practice as well as business technology and digital practice. He served as the President of India Operations at JK Tyre Industries Limited. He also served as the President and CEO at Naxsteel Holdings P Limited, Last Steel Long Products and Solutions. Along with, also he was in charge of Tata Steel Limited Tubes Division. He is a seasoned leader with over 27 years of experience, having led and guided businesses for 15 years as board members, president, CEO, and profit center heads across industries, including steel, construction, and automotive parts. Operated in 5 countries, including India, Singapore, China, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Australia. He led major business transformations and executed several business projects and initiatives in operations, supply chain management, marketing and sales, organization design, and structure with a strong accent on adoption of new technologies, IT, and digital. He holds a bachelor's in technology in metallurgical engineering from IIT Powai. Further, he completed his advanced senior management program with INSEAD and a 1-year business management program with XLRI. So we welcome to the Conclave, Vivek sir. It's an absolute honor to have you with us. We're all very excited for this keynote session and we look forward to learn from your experiences. With this, I pass on the floor to you, sir. Thank you. You're not audible, sir. Please unmute.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I actually attended the last session. I enjoyed listening to your questions, so I will try and answer some of them in my own way as well. So thank you for having me. I don't know if Mr. Sinha is on the call, but could talk a little bit about him and what we did together. So happy to be here, and it's a good you guys gave me a good session. So, you know, the questions and the thoughts about turnarounds and discussing how companies transform is something which which we have chosen as the topic that I'm going to take with you as to how do you really execute? What does it take to execute? If I could, I would be a billionaire if I could actually tell you that this can be done in a formula, and I'm giving you a set of rules to follow, and you'll be able to turn around companies. I guess all of us would, if we could do that. I'm going to just use some of my thoughts. I've tried to put some pictures together to share with you. So I'm going to just share the screen with you. Just tell me if you can see. Can you
yes,
see
sir.
that?
Clearly.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So I'm not. I had met some of you. We had a panel. I don't know if this was the same batch or this was a batch, a different batch. So good to be you again. I'm assuming everyone on this day is talking about how exciting consultants are, and how exciting a consultant career is, and how consultants can be brought in. I heard something that we were discussing a little bit about, you know, how the ecosystem will work to help companies turn around, which Professor Mukherjee was taking in the review. So we'll touch upon a few of those interesting questions that you had also during my session. We come from a personally, if I can spend 2 minutes about Pulkit more than required. But we come from a operating background, so I've worked in Tata Steel for 25 years, of which the last 12 years was in business leadership roles, where I was either running the supply chain, followed by running the pipes business, and then went on to run Nat Steel. Then moved to an Indian company, JK. And my passion has been to try to do things differently, and therefore moved on. If I could help and support other companies in driving change. So I'm going to share with you some stuff which you know, but I just want to bring it in so that it's something that you have heard many times before, but it's still worth reiterating because these are hard truths. And I believe human beings as individuals are fantastic, but are a disaster. So you see situation, and what are the types of companies that really click, and how long do they click for? You see stark examples of why they actually, and there's so many books written about companies that are amazing, and then 10 years later, those companies are not so amazing any longer. I guess this data, you know, I'm sure that it's been shared before, but 50% of leaders rate implementation as strategy. I think strategy today is something which people don't talk about as much as they used to talk about yesterday, because your strategy changed given the dynamism and the much world, and change in policy, change in environment, change in technology, change in and you know, we'll share examples very quickly. But the fact remains that from the time you think of something to the time you execute it, or the ability to execute, there is a big how to get it done, which companies often struggle with, particularly in this day and age. So you talked about some of these, right, in your turnaround and how corporate transformation is taking place, right? These are all famous companies in the years which have moved. Some of them have still not turned around, and some of them, as you're aware, have turned around. Unfortunately, I have been involved in one of them, sorry, which I will talk about a bit later. But these are definitely companies, all of them at some point in time were situations where they were really looked up to, whereas today they actually, some of them don't even have a chance to turn around. And then there are, you've seen large corporations also. So these are individual entities. But I wanted to also that large corporations with all the resources that you can come up with have also failed in many situations. So, I mean, these are just 2 or 3 examples, but you find a Walmart with all the resources under its belt, all the experience, they can buy if they want. They could have stayed in, but they set up the grocery market in terms. These are examples which are not so TED and Walmart. TED was the budget airline which United floated, but never was able to execute. The Nano, I involved with the Nano myself. I developed a couple of components for them. is something that when came up, all of us were full of pride. Man, this is an amazing, vision. But we moved on, right? It was a good experiment, but it didn't work. And companies with the kind of resources of this size were not able to execute strategy as they had set out to execute. Well, Tata is now moved on and looking good in its electric strategy, but it is a reality that these are companies that were set up by very large corporates with all the resources in the world. I mean, they don't have a shortage of manpower, they don't have a shortage of leadership, they don't have funds, resources. But these are stories that you hear. And of course, there are companies which did turn around, went into a spot, pulled their socks, and today are back on track. And in fact, some of these are one of these is one of the most valuable. So these are companies that did get into a spot, they did figure out what to do, and then they turned around. So really, there is no secret sauce. As individuals and human beings, as managers, as leaders, you have to put in your best. Sometimes timing helps you. For example, in the case of SR Steel, as it was bought out by we were able to turn that around. There were some tailwinds which helped us with a good market. Today, it's the new CEO talks about it in every forum as to how they have brought that back. There are many, as I think one of the panelists earlier said, there are many things that go into a turnaround. And what I thought I'll share with you is some of my personal experiences in managing and working with companies and looking at situations and seeing how businesses can actually light of day actually see a change in the way they are operated. And how do we, what are the things that actually, what are the challenges that are faced in today's world? Answer questions. In fact, I'm going to raise a lot of more questions for you to think about during this next 10 minutes. So it's more, if you had questions at the end of this session, you'll have even more questions, even more doubts as to how the hell do you do these, how the hell companies to really deliver exceptional results, build back, what goes to what goes. I also heard a couple of questions. I think there was a lot of things said about alignment. I'm going to spend a lot of time on alignment. Why I'm going to spend time on alignment is because this is actually the key issue that corporates face and actually get stuck in. You have working groups, right? Some of you have work experience, some of you worked in organizations already, but some of you also have working groups, like you do case studies together. If you're in a good case study group, you'll have one person who takes the leadership, gets everyone together, synthesizes how we'll go about responding to this group activity. And there'll be situations, at the end of the day, you're dealing with, you're doing a joint project. At the end of the day, someone says, okay, let's just do it. Whatever khichdi comes out, we'll just deliver this as an output, as an outcome. And exactly this happens on a larger scale in organizations. So can you imagine there are thousands of bright people working in organizations, each with a different bias. If you write a book on biases, there's 350 human biases. So human beings as individuals, like I said, are very smart, but as a group are a disaster. and when they work in groups, how do you build across various individuals who form part also of organizations, departments, divisions. So the amount of time that needs to be spent and the focus to be to alignment is there is no the less you can't stop talking about it. There is so much to talk about in terms of how companies, how divisions, departments, companies get aligned. And one of the things that one of the success stories in the recent case which I was talking about is about aligning various stakeholders, lenders, the previous owners, new owners, management teams, and consultants. How do you get everyone together, including policymakers and the ecosystem around, physical ecosystem around these companies, which all now play a role in managing organizations. I'm going to spend an enormous time on alignment and my thoughts on alignment and what goes into alignment. Lots of books are written on alignment. Lots of things have been said about alignment, but it's still not enough in my view. There is so much that we need to do to alignment, and the biggest thing that alignment requires is humility. Multiple levels of humility. It's not only the leader only cannot be humble. The people who work in that ecosystem require to have humility. Of course, you can't do business without being capable and understanding what you're doing. So capability is definitely a pillar in delivering effective execution. You have a good strategy, you think it through. I feel strategy is much hyped. I don't know how you guys feel, but my personal view is it's easy to make a strategy. A lot of us know what to do, but to actually do it and get it done is what really takes blood, sweat, and tears sometimes, and of course alignment. The third thing that's now become critical, and I may not have 30 years back you built a strategy, and I'll share with you the case at the Tata Pipes business 10 years back, which Mr. Sinha and then brought out, developed a strategy, and then passed on the baton to me. We'll turn that around in a 4-year period. This whole maybe 4 to 6 year period, including the strategic element of it. But you don't have that luxury any longer. You don't have 4 to 6 years any longer. I mean, in current situation, if you're not back, of course, we were part of a larger group, so we had the comfort of the Tata Steel business, which allowed us to take take that 4 to 6 years. But given the way things change today, your expectation for turnaround is much shorter. I mean, we go to clients and they say, okay, what 6 months? What can you do in 9 months? And often I have the question, I'm dying to ask them, you haven't done it for 5 years. Why do you expect me to do it in 6 months? This is something which I keep going back to, keep dying to ask my clients. But then, they won't have me over if I do that. So I smile and say, okay, let me figure out what I can do, what we can do in 6 months. And I keep putting them up in the front and saying, look, if you're not buying into this, there's no way I'm getting into this. And everyone expects speed, and we'll talk about speed. I won't spend too much time on this because I think it's quite obvious. You expect speed today. You want to put something on your, you have to go to a party and you've forgotten to buy, and you say, okay, I can get a dress. I want it in 6 hours, and then if I don't like it, I'll return it. I want you to pick it up also the next day. So all of us are now, as they say, feel the need for speed. So I won't spend too much time on that. I'll touch upon it. But the organizations have to feel the sense of urgency at every point in time. And these are the three things that I feel today, from a thinking perspective, from a framework perspective, is something, as you look at how to change culture, how to drive performance, how to convert a strategy into reality, we as individuals should think about. Alignment. Why alignment? Till a few years back, if you could get your customers, suppliers, and employees aligned, it was good enough. The problem is now the ecosystem is also larger. So you need to align your board. The board needs to make sure that it is works within a framework. You need to align with policy, so government policy, more and more imposing itself on the framework and the rules with which you need to work in. You guys sustainability. So whichever industry you look at is now talking about sustainability. You open any mature company annual statement, and the first thing that the CEO is talking about is sustainability. Someone in the previous discussion said, it used to be a fashionable statement, but now now you have to do it. So that is reality. So you have communities around are far more powerful, and we've seen this in many industries, particularly in heavy industries. Communities become very crucial because you're going into their lands, you're developing large organizations around where they live. That's an area which is of critical focus going forward. Suppliers always are critical. The supplier ecosystem has become important. So if your supplier has child labor, you're responsible. So you're not just you're not just saying that I have to take my back. I have to take care of my back end as well. So it's becoming more and more interesting to handle the entire supply chain end to end. Earlier, you could just place orders on Bangladesh and make sure you get your get your cheapest. But that luxury isn't there any longer. You will require a sustainability report from each of your suppliers in the years to come. And lastly, of course, the whole has access to what you do today. And there's so many people who have an opinion, right? You have all these people who are on blogs and they're influencers, and they'll write, oh, this is what's happened. This product you shipped to me had this issue. You have to deal with a lot of people now on the media, on the net. People who just think that they know better than you, and they will write about your organization, about your people, about what you, even if they're not directly influenced by you. You can't stop anyone. The world, and more an open world. Just to close on that, the alignment is not an issue. So as an individual, as a leader, as a team, organizations have to deal with it. You have to deal with it. And in the example I gave you on SR Steel, we had to in a turnaround situation, which you were just talking about a few. So I just wanted to take that example. We had the erstwhile promoters, management team. We had the bidders who were looking for investing in this asset. We had the lenders themselves. You had the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. You had the NCLT. You had the resolution professionals in the system, and you had the government. And how do, because this is such a large business, it's a $4-5 billion business. No one wants it to fail. It's too big to fail. There's too much money. There's 40,000 crores. I mean, that's not a small money. It's 42,000 crores on the table. How do you, 49, sorry, the loan was 49,000. How do you get this money back? And this is your and my money, right? It's going to go from, if it sinks, someone has to fund it. So the ecosystem who we had to deal with, work closely with, bring everyone together, saying, guys, if the operations do well, we will all benefit. So while companies are in insolvency, really trying to make sure that they do well. They bring, and the whole purpose of the moratorium in an insolvency period is that the whole purpose of the moratorium is, let's see how much money this company can really make, and can we bring it back shape. And it's been our philosophy as a firm to see what best organization, because organization fails at one end because it's a shitty strategy, and at all, sorry for my language, but the strategy sucks. There was no way it would work in any case. And on the other spectrum, the strategy is great, but there's a bunch of people who didn't know how to manage it. So it could be anywhere in the spectrum. Good ecosystem, I won't say consultant, what good teams would need to do is to identify where the problem is and bring people in that ecosystem together to say that this is what can be done, whether it's a prospective buyer, whether it's the lenders, whether the communities that are impacted by it, bring the management team together, say this is what we think that can be done in this organization, and see if you can execute it. You want to align continuously every day, every week, depending on what. We actually got lenders to invest during the insolvency period, saying if you don't invest, you lose the buyers, because if they don't see change, you're not going to get the value you're going to get. And lo and behold, lenders were on board. The lenders invested. They may not have invested, another 20,000 crores, but they invested hundreds of crores in that period. And what did we get? We got one of the highest returns in an insolvency case ever in the history of the company. So involving stakeholders, getting them involved, aligning them has become more and more difficult. Internally itself, alignment is difficult. Forget about external. And we kept talking about how to motivate teams, how to run them. Large organizations have a huge, and this is something I've picked up from a book. So I don't want to be pulled out for plagiarism, but this is something which I really liked, and I encourage you to read this. It's 6 Simple Rules. It's beautifully written book, and I mean, it's not all from that, but some of my thoughts here, and he calls it as managing the stupid machine. Why do we call it managing a stupid machine? Look at the right-hand side. What do? You have a problem on cost, or you have a problem on quality. You say, okay, you put a quality department. A quality department sits on top of the operations department and checks what they do. So quality also has to have its KPIs. Structure follows strategy. So then you have complications of aligning quality and operation. Whereas if the operator is told you have to give me only quality output, you don't need a quality. I'm just exaggerating. Quality has other roles, but just taking that as an example. In so many situations in organizations, what do? You just put more people, or put a department, or you put. So, for example, this problem of standardization and customization, whereas the design engineer fancy designs, and making it better and better for the customer. At the back end, you're telling procurement, please standardize. And people have found solutions there, by the way. There's, platform, particularly in automotive. They've used the strategies, which essentially did what? Said, stop this, yeah. Stop having two people with two different KPIs. One person saying standardize, one person saying customize. Said, what do? You build a standard platform. And now you innovate on that platform. You build the right framework to give each person the ability to be himself or herself, right? So you don't tell a design guy, you please look at cost. You tell a design guy, this is my platform. Now think in out of the box, in this box, if I can put it that way. But this is something which we face every day in organizations. You have pulls. So people wonder why I can't get this done. Because how do you get people to work together? You've given him a cost KPI and you've given him or her a feature-rich KPI. How are you going to make margins? And often companies go into this loop. They keep struggling between these pulls. Whereas, what may be right is either just take a single, the 3 strategy approach. So either you have product superiority, you have cost competitiveness, excuse me, or you have what they call customer intimacy. You take one of these 3, but very often people are not able to do it because you want to do everything for him. You keep saying, I can't be everything to everybody. But are you able to make those strategic options on an ongoing basis? Because some customer has come, some competitor, has come in with a new age product, market share. So, I have to do something about it. So how do you get the internal quote unquote stupid machine to operate? How do you get people to align? And on the right hand side, I've tried to share what we all do, right? We said communicate. Professor Mukherjee said communicate extensively. Everybody knows that. I'm sorry, not to offend, but it's a fact. We know this. I mean, it's written. We learn it. We have people like you go in, have studied all this. You go into organizations. Even those organizations are not able to align. And what do we do in this strategic alignment? We just say, okay, now we attach one more department and we get into these circles of desperately trying to align everyone. Whereas what you short circuit and cut create that alignment through removing some of the that make us think. And often sometimes you say very firm, rigid KPIs. There's always this. I give you a rigid KPI and you only your blinker. And all you can think about is your KPI. But when you're in a larger context, when you understand the organization, you're able to understand the context of that KPI in every situation. So here you have a KPI and you have an individual who understands that, and you have an individual who only knows that KPI. So his blinker or approach that I have a KPI, I'm only going to get this. And 90% of people we are. Especially when it comes, right? So this is what I've been expected to do. This is what I'm going to do. This is what you're measuring me on. And you tell them, no, it's in a context. What? At the end of the day, it's I have to show this in my year-end this thing. So just spending the amount of time there is. What do you need to align? You need to align strategy to operations. You need to align strategy to people. You need to align people to each other. So how continuously get people to align is something which particularly in the case of large strategic execution, I don't want to misuse the word large, but in case of complex execution, alignment is so important, which is continuously bringing people to understand where they are going. is there is no end to focusing on this. You will use the tools on the right on this page all the time. I'm not belittling the need, but as I'm going to share with you later, there is an element that brings this together. You need to continuously align strategy. You need the other thing which you learn in organizations is the org structure is not necessarily how decisions are taken. All organizations have what is called a social operating mechanism. They have an informal power network. Who actually calls the shots? It's not the form which you have in organizations. This is something as you grow in organizations, you learn more and more. Who calls the shots varies in organizations, and it is not the formal structure. There are CEOs who don't take decisions. CEOs don't take decisions, by the way. They only take the decisions they're supposed to take. They don't take sales decisions. They don't take pricing decisions. They allow the know to take decisions. The higher you go, the less you know about that specific subject. The good CEOs have the humility to allow others to take decisions, because the right decisions are taken at the right place at the right time with speed. At the moment it goes all the way to the top, the biases keep building and you lose speed in an organization. So how do you get the guy who's taking the decision on the field, in the front, whether it's an operating decision on the shop floor, whether it's a customer decision in my service industry on a call, or it's a cost decision from a supplier, it's a pricing decision to a supplier, right? How do you get everyone to align? I mean, there are thousands of people in an organization, right? How do you give him or her that confidence to align? One of the biggest things that I find, and like I said, I'm going to spend a lot of time in alignment and share experiences with you. One of the things that I find in some of these companies, and it's obvious that, and I can probably as someone who's worked in the Tatas for 25 years, one of the things that they bring to the table is what I call a trust hierarchy. What is a trust hierarchy? I never second guess someone who works for me and vice versa. We trust each other from the CEO to the board. Now, if you can build a trust hierarchy, what are you doing? The first thing you're doing is you're not second guessing your colleague, peer, partner, junior, senior. You're doing, you know that everyone's at least has the common goal and is not self-centered, is his or her own selfish outcomes. That trust hierarchy is something which some of these organizations, I'm not saying Tata is the only, some of the successful organizations build, is a trust hierarchy. That's an amazing power to have in an organization, and that makes alignment that much easier. So there are many such mechanisms that go into, there are many things that go into getting aligned. People need to, a shop, or you go in to buy something. What do you look for in a salesperson? Some people, you might have lots of theories on this, but what you look essentially for is trust, that he or she is looking out to get you the right shoe or the or whatever you're going to buy, right? So to a brand, the whole thing about brand, what is the whole concept of brand is around trust. That I trust that this brand will not have any whatever. You can take food for that example, because you have to trust what you're going to eat, right? More than anything else. So I trust that I'm going to get no poison in my food. So the organizations that are able to build a trust hierarchy, break the shackles at least of the first thing, that I don't have to worry about why I'm taking these decisions. Understanding the social rhythms of decision making in a company. This is another critical thing that you learn as a leader, as someone who's guiding organizations, as someone who's driving change. You can't bring change if you don't understand the informal network, the social mechanisms that work in an organization's decision making. How do you leverage, as we call them, integrators or opinion leaders? Inside the system, those are the people who actually have power over this informal network. I think something is right. They have the ability to spread that goodness in their sphere and get people along. How do you build these 3-4 things to? Who do you talk to? If you want to bring change, who do you start communicating with? And you know it'll proliferate. It'll know that it'll go through. How do you get one or two? How do you get the momentum going when you're trying to bring big change? How do you get the momentum going? Start, because if you don't, often you're not able to not even start. You have to push start. Not functioning with our old cards used to be push started, right? How do you get that push started? Role of leadership. You'll never be short of talking about the role of leadership. And having talked about alignment, I guess you get alignment, but you don't have to put it. And the complexity of capability is becoming more and more, because the amount of new things I have to do at a shorter period of time has gone up. So how do I building capable people? How do I keep having the humility? We just talked about it. Good leaders know what they don't know. That's fine. But then they need to know what they don't know and then acquire knowledge so that they know. They know, but the organization needs. So the leader may not know, but the organization needs to know how to deliver outcome. So how do we crowdsource information? And capability is now coming from everywhere. Open source programming, right? People are using everyone's capability to build their capability. Crowdsourcing, common now. Getting and more learning with COVID. We are hopefully we'll be able to. I still can't learn in a non-classroom environment. I keep pushing my son, you better go to class and learn, because in my view, it's very difficult to learn online. I'd rather have this as a live session, sitting with you, right, and talking to you. So I can see I can make eye contact. I can see if you're getting. Oh God, this I've heard so many times before, but I can't do it now. I mean, I can see some of you. But you can switch off, and today what's happening in online. I mean, I know if we are in meetings, you have more than 4 or 5 people in a meeting. That guy has gone off, and he's, oh, my network went bad. So how your people to be able to continuously learn, bring that learning in, and talent is not. Yeah, you've all been hearing about the great attrition. I mean, this is the most popular subject amongst, particularly in consulting in the last 1 year. This is the most popular topic. People are leaving us like hordes because they are joining a startup. They don't want to work 24/7 online. So you're seeing this whole great people are finding themselves. So they are going out to, so the Gen, whatever the letters in the alphabet, but latest Gen does not have, what we used to have, which is the bottom hierarchy needs. I had to keep my job because I didn't have any dad who would fund me. And of course, getting knowledge from outside, absorbing it, and delivering strategy. I mean, I want an omni-channel organization. How many companies have been able to deliver? So easy to understand. I'll put my clothes online. Tomorrow, everyone will buy. I still have my stores. How many people have cracked it? Yeah, nobody. So easy to understand, right? You put it on web, make fancy pictures, get people to come in your site, pick up products. If they want physically, they can pick up something and then go physically pick up. How are companies changing to online? How do you build that capability? I have online. Companies want to do D2C. And I have heard CEOs say, I cannot depend on my internal team to build a D2C capability because we are way too slow. The CEO is telling you this. That I have to acquire a startup, otherwise there's no way I'm going to build this capability internally. It's going to take me years. And then coming to the last point. So why are they saying that I have to acquire? Need for speed. Because if you don't deliver your history, all of us are saying, in many industries, we are saying, if we are not able to figure out how to manage our digital strategy, we're going to be history. Everyone's talking about that. We are going to be history if we're not able to change quickly, to be able to adopt to the internet, to a fast changing consumer, to a fast changing B2B system, to implement and execute various new strategies, to quickly, in 2030, the entire European 2050, sorry, steel business. I'm 25 years in steel shed. In 2050, all the steel making. You guys are in Jamshedpur, so you better know about steel making. The blast furnace is a technology which in 20% of Europe makes steel in the blast furnace route. 2050, all have to shut. And if they don't, if they're not in the right track, maybe even before that, all have to shut. Not keep 20%, 30%. They all have to change. So by 2030, a lot of them are saying we'll do at least 30% of our existing capacities, we will change. Now, you might think that 7 years is a lot, but if you've walked in time in a steel plant, if you see the scale and the infrastructure and the size of operation, the investment that go into it, you'll realize that's huge. It is just to stabilize operation takes 2 to 3 years in plants like this. So I'm just taking one such example. So the need for us to quickly execute is so high. And how do you do that? How do you do that? I mean, what is it that organizations to move fast? So you have to align, you have to get people to know how to do it fast. All three. The insolvency board said that the CIRP process should last. For the first time they came up with it, they said should last for 180 days. Then they said, okay, we'll allow it 80 days. So they gave some leeway. And then you keep getting extensions on that, right? Can you deliver it? So the need for doing things quickly requires us, to get everyone aligned, get people who know how to solve problems effectively, quickly, and do it fast. How do you do it? You want an industry expert. Often I find, when we go for consulting projects, they said, we want to do this quickly, so we need an industry expert. So I got an industry expert, 20 years industry expertise. I put him in front of him. He says, oh, now you got me an industry expert, but now he can't think out of the box. He's an industry. So how do all of us tackle the fact that you need both industry expertise, but you need to be nimble enough to be able to think that this industry is going to revive, change, transform in the next few years. A lot of my thinking and the work requires us to every day look at what needs to be done today. Especially in transformation cases where I'm just taking in from the previous this thing, and A&M, some of you may have heard, as a firm prides itself in turnarounds, transformation. We are synonymous with that. The need for understanding what's happening every day is so high that the less, again, be overemphasized on this subject. And it's your relevance. You need to have speed, because otherwise you'll be irrelevant. You need to have speed because you can't in turnaround situations, you have to stop the outflow, right? You need to keep jobs. You need to manage investors. So you need to respond fast in everything that you do. And just if you think just you are asking for speed when you to your retail outlets, no, sorry, everyone's asking for speed. So if you expect speed from your provider, how can you as an individual in an organization not have the same mindset that I have to deliver speed? Right? No one likes to wait in line any longer, right? Whether it's at an airport, you want automated boarding passes, everything needs to move fast. Often we don't realize when we are sitting in our situation, we have to move faster and do. How do you improve speed? And the best ways to improve speed are to let IT take decisions, be data driven. So human beings cannot be data driven. It's not possible because we have too much, we have too many biases. They'll say childhood issues, this issue, that issue, that issue. What recency bias, whatever, so many biases. I can, like I said earlier, you can write books on that. So how do you kill biases? You hardwire. You don't allow human beings to take decisions. You allow data-driven decisions. AI. Here comes artificial intelligence and the bot. Yeah. So leverage AI. It's a fact. Human beings are not good at taking decisions. Human beings are flawed. A bot will never make a mistake. Human being while typing will make a mistake. So more and more, you have to leverage IT, AI, bot, ML, AI, ML, more and more popular. Why? Because you and I are flawed. Don't mind my being a little pushy here, but that is reality. How do you bring? How do you short circuit decision making? How do you really take? Then what you'll say is you take real decisions only need to be taken. The complex need to be taken by human beings. Left for you to think about. But in sum up, I've taken a little more time than I expected to. But to sum up, I think just on a lighter note, the energy to get things done, the passion about saying, look, we can do this, getting everyone aligned to it, doing it with speed, understanding who are the people and the team I need to deliver are out of the key elements that you need to think about. There's no. You will go into transformations. We have tried to do transformations which have not worked. I'm still working on one which I'm finding I'm not able to deliver. Then I'm looking for excuses as to why I'm not able to deliver. But it's a fact. In many situations you can't deliver. There are some situations where we have delivered. Transformed the tube and pipe business in Tata, as I talked to you with Rana. Transformed SR Steel, $4 billion, brought in, transformed the plant in Singapore. Can't transform a 200 crore company. Not able to get it right. It's a fact. But what I mean, this is leadership is much, everything that you say, okay, leadership can leadership, it's leadership. It's but it's true. And you have different types of leaders. You need to bring together, whether it's individual leadership or it's team leadership. Ideally, it's team leadership where people are aligned and work together closely at the top, can bring about. And it is about getting things done. At the end of the day, you might have the best technology, you might have the best people, you might have the best strategy. Getting things done is about being there every day and being able to deliver those outcomes in continuously, being there for the team and being a leader. Now, again, I'm eulogizing leadership, but there is something that makes a difference, and There are so many things that are there. Like we described, the best of companies have not been able to hit some strategies. I'm going to stop here. I think I've taken a little more than I wanted to, and happy to take questions.
Insightful indeed, Mr. Vivek. I would like to request the audience to raise their hands if they have any kind of questions. Mr. Vivek, can you stop sharing your screen?
How do I do that?
You must be having a stop share button on the top of your screen, maybe.
Yep, correct.
Yeah.
We use Teams most of the time, so more familiar with Teams.
No problem at all. Can we have the questions from the audience, please? Please raise your hand if you have questions.
Okay, I think it's been a long day.
Yeah, no, we definitely have questions for you because we have so many specialized profiles today. So there are people who have questions for everyone. So I would like to call upon Nikita to ask a question.
Am I audible?
Yes, Nikita, you're audible.
So thank you, sir, for an engaging session. My question is, before any new technology can be integrated or implemented, like those in charge, they spend a lot of time in research and also in identifying all the possible risks that go in, that might result in inability or ineffectiveness of the new technology. So what kind of strategy can be adopted for embracing this change?
I think often we spend less time in planning. I don't have a ready answer for it. I think in any technology adoption, the time spent in planning and developing your roadmap, understanding the impact of the technology adoption, and of course the tenacity of going with it day to day. The same rules, being there and ensuring that you're navigating the risks that are associated with the new technology on an ongoing basis are the only ways to handle it. So much more intense planning, which is taking your time to make detailed plans, including de-risking plans as to option B or plan A, plan B, plan C. And then in the execution process, monitoring it in what I call short interval control cycles. That are we getting what we wanted to do? So, of course, if it's sometimes technologies common, sometimes technologies are at the heart of business failure. Risk profile of what your activity is may vary. So you might adopt a technology, say, to improve service levels by 10%. The risk there may be much less than saying, look, I use my entire delivery process is changed. I'm adopting a new, either a manufacturing process or a service process, completely changing the heart of what I run. The risk there is different. You might take a different position there. You might say, I'll run my I'll run with my existing, and then parallelly run this. Once this succeeds, then I will make my old technology obsolete. So there are many ways to de-risk adoption of, and it depend on the risk profile of what you're attempting.
Thank you so much, Nikita, for your question. So we have a question from Mr. Siddharth Gupta, and he's traveling, so he cannot unmute himself. So I'll just read out the question for you. His question is how to balance the speed of improvement with speed of change without compromising the current operational efficiency of any organization. Do you want me to repeat?
I missed a bit of what you said. How do you
So
balance the speed of
how
change?
do you balance the speed of improvement with speed of change without compromising the current operational efficiency of any organization?
That's so similar to Nikita's question, right? if I am bringing about a change in my operation, it does come at a cost, but the cost of the benefit of the change I bring need to far out the operating issues. So, for example, if I'm going to shut down a plant, or I'm going to shut down an operation, whether it's a service operation, physical operation for a few days, the revenue loss there, does my new adoption or my new change take care of that? I'm just, and that this logic can be extended to any situation. The same Nikita asked, right? How do I de-risk any change that I bring to the system? And the whole issue about capability comes in there, right? That the need for speed of change, how does it risk, how can it improve business? And the reason why you're changing is because you know that it's going to give you a benefit, right? So otherwise, why are you changing? So if there is a need for speed in what you're delivering, obviously you're clear that these are the outcomes I'm looking at.
Definitely, sir. Thank you, Mr. Siddharth, for your question. Now I would like to call Piyush Vedadri for his question.
Thank you so much, sir, for a delightful session. So my question was regarding, I guess, one of the initial slides itself, you've talked about how strategy fails and how for the success of strategy, when you're defining it, you need to really think about all the people who are in the decision-making process throughout the entire organization. And you need to understand how these people make decisions at their levels, right? And so if I had to think about it, like from a leader or from a CEO's perspective, like how can they be clued in, and how can they gather this understanding on a continuous basis in an organization, so that they can, formulate a strategy which actually works?
Yeah. No, so in the best of organizations, and it's been seen universally, there is never obviously there are some CEOs who as individuals have been able to drive the energy and the capability to drive an entire organization. They have the ability to go out and I think even in the previous session people talked about leadership. There are definitely people who have that energy and have proven that kind of energy in their ability and driven massive change across organizations. But the best performing organizations definitely work in teams, undoubtedly. They figure out how to do this alignment. So, for example, you have top teams, effectiveness of top teams, how do they sit together? What are you remember I mentioned the word, what are the social operating mechanisms in an organization? How do you build a business to, want to achieve certain outcomes, whether it's a change outcome or it's just a new strategy? How do you get a set of processes, you get a set of decision-making mechanisms, or what I call operating mechanism, and that drives those are driven by the business outcome, KPIs. So the whole structure of KPIs, but how to make it, how to give people a context of their KPI. Very difficult to do. Human being, like I said, we're very limited as human beings, are not smart. We all think we're smart. We're not smart. The KPI is reasonably dhakkans. The problem is how do you get individuals to think about the context in their KPI? Very difficult to give. So sometimes, what we say that, good KPIs and hit KPIs hard and drive KPIs to the last level so that people are driven to their KPI. It's not always the best strategy. Yeah, I don't want to use the word strategy, but it's not always the best. It can be risky because then people get siloed and they only look at their KPIs. So how do you handle that then? KPIs are in a context, right? Cut cost. If I cut cost and all my machines are failing at the customer end, is not so. Am I telling my procurement guy, cut cost, but ... How does he take care of his but? Yeah. So so you'll find so many situations where we get into working again. But a long answer to your question, but it is about building a culture with a social operating mechanism, review structures, where people take collective responsibility of the outcomes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer, sir. I think we have one more question with Saurabh. But Saurabh, can you send me a question? I'll send it over to Vivek, sir, as the paucity of time does not allow us, and we have a panel waiting for us in the lobby. So I would like to extend my vote of thanks to Mr. Vivek Kamra. Good evening, everyone. Again, I hope everyone thoroughly enjoyed this extraordinary and enriching session. It's my honor to have Mr. Vivek Kamra with us. I really liked your idea, sir, of amalgamation of alignment, speed, and capability. I want to start by thanking you on the behalf of entire cohort of XLRI for taking out time on this from this hectic schedule on a weekend. Sir, I thoroughly enjoyed the vast experience and anecdotes on every topic that you shared and their execution in the real life. I'm sure that each one of us would agree that this session has been absolutely enriching. Thank you once again. It's been an absolute honor to host you this evening. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Now I would like to hand over the virtual platform to Archita to take the session forward.
Thank you, Shivangi. Hope all of our participants are enjoying the session. So here, a very good evening, everyone. Thank you for showing your interest in yet another insightful panel discussion on the topic strategy and tech tracking the convergence by the Kautilya Consult Club, which is the consulting club of ex-PGDM batch of XLRI Jamshedpur. In this panel, we have with us Mr. Aditya Malik. Yeah. He is the director at Strategy which is a part of PwC network. He is from a strategy consulting and general management background. He has extensive experience in executing large-scale customer-centric change initiatives rooted in growth strategy, customer analytics, and process transformation. He is presently a part of consumer and retail business team and strategy and India. His expertise include the area of growth strategy, category entry, operating model design, optimizing investment and cost base, and strategic due diligence for various deals. We welcome you here, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So can you?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you for the welcome, Archita. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Paul Praveen. He is the managing director and country lead at Huron. He has also been associated with Guidehouse, AGS Health, and Ajuba Solution, and has been a cross-functional business leader. He is passionate about digital transformation, innovation, excellence, and continuous improvement. His drive towards continuous learning has seen him to take up the senior executive leadership program at Harvard Business School. We are privileged to have you here, sir. Sir, you're not.
We can't hear you, sir.
So can you unmute? I have requested you for unmute.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Archita. Pleasure joining you all.
Thank you, sir. Now we have Mr. Mohinish Sinha. He has been a partner at Deloitte for more than 5 years now. His specialties lies in delivering sustainable organizational results through people by generating the desired organizational culture, behavior, and skills. He has also been associated with Korn Ferry Hay Group, PwC, E&W, amongst others. It is wonderful to have him here as he is one of our esteemed alums. We welcome you here, sir.
Hi, thank you, Archita, and delighted to be here. Look forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Ipshita Ghosh, yet another alumni with us. She is the Managing Director in Tech Consulting as Microsoft Advisory at Accenture. She has worked on solution assessment, business value identification, and solution presentation to clients driving the strategic deals pursued both in the SAP and Microsoft space. She has in-depth experience in defining value-driven cloud roadmap in context of cloud transformation for clients. She has experienced it in leading end-to-end SAP implementation with exposure to functional areas like CRM, HR, and financials. We welcome you here, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'm also very excited to share.
Thank you, ma'am. And finally, we have our moderator, Professor Kalyan Bhaskar. He is a well-known faculty in XLRI in the strategic management area. He was earlier a faculty in business sustainability area at IIM Lucknow. He has worked on environmental and sustainability projects for various ministries of Government of India and United Nations Environment Programs, UNEP, Niti Aayog, and International Finance Corporation, IFC. He has also been associated with GIZ Nokia project on sustainable consumption and electronic waste management during the informal sector in India. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you so much, Archita.
So now I request Professor Kalyan Bhaskar to share a few thoughts on the topic and go ahead with the discussion.
Thank you so much, Archita. Thank you so much, Fulcrum team, for organizing this event. First of all, thank you so much for the 4 panelists. I wish this was a normal world and we would be meeting on campus, especially to Aditya and Paul, who have not been to Jamshedpur, not been to our beautiful campus. And it would have been a lovely occasion for Mohinish and Ipshita to come back to XLRI. XLRI has not changed much. Maybe for Mohinish, yes, they've expanded to the new campus now. Ipshita would have perhaps seen that first steps of expansion. Jamshedpur remains that small jam pot that it was always been. So delighted. I'm so delighted to be the one doing the moderator job here, and so many thanks to this audience. So yesterday when I was having an interaction with the team Fulcrum, and they were telling, sir, we expect more students. I said, even if you were to get all your GMP students, that would be great. So now I see, I think we have 175 participants. So thank you so much. You have been through, I think, half day of very intellectually stimulating talks, and this is going to be another such talk. So without taking much ado, so we have a panel of 4 immensely qualified and immensely qualified experts from different sectors. And the theme for this session is technology and strategy. So I would first like to invite Paul, if you can go and share your thoughts on the topic.
Sure, thanks. Thanks, Professor. As I shared with you, I applied XLRI during my early stages, and I think it came a full circle finally. And to have Monish and Ipshita, who were alums, that makes this panel very interesting. So I'll briefly share, the panelists from the previous session. I was there for the last 15 minutes. He had spoke a little bit about, what strategy means to organizations like us. So my pointers are also very similar to what he has said, but I'm with minor variations, right? Strategy is all about informed decisions that will, allow us to succeed with the least possibility of failure, right? So technology plays a very important role in giving us these decisions. So all 4 panelists, we are in a world where technology is taking us over by a storm, and we are enjoying this because what really is happening is it's also changing the way consulting is being done. Businesses are being done. It has opened up a lot of new opportunities. Historically, consulting has been a trusted friend to traditional business. Now suddenly, people, startups are reaching out to us. A cab aggregator suddenly getting into a EV is reaching out to us and saying that, hey, look, on one hand, I'm using diesel engines. On the other hand, I'm saying, let's get into battery operated vehicles. How do we make the transformation, right? So there's so many different opportunities that has opened up. So informed decision. Second is, how does technology help in businesses, and how consulting, and consultants is speed at which we can make the decision, right? Back in the days, to put together a team of consultants to get to, a client place would take months. And, to get, find free people who had free time or, opportunity was taking a lot of time. Now, technology is helping us with the speed. And also, finally, iterations, right? When you're building out solutions, solutions were custom made. When it did not work, you had to start all over from the beginning. With the convergence of technology, you can start from where it failed. You don't have to recreate the whole process. So with that, technology not only to the businesses, also to the consulting fraternity, it's armed us with a lot of tools that can sharpen our skills and come up with creative solutions for our customers.
Thanks so much, Paul, for those opening remarks. In fact, when you mentioned about technology, this is, I think, the fact we are meeting on this platform, joining us from various cities, this itself is a boon to technology. And this would not have been possible, would not have been even, the organizers would not have thought of this in a pre-COVID world. Because in a pre-COVID world, for such event, you have to have speakers on campus. But I think this is one thing that will continue even a post-COVID world, that we can have, so these bridges and barriers, those distances, those don't matter in this. This technology has proven to be our help in that case. So now I would now like to request Aditya, if you can share your opening thoughts on this topic.
So I think Paul's already covered quite a few of the broad strokes. I'll maybe try to add on that in my observation, technology as it's intersecting with strategy, right? There's 2-3 ramifications I'm seeing on a day-to-day basis. One is that the basic competitiveness of businesses is now heavily reliant on technology to some extent. Therefore, everyone has to keep running in place by adopting, whatever is the latest and greatest with respect to technology, especially the core of their business, just to remain competitive, right? Whether it's their supply chain, whether it's how they sell, etc. So it's become a very, very important factor in terms of kind of even assuring your position in the market and retaining, your basic kind of competitiveness. The other aspect that clearly seems to emerge is that technology is opening up a lot of different avenues for firms to think about. So on the one hand, of course, operational effectiveness itself, as I mentioned, is almost a table stakes game now. But obviously, many firms are thinking of, when you start changing many dimensions of the business using technology, you start moving towards new business models or very different ways of generating revenue and profit for the firm. Of course, they are spurred by many innovative firms from the outside who are starting to prove what is possible. So that's another class of questions around strategy that I see a lot clients grappling with. Of course, the third is how technology is changing consumer behavior, which is where I focus a lot more, and that's kind of changing how organizations need to respond. So it's like asking how it's as fundamental as air now for human beings. There's so many dimensions to how technology is impacting firms' ability to survive and thrive. But as a final thought, right? I think all firms are built on some essential right to win based on something they do better than the rest of the market, or something they have which is better than the rest of the market. What's very interesting from a longer term perspective on strategy is firms trying to figure out how they can sharpen those differentiators or competitive advantages using technology and make sure nobody else is trying to solve the problem they're solving in an entirely different way. And I think that's where strategy gets very interesting as well as the long-term efforts of firms to stay competitive. So yeah, Professor Kalyan, that's maybe a quick snapshot of the thought process here.
Thanks a lot, Aditya, for sharing those thoughts. In fact, as you were speaking, I was taking my notes because now But you were speaking of sort of, I'm thinking of something else. So I'll perhaps ask these questions once when it comes to the discussion round and Q&A round. And one request for the participants, in case you have any question at any point of time, feel free to share those questions on the chat box. And when we come to the dedicated Q&A sessions, the last 15-20 minutes of our session, that's also an option for you where you can raise your hand and the team Fulcrum would help direct the questions to the respective panelist. Now, if I could request now Mohinish. Now, Mohinish has a very he's a people-centric person, and he will talk about technologies, but he will also talk about the impact of technology, impact of how does it impact people. And with his immense experience, Mohinish, if you can share some light on technology and people and culture, these topics.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kalyan. I'm actually not a people-centric person, very obnoxious as an individual. But, I'm delighted. Thanks for bringing me into this. And I'm really impressed with 174 people there. One trade secret, I must tell you that I used to be the placement secchi in XLRI back in the day. And I really had to struggle to get people into these conversations where we would have guests from different companies. I remember one time I barged into a room of one of my friends and say, boss, you have to come in because we have to get in people to watch these eminent guests. So thank you for showing up. Really nice to see that in one more area, Kalyan, Excel has changed than what we used to be those days. It's a very interesting place that you invited me into this. And, my own nature of work has changed in the last 5-7 years, maybe a bit more. And the nature of work that I've been called upon is to prepare the organization, people, the communities within the organization, as well as outside of the organization, partners and various networks that organizations need to have to make them work, right? And that's what I do. And I'm going to talk about few somewhat unstructured, few thoughts, and I'm going to leave it there, and hopefully we can tie it all up with some of the points that Paul and Aditya made. As strategies are being thought about, one of the big dimension of the strategy, and Aditya referred to that in particular, is that the organizations need to desire to be designed in such a way that they're able to solve unknown problems with unknown solutions and on an active basis, right? However, the organization design that we have currently in most environments, it's waterfall, it's hierarchical, it's designed to be able to, there is one smart person sitting in the top, and that person is kind of telling you what you need to do, and the smart person can be an individual or a committee, as Vivek said, that it's a top team and so on. So there's a bunch of these smart people who kind of have all the answers, and folks below them have to basically make it happen. Now, what has been evident is that technology doesn't work really that way. The possibilities of technology doesn't quite work that way. It can work downstream to deliver known problem, known solution. But if you really want to unlock the value of technology, but technology for what it stands for, and technology that we know that it is downstream from, or is upstream from, if you think of society or organization or money or everything, technology precedes all of that. It's just ahead. So it's far ahead of these, and there are market shaping, society shaping, generation shaping possibilities. And if that is where the organization wishes to play, it's got to be able to find a way to structure itself to solve these problems actively. So what are the two elements I'm going to pick up there are many elements too, obviously, but two elements I want to pick up that organization needs to use that to solve for is to one, move the wisdom from individual jobs and so on to teams. Trying to deal with this unknown problem, unknown solution, devouring those with data, insights, and converting them into potential problem statements that they can solve. That can be a product, that can be a service, and so on and so forth in the service of the customer. So the wisdom of moving from individual to teams. The second is move to ways of working, which is iterative from a waterfall, planning session, like typically classically as we do, organizations do. They have a business plan that starts from, okay, we're going to see the next 5 years, and that broken down into 1 year and 2 quarters and so on and so forth. But to an iterative process where continually the team and the organization sort of revisits what's working, what's not working, and the ability to break that there. So that's the other one. The third is, from the ways of working, is there is a high, the organizations are designed around, the culture is designed around seeing things in increments, right? I mean, if there is a 15% growth, oh, that's fantastic, we're doing really well. But organization as a culture misses the ability to see exponentials, right? As teams, they're unable to organize, their tools are not organized to see exponential. And we have seen crypto as one, for example. I mean, that's an extreme example, but we've seen in business models as well. I mean, businesses like Udan, 6 years ago, there was zero, right? Darwin Box, there was zero, and look at where they are. And it's all the ability to see those exponentials. I think that's the other dimension of it. So that's on a culture side. Finally, the role of leadership. I think Vivek Kamra referred to it in a way. I think the role of leadership becomes very critical, because in a hierarchical model, leadership is all about getting people to do work. But really, in the model that we are talking about, for it to be unlock the power of technology, create a possibility of technology, is the ability of leadership to create an environment, an enabling, purposeful environment, an empowering environment around those communities, be it their own teams, be it the team plus a set of community who are external, or the organization, to customers and so on. And in the ability of the leader and leadership to be able to do that, that's what creates scale. And we can talk about examples as we go along. But these are a few points that I wanted to lay on the table, Professor Kalyan, for us to discuss. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Moinish, for bringing out those very vital points, the moving wisdom from individuals to teams and moving to ways of working that are more iterative. Now, you started your point by mentioning about how back in your days, you used to force students to come and attend the achievements. Now, based on the conversation I have with students over the last 2 years, especially in the COVID era, what I've realized is students have become multitasking right now, multitasking in the euphemism sense. So they can attend the physical class, the online classroom, they can log into the Zoom session, but they can simultaneously also log into their Amazon Prime or some other platforms, or maybe go and play something else, because now they have recording of this session. So that's something that has changed a lot. In a pre-COVID world, that wasn't possible. You can't be in a physical classroom, 2 classrooms at the same time. But that has changed, so that students have become a lot of multitasking. But yes, I've noted my points. I'll come back with my queries later. Now, if I could go to our host, Ipshita, if I could refer to as our host, students, if you can be the host, and if you can just share your thoughts or some personal insight during your days and maybe on the topic itself.
Yeah, sure. We started off with, right, as Monish said, I mean, the way the interactions have been changing. So for me personally, this session brings back a lot of memories of the campus, and I've been regularly going back even for hiring. So until just before the pandemic, I've actually seen the new campus and have been keeping up with the changes there. But of course now post the pandemic, things are different. And all of us have been touched by the change. So what I would probably want to talk a little about would be, how is this technology impacting each of us today, and what is it that I am on a day-to-day basis while I am interacting with clients? What is it that, the key aspects that I am looking at? Now, clearly a very interesting area for me, because this is exactly where I operate, right? Because I lead a tech consulting team. So the convergence of strategy and technology is the area of interest for me. And clearly, I think, Aditya, you mentioned about this, right? Where it is today an imperative to look at technology. It is no longer like an IT discussion alone. It's very clearly a boardroom discussion where each organization has to react to the changes that we are seeing around us. Of adopting to these new ways of working and then embarking on this digital transformation journey. So as part of my job, for example, while we are partnering with clients, that is where on a day-to-day basis, we are having to look at how this change is impacting businesses and how do they need to look at their strategies, and of course, how do we make it real with the underlying technology. And maybe I'll touch upon some key aspects, right? And we were all talking about these ways of interaction or ways of working. And one thing which comes to my mind is the hybrid work paradox, right? Which Satya Nadella has been talking about, where all of us are today so used to these flexibilities. I think Professor Kalyan, you just mentioned, right? Where people are having the flexibility of multitasking and probably logging on and doing something else. But at the same time, we also feel the need for the in-person collaboration. And that is where all of these collaboration tools around us are evolving. We are looking, and I'll probably be a little biased towards Microsoft examples because I'm working in that space a lot. But clearly, the way these collaboration tools, be it the new technology by way of, say, mesh in teams, of having these virtual rooms, mixed reality interactions that are becoming more and more, accepted ways of working as we get along. And of course, what we are hearing today about the metaverse, which is pretty much exploding all around us in terms of the possibilities. But clearly, the ways of interaction, the ways of collaboration, all of it is, it's a game-changing aspect that we are seeing here today. And being able to reimagine what technology can do, and being able to partner with clients as we help them reimagine the impact of this for their business is becoming more and more important. So that was one space of collaboration. But beyond that, of course, supply chains, for example, the way it has been impacted. We can today no longer think about, take abundance thinking as a given, right? We have to, accept probably that there will be lockdowns have impacted, maybe even just the availability of materials and how, the availability of workers could become a challenge. So how do we react to that? How do we have a resilient system that can react to that change? And for example, even give back. We are hearing a lot about sustainability and circular economy. So all of this are becoming very important topics that I believe are, they are going to become more and more important as we move along, probably in the next few years as well. So yeah, those were a few thoughts that I just wanted to lay on the table in terms of key thoughts which I am having to deal with in my job on a day-to-day basis.
Thanks a ton, Ipshita, for those thoughts. And you mentioned you're biased towards Microsoft, so I'll be asking you a question on Microsoft later, because glad you brought up Microsoft there. So now what I'm going to do is I have noted a few generic questions, the questions that cut across sectors, and you can maybe give examples, refer to the work that you have done recently on that. So it's essentially dealing with COVID impact on technology. So one is, how do you believe COVID has impacted adoption of technology in various sectors? So do you believe it has given a push, impetus, or do you believe it's the same status quo? That's the part A of question. And the second part A, do you believe that now technology is, you mentioned, Ipshita, about technology moving from IT discussion to boardroom discussion. So do you believe in any sector or any company you see technology changing the fundamental business model that now we are seeing in that manner? So these two questions. The first is, how has COVID impacted adoption of technologies by various sectors? So any of you can go ahead and maybe take a shot at that.
Maybe I'll start with some thoughts again. And clearly, I think I'll answer probably, it'll be a mix of both the questions that you're asking, right? In terms of reimagining the business models and technology impacting the way the business has functioned. And clearly the way we are seeing, the traditional ways of working has clearly undergone a change, because we can no longer continue to work in the way or interact with clients in the way businesses have been doing before. And maybe a couple of examples that come to my mind. For example, a virtual courtroom that is happening today. Or, I was recently down with COVID, and I could just book a virtual consultation with my doctor and ensure I just get the right medicine on time, which previously was, I wouldn't even think, right? I would always go down to a doctor's chamber and get myself checked. And similarly, and probably touching upon the thread that I did mention before as well, the ways of collaboration are also evolving, which is where these virtual interactions evolve, and you get the feel of possibly being in the same room with the people that you're meeting. All of these interactions are becoming more and more an accepted norm. So yes, businesses are responding in a way which I feel was, the pace has definitely increased post-COVID, because they are not left with any other option. They have to evolve or fall behind. So yeah, those are my 2 cents.
If I may, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Ipshita. I just wanted to add on a couple of things. One point that you talked about specifically on business models. I think organizations right now, the boardrooms and the executive teams are most concerned about that particular ball, the curve ball that might come from a unknown competitor who's going to knock off their business model. And you would see almost all kinds of industry. I mean, you could talk about on an online retail, you could talk about industrial organizations, right? All of them are mostly concerned about who might just sort of knock them down. And the nature of conversations and the big concern in the boardrooms is about that how do we build our ability to see possibilities of the assets that we have. So, for example, one manufacturing organization that I know of and I work with, their big concern, to be more accurate, they're into mining and minerals. So their big concern is, can we go to the people who are converting our material into final products, and can we find a way to remove intermediaries so that we are able to create a potential business for ourselves? And is the nature of the conversation, right? And I'm particularly picking those examples that are not in consumer space because that's easier to see. All of us see it on a day-to-day basis, right? To illustrate that. And the same thing is happening around, in a large, there's a lot more collaboration across sectors. You would see a power company working along with a tech organization to be able to find a way to serve their customers differently. So all of them are figuring out. But if there is a common thread across all of these, I think the companies are recognizing the power of customers and the possibilities of serving customers in ways that they never thought possible, right? And they realize that in order to serve those, if you own those customers, you find a way to serve those customers, your ability to create longevity as a business improves. And they're finding to do it themselves, and more powerfully, they're collaborating across what Dipshita talked about, collaborating across different businesses. I don't think we have competitors anymore. Everybody is working with each other in some form or the other, right? So I think that's the exciting part. It is going to change the way we are still in my opinion, we're still in a flux. We will get there. I think one dominating shift that is happening, if I were to step back and look at it, the dominating shift is earlier companies used to provide, okay, here is a product, yellow, I'm giving it to you. Now customers are saying, hey, it's not you, I'm going to go to someone else. So the power is shifting to customers. So therefore organizations are sort of shipping back. And the other side, employees earlier used to be, okay, the company used to say, here is your salary, this is what you do and work. Now that power is shifting from company to employees. The employees are finding that much more flexibility. And I personally think that both of these trends will continue to push shaping the organizations, shaping workforce. And I'm very excited to see what's going to be there in 5 years from now. It's going to be very different from where things are today. So I'll just pause for a minute.
Paul, are you trying to speak? Yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry, excellent thoughts by both Dipshita and Manish. So a couple of things, from what we've been noticing, pre-COVID technology, like Manish had mentioned, was a organization initiative, right? An hospital would say, I want to move to an EHR, right? I'm going to modernize the whole medical record process. Now there are 5 different companies, doing this, right? So now the consumer says, where I'll decide where and how I want to engage, right? So it is, I call it, in a way, it's discovering solutions together, and it cuts the speed at which, we can modernize everything, right? So there are 5 people ideating, hundreds of, millions of people testing it. And if you are a enabler, you just have to choose the one that that is most acceptable. So as an organization, as an investor organization perspective, also it's changing the way you used to earlier invest in technology and products, right? So from many of us who are participating in this call today, that some of you may end up being consultants, considering that 2 panelists have went from XLRA and being consultant. I think they've laid the path for you all. So, being a consultant, the most important thing to understand is who is your customer, right? When you are advising a doctor, when a doctor is a customer, your solution is very different. When a patient is the customer, your solution is very different, right? So that's the key differentiator. But speaking of technology, if there is anything, it has accelerated the pace at which technology adaptation and the transformation is happening. Post COVID has done that very, very beautifully, and shown us the mirror that, hey, you are not keeping up, you're not moving fast enough, right? All of us, industries that used to be tech hours, industries that used to say that, hey, I'll be traditional, I have, when everything matures, I'll move, is now saying that if I don't do, if I don't act and invest, in 5 years from now, I'm going to be, irrelevant. What is happening in this process is, if you are agile, if you are a startup, right, you have no history, you have not put in, investment. I'm from the hospital world, the healthcare world, right? See, Apollo is, let's take Apollo Hospital, for example, billions of dollars in building infrastructure, right? Now there are 100 doctors can come together, get an app and do, patient calls, right? So if you're a, CEO of an Apollo, how are you going to say that, I'm going to disinvest in the physical infrastructure and move to virtual infrastructure, right? These are all real problems. It's creating new opportunities. Yesterday, when Professor Kalyan and I were speaking, I was saying that, consultants thrive when there is crisis. I do not say it in a bad way. I say it in a good way. So this is an opportunity for us to get involved and, make this world a better place, So technology is moving ahead. COVID is accelerating it. Who is going to solve this first is going to come out as the winner. With that, I'll pass it over to Aditya.
So a few thoughts in closing. All the panelists made excellent points, and I'm seeing those on a daily basis. Few things I take away right from, and Professor Kalyan, in response to the question you're asking, with respect to new business models, I think Paul's made a very valid point that breaking away from the legacy of your investments, behaviors, people, etc., is extremely tough. So I frankly don't see too many cases of companies shifting business models. And frankly, the ones I do see, I don't hold very high hopes of success in many cases, because it's very, very difficult thing to reinvent yourself. And why you? Why not somebody else? So it is tricky for many firms. However, I have noticed is, and as an example, recently we were just helping a firm set up a new business in the consumer electronics and electrical space, right? Now the interesting choice is that the technology evolution after COVID helped this firm make. They could confidently make the choice of being online only. And they said, I can go offline maybe 5 years down the line, but it's perfectly fine for me to start my business entirely online. And it changes the way they start, the way they function, the way they build their organization and everything. Secondly, what we found very interesting for them was data, right? There were hundreds of thousands of reviews online for different product categories that they were interested in. And being able to synthesize them, run sentiment analysis, figure out where are the gaps and pain points for the consumers in the market was a big shortcut for them to kind of shape up their business model, their portfolio and pricing, compared to what a legacy firm would have taken a few quarters or maybe a few years to really evolve. So, so the implications of technology on people's behavior, while not fundamental, I think it's not that people have transformed over COVID, but that small trend from 3%, if it goes to 5 or 6, just a few years down the line, suddenly the whole landscape changes as you project it forward. So I think firms are catching on to that, and they are making interesting choices, finding opportunities there. And from a strategy perspective, I think a lot of firms are going to have a very difficult time trying to figure out their source of competitive advantage. And probably that's my final point here. As technology infuses things more and more, the sources of competitive advantage can change if you're not tied to a hard asset, right? Technology is easy to copy actually at some level. So how do you have sustained advantage in the market? Either you are the owner of the customer, and therefore as the gatekeeper of the customer, everyone else is forced to push through you. And like in medical technology, right, Philips versus the EMR players, suddenly the power has shifted. So access to the customer, access to data, some of these things are changing the sources of competitive advantage, which I think has large implications on strategy as well. which organizations are really grappling with as technology is transforming behaviors.
Thanks a lot for those 4 points, especially to that point, Aditya, last point on the technology being the source of competitive advantage. I remember having read many articles around this part that initially technology can be a source of competitive advantage, but if your competitor are also not the same technologies, when you don't have a proprietary right to the technologies, then essentially it becomes a commodity. And when it's become commodity, can a commodity be a source of competitive advantage for you? So then the pressure on you as a company to be more innovative, and more innovative in times of uncertainty. And that's where the another sort of challenge lies. So Mohnish mentioned about dealing with the problems of the unknown. Who will the unknown come and give me a problem? So what do you do when technology is no more a source of competitive advantage, but essentially it's a commodity, a license to operate? It's no more something that gives you distinct edge.
Absolutely. I think sorry, was that question to Aditya?
No, in general. So he mentioned about that, so I just thought I'll...
I think, Aditya, you raised some brilliant points. And I think that the point around the competitive advantage no longer sort of served by technology because it's easy to copy. But you're seeing that more and more the shift is about the intangibles, which earlier, we could take for granted because, you used to, your scale of operations kind of determined how you're a big bear in the market. In the intangible, I think I'm seeing more the power of the ability of the organization to deliver high level of customer service, right? And I've seen that repeatability. And we're seeing the current service providers, right? I mean, I'm not going to take names, but you and I, we use services to order our food. We go, we order our taxis and so on and so forth. But the ability of the service provider to provide a consistent high level of experience, that's going to continue to be a differentiator and a competitive advantage, if you like. In the same way, the brand promise, continuing to be that ability to say, if you are associated with that brand, this is the kind of experience you're assured of, right? That's going to be continue to be a competitive advantage. And both of these are one of the most difficult ones to nurture, right? And difficult ones to create a consistency of. And I would argue, going back to the points I was making earlier, is that no amount of central control of policies, processes, methods of working would kind of determine that, until people down the line in the value chain, your own people, your own partners, your own alliances kind of believe in what you do. And right now I'm being very theoretical because we don't see a full model where this is happening. We are seeing in pockets and bits and pieces where some of these excellence of really working together is happening. But I foresee, given the noise or the discussions I hear in the boardrooms, in the executive teams, that's where I work most, in advising them, working with them, coaching top teams. I see that a lot more of dialogue is happening. They're asking questions like, how do we build these? So eventually, I think companies will start getting it right, and we'll see a shift towards it.
No, very true. So the two things that to look at, what has technology has done, right? If you look at businesses and the customers have not changed. Again, going back to the hospital example, right? Who are the four key players? Patients, hospitals, doctors, and insurances, right? What was expected? Time and convenience and good quality service, right? So if there is anything that technology or emergence of technology has done, is it has neutralized the ability to disrupt, right? Earlier disruption was lying with specialists and big people who've been doing that for decades. Zoom, for example, is a good example, right? WebEx and GoToMeeting, when I'm pretty sure, Aditya and Mohnish, when they started as consultants, every call was a WebEx call and GoToMeeting call, right? Very Even true. Today, Microsoft, I know Shita is a Microsoft person. Microsoft throws Teams free of cost. So where are we? We are on Zoom, and when did Zoom grow? When the pandemic happened, Zoom said, come on, click on a button, you'll be in a meeting, 175, 200, 300 people, no problem. You don't have to set up a login, nothing, right? That's what technology is doing to us. It's doing to the least of the technology literate person, to the highest of the technology literate person, right? The chairman of the board can do it. An entrepreneur, one of the 166 people on this call can do it. A person who's being a lifetime technologist can also do it, right? So I feel it is neutralized the way business used to operate, innovation used to happen, and strategies were devised. Because with technology, the opportunities is endless. The person who comes up with the quickest and the most acceptable solution is going to win this race.
Yes, I think I would completely agree, and which essentially brings us to this point of organizations being able to constantly innovate, and that is where I think technology would play its role, right? And innovate in the context of the current situation today. And like Paul, you mentioned about teams. So how is we can't keep that, we can't just keep it at the kind of collaboration which teams used to bring before. Now it is becoming more and more important that it evolves to meet the needs, where it is being increasingly being adopted as a tool where you would want to go beyond and see how you could bring in more context. Microsoft is talking about Loop, where you're bringing in all of you, or you connect it to D365 to bring in context of what you are capturing there as your system of truth, etc. So bringing all of it together, being able to constantly innovate and bring in the kind of context that becomes relevant to today's world. I think that is what is becoming important. You just can't be complacent that, okay, I've done something, now I'm going to be happy where I am. You have to constantly think about what next, how do I innovate? And my, like the theme we've been talking about, it's no longer just my competitors in my industry. When we are talking about being able to cater to clients, the experience I would give them, irrespective of what industry, I'm probably comparing myself to an Apple, or the kind of experiences we are having in best of breed organizations, and not just limited to my industry. That is what is happening increasingly.
Very true. Yeah. So now let me slightly bring up a different sort of topic. When technology comes in a sector where it is a major disruptor, for example, retail. So Amazon and Flipkart suddenly changed the games of retail. We see pushback to that in various forums. So one is a physical protest. You see the brick and mortar retail stores coming out with various forums that these are predatory pricing, or these are foreign people, foreign funded agent, and all of that. And there are now talks about regulation of algorithm of Facebook and Google and YouTube, because governments across the world are believing these companies are becoming too powerful, and their algorithms are impacting the consumer people psychology. So we need to do something about that. And if that happens, if your entire business model is on those algorithms, then what do you do if there is a governmental push to that? Or WhatsApp being asked to share who is the original sender of that message? Encrypted technology company being asked to do that. Yesterday, I was reading in The Guardian about a Belgian politician saying that we need to ban e-commerce, saying that this e-commerce boom has led to people working 24/7. They are not getting the dignity of labor. And why do we need something to be delivered in 2 hours? Why can't we wait for 2 days for that? So that e-commerce, e-retail, we need to do something about that. So that pushback, do you have any thoughts on that pushback? Do you believe that these are again just scattered pieces, or there will be concerted effort by the regulators and governments to do something, take matter in their hand?
If I may, Kalyan,
go on.
Picked up something that is fairly close to the sector I work in, so take a lead. My views are a little conflicted on this, and I'll try to express them in this way. Imagine tomorrow if the direction of gravity changed and shifted by 30 degrees, right? And suddenly, instead of pointing down, gravity is pulling us 30 degrees off the vertical, right? A lot of things are going to shift around, right? And some things will not break, and a lot of things will break, right? A lot of small things will get thrown around. So fundamentally, I think the fact that technology creates value, such as the right assortment, convenience, price, efficiencies, I think dampening that is not in the interest of anyone. And frankly, it is a losing battle even for governments, right? People find their way around. If there's value to be created, people find their way around and create value somehow and extract it. At the same time, how do you stop a lot of things from breaking, which cause a lot of pain, in the transition and the churning is important. So I won't talk about things like capital dumping, etc., because they're really not about technology. They're about someone's ability to just use a lot of money that they have collected to wipe out competition, and that should anyway be controlled from a trade practices perspective, right? But there are already, and there will be many such occasions where you are seeing that axis of gravity changing. And I do believe there is a significant role for the governments to allow that efficiency to be extracted, at the same time provide a cushion. And I think this is a very difficult balancing act. If you take retail, right, India probably has the largest number of retailers per million or per lakh people in the world, or one of the, right? I frankly think of it as disguised unemployment or partial unemployment, right? Even though those people work hard, but they're not really as effective as they could be, as productive as they could be, simply because of the small size, like similar to the farm sector. Because it's such a small holding, you can't really be as efficient. So should you allow other models to be much more efficient, and therefore reduce the number of man hours being consumed by retail? Probably yes. There is no stopping it over a decade. But how do you do it in a way that the millions of retailers today, I think that's a big balancing act. And of course, second, as you mentioned, sometimes the implications of things like algorithms can be so far-reaching that being a little proactive and foresighted about what the problems are going to get thrown up as a result of it, and being able to kind of anticipate and control them is a very tough problem, which also regulators have to solve in some manner. So I see both of these playing out, and a very tricky and interesting kind of landscape for society.
Yeah.
Physics.
Go ahead, Bob.
Aditya brought physics into consulting. And
Well, I
really
love that.
impressive how seamlessly he brought it into the conversation. So, Professor, in my opinion, it's a natural response, right? There is going to be pushback. These big players, and these battleships that cannot change direction immediately will have to bulldoze their way through, right? So Stephen Levitt, in his book Freakonomics, he talks about this, right? When the first motor car was introduced in the street of New York, the pushback did not come from the government or the municipality. The pushback actually came from carriage owners, right, and horse owners. So they said, look, this industry is going to ruin the whole environment, ecosystem, and all that. But he also, with stats, says that, look, if horses were there, if every human being owned horse, the amount of CO2 emission that would have happened with horses would have been much larger than the number of cars being operated. It's an interesting observation. So it's a natural response from businesses that is going out of context. But it is also to ignore that these lobbies are very powerful is not the right thing to do for any upcoming business. Because look at India today. Our finance minister says that I'll tax cryptocurrency, which is not legal in India, right? So even before you start making money in cryptocurrency, it will be taxed, right? So government and geopolitical changes cannot be ignored, and that's a 30 degree tilt, or 30 degree, the weight that is lost in the escape velocity that Aditya talks about, that is always there. And as a consultant, as a strategy consulting firm, we'll have to maneuver around it and find solutions that will help. But ignoring technology is not the right way to go forward.
Yeah, I would just add.
Sorry, Manish.
Go ahead, Aditya. Please.
No, very quick, afterthought. I realized that another aspect of this, which Professor Kalyan, you were also referring somewhere. Those businesses which, by their fundamental nature, tend to be winner takes all, with with cumulative economies of scale. That's one area definitely. I don't think there is a solution that has been well established yet about how to stop them from just running away and becoming monopolistic and becoming extractive and exploitative. So that is one area as well where kind of regulation starts becoming very important as the world's realizing. Sorry, Manish, over to you.
No, not at all. I just brilliant points, both of you, Aditya and Paul. I just wanted to bring in the dimension of society and human. That's an area I understand a bit, and it's an anxiety of change. We've seen this. If you're a parent and your young teenager now is wanting to go out and do a night out with his friends or her friends, it's very anxiety provoking, right? And that's what's happening in a way, right? That as change happens, the sense of control that, I have everything in control, this is how I want to run, that kind of takes a hit. And eventually, what really helps solve some of these is continual dialogue. And I've seen governments around the world, and if you see the legislations and that's coming, the dialogue there, they're recognizing the fact that they need to balance both the the ability to foster the innovative dimensions of technology, because innovations of technology, or in fact innovations of science to then technology, actually create a eventual success for the country, right? So how do they make sure that they keep getting it, and then balance the social challenge of adopting that technology by creating dialogue and so on and so forth. And I think they're also sort of inventing a model to be able to do that. And I reckon that both of these, governments would be wise enough, and everywhere, and certainly our own, wise enough to know that this is what they need to balance: the innovation and possibility of technology with managing the aspirations of people. But I trust the power of technology, that its ability to democratize and to be able to connect the dots and create new frontiers. In fact, you've seen everywhere, right? I mean, you talked about ATMs and in 1980 when they came up, right? People talked about, bank tellers' jobs will go away, but there are now more banks or branches, if you like. There are more tellers who have done a new job. Their role has completely changed. So the fact is, it takes away jobs, but it creates new opportunities. And the world belongs to those who are able to entrepreneurially, move across to that. And I think we will see an emergence of it. We are seeing the number of startups, for example, in India. But I'll argue that even at a level, at a village, rural, and there are a lot more entrepreneurial models that have emerged. I mean, our vegetable vendor is now able to do complete business using Paytm and whatever else. We will see more of that as a counter to the controls laid, and they will run on their own. So that's the other point which I wanted to give for us.
Thanks. Ipshita, would you want to share something here?
I think well covered by all the speakers here, but yeah, maybe just some final thoughts. Clearly, I mean, the regulatory aspect is going to be there, and we cannot run away from it. But yeah, I mean, we cannot ignore the way things would evolve given technology, and it is for us to, I think, find those ways and kind of determine, like Monish said, the new frontiers that get enabled. And we will have to live with the regulatory aspects and kind of embrace the new changes which are possibilities with new technology is what I clearly.
Now that you mentioned about embracing new technology, and Aditya and Mohinish and Paul talked about balancing the two. Now, something that I have struggled to understand despite going through multiple times is all this thing about crypto and NFTs. So what exactly cryptos, NFTs, and you can use NFTs to buy something else. Then Facebook transitioning to Meta, people buying digital land. Now, Ipshita, you have a bias towards Microsoft. Now, Microsoft goes on to buy a gaming firm for $66 billion. Now, is it too much? Is it playing on the hype? Is crypto again a tulip mania or some Ponzi scheme? Or is it a real technology? Because I just read some article that crypto is nothing to do with technology, because the only value crypto has is the price. If the only value is the price, then this is not something related to technology. So blockchain is something else, crypto is something else. So any quick thoughts? What do government do here? So do they see how do they balance the one here?
Yeah, please go ahead. Ipshita, please go ahead. I'll follow.
Okay, I'll probably give some thoughts. And you mentioned quite a few terminologies, right? Definitely not an expert in any of those, but clearly these are buzzwords you can't keep away from. So I'll go possibly cover one by one. So clearly metaverse, and I did mention when I was initially talking about is what we are hearing about so much on with these large companies, big techs, Microsoft, and then Facebook, or even Nike, for example, investing so much in the metaverse space. Now, is this, is all of this like is it only a buzz, or is it real? Is it going to dominate the way internet has dominated? is what we are all trying to understand, right? And clearly we are seeing these big techs invest so much. We can, at least my point of view, it is going to be something which is going to dominate for some time in the future. And we are seeing various use cases, right? You mentioned buying real estate there. We are hearing about Justin Bieber concerts, which are happening. We are hearing about big brands and bags getting sold for amounts which are more than their real physical world value. So all of this, even I'm trying to understand what is going on, but clearly a space which is emerging fast. And to my mind, especially now that all of us, are getting into this virtual space and we are getting used to having our avatars represent us, I think we are all excited by the possibilities of a world that does not restrict us anymore to the constraints of the real physical world, right? We can go in there, we can walk into a space which we couldn't have imagined before. I heard of marriages which are happening in metaverse, and who knows what the possibilities could be. So clearly it is becoming more and more real, and I think we would be adopting very fast to it. While in the consulting world, we are clearly looking at, for example, the banking space evolving, where you have this entire banking setup for this kind of a world. You're no longer looking at physically visiting the counters and going through those transactions, and it is becoming more and more normal today as we speak. So that's on metaverse, and like we are seeing these various use cases evolve and more organizations come and embrace this. The other aspect, of course, which is getting prominence is the NFTs that you mentioned, right? So be it artwork being sold for millions of dollars, and people being able to really call out that, okay, no one can replicate this, right? This is what belongs to me. And that is where we are seeing this, again, something which is being talked about a lot. Now, whether, this is just a fad for now, and whether this bubble will burst, to me remains to be seen. But given the way it's going, I think it's clearly something which I feel a lot of people are going to invest on, and definitely likely to evolve is the thought process that I have today. Cryptocurrencies, again, that was this whole thought which I was thinking, where we are, even the government is talking about taxing cryptocurrency. So is that an acceptance from government to say, okay, now this is something which we acknowledge, while of course that is something they've clearly called out, right? It is different from the digital currency, which is going to be endorsed by our RBI. And crypto still, whether my husband was actually considering whether he would be going and minting some of these cryptocurrencies and looking at Bitcoin and Ethereum and all of that. But yeah, I mean, I would be hesitant, given I'm very risk averse. But definitely a very exciting world out there, which I think the world is going to really change the way it is today, to say 5 years down the line. So my initial thoughts on that.
Professor, you asked a very... Please, Aditya, after you.
Thank you, Paul. Kalyan, and everyone, I find this very challenging as a space too, but also very interesting to talk about. And these are very personal views, right? Because I think PwC may be doing something very different at times. But I feel, something like Bitcoin, blockchain, right? And to some extent, VR are very, very beautiful hammers, which have not yet found any nails worth hitting. VR, to some extent, maybe it has found a nail or two around gaming, etc. Blockchain, not so much. It is interesting. The whole trustless aspect of it could potentially have interesting implication if the world was very different. But I am a skeptic for myself. But it's the case for any new technology. It can be a decade or two before it finds that killer app and really starts taking off. So as Ipshita said, it really needs to be wait and watch. And then as far as the financial products on it go, like cryptocurrency and NFT, etc., I am a big skeptic again. But as they say, the market can stay rational a lot longer than you. You can try to survive in it. So my perspective on it is, for people who feel interested in kind of going out there and acting irrationally, by all means go do it. But I still can't see any sense in it. So that's very much where my head's at. Paul, sorry.
Not at all, not at all. You know, see, I'm a bit different from Ipshita and Aditya here. When it comes to technology, I jump first and then swim, right? So, you know, if we leave the, you know, the cryptocurrency and the NFT, which is got the bad boy name that it has created to the underlying technology, but the underlying technology is something that, you know, we'll have to embrace, right? You know, I personally feel you know, cryptocurrency and NFT, like, you know, the pager and the digital diary for those of us who, you know, who lived, you know, who graduated during the late 90s and early 2000s. It prepared us for the, you know, the mobile phone, carrying a personal device in your pocket, right? Big failures, but eventually paved way to a massive technology that, you know, lived in our mind space, right? We're willing to pay $50,000, $60,000 for a phone. You know, all of that happened due to that revolution in my, you know, is one take. So going back to this, you know, I worked for Guidehouse. You know, Aditya, I just learned that you are from PwC. Guidehouse was the PwC's public sector consulting, right? So they bought themselves out of PwC, and they were, you know, consulting defense and all the US government agencies. So the fear primarily is due to not having a tangible, you know, or a physical asset, right? So that's natural fear, and it will remain for as long as you know, government controlling it or agencies controlling it. When there is, you know, nothing to see physically. Professor, if XLRI said, hey, come attend, you know, your certificate will be, you know, will be issued in a, you know, a 1 MB file, most people would think two times, you know, because I'll go to some other institute that will have a physical convocation where I can walk with my gown, throw the hat, right? So that's one side of it. But, you know, look what blockchain can do to healthcare, right? Imagine having a blockchain token item for your healthcare information, all medical record in one place. And that's the future of healthcare, right? You could be traveling from Chennai to, you know, anywhere in the world, and you can pick up this medical record and treat you for you know, a cardiac arrest, otherwise, which, you know, the doctor sitting in Mozambique would not have known about, right? So that's the future, and that's where we are headed towards. Well, you know, cryptocurrency and NFT will have to evolve, but the underlying technology is going to create a lot of, you know, value add in my opinion. So Mike to Monish.
So you know, the balance, there is a lot of balance in this panel. So Paul, I with you on it. You know, I'm taking a poetic license, right? I think the water eventually wins over the rock, right? I think what you're seeing is blockchain would be, you know, society defining, as I see. Blockchain has not succeeded largely because it has been trying to build around controls and regulations, right? But if you see pools where they have tried to do, Ethereum is a great example of it. For example, Ethereum has become like a city on its own, right? That is, everything is trustless, and therefore it is defined by smart contracts. I can go and do business there. A contract is already locked in. I can get, you know, I can pay my vendor, or I can receive payment basis those. And I don't need any human being to tell me that, you know, these are the, I need to agree to those policies. I say, yes, if that policy doesn't work for me, I work for another vendor, and so on and so forth. So there is, and you imagine a world that it could be eventually that, right? That you're locking in the norms, and people can decide what they can be part of. Now, in the current construct of where we are, you know, we are just coming out of a world which is defined by hierarchy. The growth of nations is a last 100-year phenomena in that sense, right? Earlier, 100 years ago, if you want to just go across to US, you didn't need a passport or a visa, right? You just went if you had the means, that is, right? But today you need to, because there are these controls and so on and so forth. You know, now you see corporations becoming bigger than some of the nations, right? Just because of the sheer power they exude. I think these are shape-shifting, you know, ways of organizing. And eventual place, the power of consumer and people is going to push it to a place where these regulations would allow it to do. There are countries who are operating, like Switzerland and a few others, who are operating in a same principle, saying, okay, you guys decide what you want to do. These are the broad principles around which we should operate, right? So I'm a lot more optimistic about where it's going to go. The lens that I'm talking about is the direction rather than here and now, because here and now, I don't know NFT works or not. Maybe it's just a bubble or so on. But directionally, I think the water is pushing that rock, chipping away. And you watch out for a few years down the line. I think it will be a very different world, which I don't think we are prepared for.
Thanks a lot, Manish, Aditya, Ipshita, Paul. Now, I was listening to your answers. I was thinking of my father, because I had a lot of difficulty in convincing my father to shift to Google Pay. He still does not trust enough ATMs. He shifted to Google Pay, but very reluctantly. Now, if I were to tell him government of India has proposed a digital currency, cryptocurrency, I don't know how will I explain that to him, and if he will ever be up to adopting that. Now, on that note, one question specific to Manish, but Aditya, Ipshita, Paul, feel free to jump in there. So, a couple of about a week back, there was a tweet by founder of one of the startups, one of the billion-dollar startups in India, about the long-term impact of work from home, where he mentioned that no real bond, I'm reading the exact tweet, no real bond, no real social or networking skill, illusion of understanding and learning, no osmosis, work from home is comfortable but damaging in the long term. So what's your say on this?
Well, it's again one of those things. It is moving to a world where employees will determine how they want to work. It's not something you can stop. I don't think organizations can stop. They can put controls. And if you see, Salesforce CEO Arundhati, actually she talked about the fact that, look, people struggle. You more you straitjacket people, there will be constraints that they will feel, and therefore, I personally think in fact, if I may take an analogy of, think about us, right? I don't know how about you. When I started my schooling, when I was in nursery, I hated to go to the school, right? Okay, and that shift, that migration from home to a regulated environment was very difficult for me. I reckon it's true for every child, right? More or less. There are some weird child who like to go to school, but most of us. I think the pandemic showed an experience of seeing a life that is more in control of how I want to live and do my job. It's not that I don't want to do my job, but organizations, and we got a taste of that, right? It's much like that, and we hate to go back, right? And that's where the challenge is. Now, the answer to, I think organizations will do is will find a way to reimagine themselves to operate in a world where people could work remote or work closer home or closer to workplace to manage the aspirations, because frankly, employees and capability and skills will determine how organizations shape themselves. The new set of organization strategies would be really around making this work, right? Great Resignation is a great example of this, right? I don't think, controlling people saying, this is what I want you to do, this is what I'm going to pay, etc. The demand for what people want will determine where we'll go. So I'm pretty excited about the shifts that will happen at an organization level, much to the chagrin of many organizations, because their own current operating model is getting challenged and disrupted. Look, we ran business for 2 years without from work from home, and the economy survived. GDP went wherever only northwards and so on, and not just us, across the world. So tell me a reason why we should only operate in a world that was organized in the previous way. So that's where I am, and I'm pretty excited about to seeing what's likely to follow.
Shift is the, like Manish has mentioned, that's something that, organizations cannot control. It's the employees that will own the decision. But look at some of the positives of this, right? All four of us work for consulting organizations. Some of our companies spend billions of dollars in hotels and airlines. It's completely gone. You can wake up at 8 o'clock and be at work at 8:30. When you're working from home, your work-life balance is improved. Number of leaves taken have dropped drastically. There was a time where all of us will get a daily report on how many of our team members showed up late. This approval process, have they showed up late to work for 2 days in a month? So that becomes an half a day. All of that is gone, right? But there is also a psychological aspect of this that cannot be ignored, right? To resign has become very easy now. Earlier, in the last 1.5 years, we've hired people who we have not met, we've not had coffee with, we've not shook hands. We've had virtual meetings, but, Professor, you mentioned this, we are all multitasking. If you think your students are multitasking, imagine the number of, multitasking. There are people attending interviews, preparing CVs as they're talking to us, right? Maybe some of us are doing it too, right? So there is a psychological or an aspect that is not being measured yet, right? The way at which we engage, the way at which we learn from each other, that's all changing. But by and large, the force, as we've been discussing from the beginning, there is a shift, and we'll have to listen to that shift and figure out a way to engage in meaningful ways.
Yeah, I think I would completely agree there, Paul. And like you mentioned, consulting, right? When we go ahead for interviews for consulting jobs, most often the question that we get asked in every interview is that I hope you're open to a lot of travel. And who would have imagined that we have been able to function well for 2 years without having boarded a flight even once. So it has been a matter of, the mindset changing. We are running design thinking workshops virtually. We are doing a lot of this, which we would have never even imagined before. But if you ask me personally, somewhere I have really missed that human element of it. I mean, I would still want to be there in front of a client while I'm running that workshop and I'm, trying to put down the points which I'm hearing and having an actual whiteboard and not a whiteboard in the metaverse. So I think it has to be a healthy mix. At some point where we provide those flexibilities, but at the same time we are able to retain that human element of it, which I believe becomes very important in the long run.
Aditya, do you have any quick thoughts?
Yeah, I think when Manish was capturing it beautifully, right? I think finally the appropriate. So I disagree with that tweet. In summary, I think the appropriateness of the nature in which you work will be dependent on the individual's preferences, the job at hand, and some team dynamics. Probably there is a lot of role for remote work to play in being effective as well. We don't need to treat employees as children. I think, you treat them as adults and they will choose what is right for them. And maybe they will learn, right? That I thought it's great to work from home, but somebody else goes to the office, chats with the boss, and actually has a much better handle on what needs to be done. So maybe that will also happen, and people will learn that I do need that social interaction even to be professionally effective. But clearly, I mean, that tweet is misfounded because I think there's enough proof points now that remote works. It's changing the way even jobs globally are being looked at. I mean, so many firms now are hiring heavily in India for jobs in the US, and I think it's a wonderful thing for us, right? So somewhere in the middle for sure, but that tweet doesn't make sense to me.
I would have loved to go on with my other questions that I have noted, but Archita has been messaging me for the last 10 minutes that, sir, we have to now move to the Q&A session. So I think now we move to the Q&A session, and Archita, I leave it to you if you can help me take questions from the audience.
Sir, I would like to ask Pulkit to come up with the Q&A. Pulkit, are you there?
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much, Archita. And actually, the entire conversation was so interesting that even we lost track of the time and I probably exceeded the time allocated. And first, I'd like to thank all the panel members for sharing their thoughts and learnings with us today. And we'll quickly move to the question answers round. So first we have Ankita Singh. So Ankita, please unmute and share your question.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this enlightening session. So my question is, when we talk about the digital shift and its relevance, there are also huge investment costs involved in it, like digital twinning and IoT are all very cost-centering transformation. So to what extent can we actually see the digital penetration business and strategies, or considering these high costs?
Should I take a stab at it? Okay. I think it's a fair point, right? The simple answer is, of course, that every investment is evaluated on its merits, long-term benefits, risk, etc. profile, and people will do that, right, with digital investments as well. And I think a slightly deeper answer is you only have so much revenue, right? And you have your P&L, and there's only so many places and so much money you can put. So of course, at a fundamental level, companies are rethinking the P&L a little bit and saying, how much money should I put behind technology exactly, and what's the right level? And they're trying to figure it out. So the questions, some of which like you're raising, are very relevant questions from a strategy perspective of firms we work with as well. But on specific points, it's a case-to-case evaluation more than anything.
That's right. I mean, we would typically go about establishing the business case first as to what are the benefits or the value they're likely to realize. And since you did bring up, say, the likes of digital manufacturing or IoT, what we are seeing as trend is they would typically start small, have an MVP, see how much value they are generating before they kind of roll it out on a larger basis.
By the way, the whole SaaS thing is precisely one of the things that's responding to concerns like yours. Make it easy to kind of get the first bite.
Right. Thank you so much, Ankita. Next, we have Tanya Roy with a question dedicated to Ipshita. Tanya, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was unable to unmute myself. Thank you, Professor and eminent panelists. It's really great to listen to all of you. So my question is to the panelists, like as you all were discussing about emerging technologies, so companies spend millions, try to forecast an unpredictable future, but no one knows which technologies will be ready, which will be inadequate, too expensive. Sometimes it can be overhyped also and can be a threat. So no one knows when the market demand will rise for which trend. So how can companies actually develop business models or processes that will work and eventually help in strategically having a direction to how to handle this unpredictability of technologies?
Okay, I'll probably take a stab at it, and you're very right there, Tanya, right?
Yes.
Where, if you look at, we have this hype cycle, right, of those technology trends, and if you look at how technology has evolved in the past versus how it is evolving today, you'll see that the time here that we have today for new technologies evolving, there's very less time for organizations to react or, kind of decide whether we want to go ahead with something, a new technology trend or not. We are hearing, say, quantum computing, we're hearing blockchain coming in, we're hearing a lot of these new trends, which they have to really, really be prepared for in advance. So I think clearly there is no easy answer to your question. The way organizations typically would work in this model is to be able to start thinking in advance, not really wait to be totally reactive, and look at their own context to see what technology really applies well to their business. And really fail fast if they really need to check it out, right? They cannot really spend a lot of time, effort in planning and going ahead and then probably realizing that they've spent so much of time thinking through it that some new technology is already around the corner. So kind of taking those quick decisions, that's why we partner with them to kind of bring in the context where maybe others in the industry are considering similar trends, or how is it likely to impact with the very context of their own business. Take some decisions, but of course you would learn from your failures. So fail fast and move ahead with your decisions is typically what we would see organizations do.
Thank you.
If I may,
yes.
Tanya, if I may just add, one thing that I've seen in my experience is that in this sort of shape-shifting world that we are in, what companies are doing to stay ahead by way of determining where do their technology investments go is to kind of rein in what my customers want. And I'm saying this not in a sort of a generic sense. I think that the relationship with customers is also changing, right? And companies were realizing they're moving from this whole idea of customer focus. Can I, if I've got a, sell them an account, can I sell that person a credit card? Can I sell them a loan? That annoying way of that each one of us get very bored with when customers go after companies go after us. Moving from customer focus to a customer centric piece, by saying, hey customer, what is it what do you need? and maybe I can serve some of it, and maybe I can work with some of the others to create that competitive advantage that we were talking about earlier, right? So that ability to staying close to that customer and figuring out what is it that they need and find a way to serve them differently, I think that is creating potentials of where technology can operate. And you would see now, I work with, I'm talking about establishments, not the startups, because they are already there. But if you look at the companies, brick and mortar, large organizations, a few $1 billion old, big, that's the kind of conversation that is happening. The second thing they're doing is they're testing out, experimenting some of these ideas, right? So before putting in a huge chunk of money out there, and at the point Ipshita has all made, is that, okay, can we take a small bet and test it out in a certain part of a business and where it operates, and make then choices of the technology. And I think that experimentation piece is going on. And I'm kind of conflicted between Aditya and my own experience. I think most companies struggle with that sort of shift of thinking like this, but directionally, there is no other way, and they're moving towards the ability to serve that customer. So that's where I am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Right. So thank you, Ipshita and Manish, for answering that, and Tanya for putting up your question. So last question we have from Nidesh. Nidesh, please go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. We have one more question before that. So, Mr. Dipesh Raghav.
Dipesh Raji, yes.
Yes.
My question is to the academia as well as the industry. I'm expecting Professor Kalyan Bhaskar to answer first, actually. My question is regarding the way of adopting Industry 4.0 to India. Like most of the countries in the West are talking about Industry 4.0, basically IT and OT integration. But in the perspective of India, like we never had the adoption of Industry 3.0 to our domestic industries. Like I'm currently based in UAE. I'm basically from Kerala. Like the traditional industries of Kerala is like coir or traditional Ayurvedic manufacturing, etc. Not even electrified their business processes. Now we are talking about Industry 4.0. When it is coming to Industry 4.0 and adoption in countries like Indonesia and all, they themselves told the World Economic Forum that it is not Industry 4.0 to their industries, it is Industry 3.0. But from Indian perspective, nobody in the academia or neither in the industry is not telling that we are not in the stage of Industry 4.0, we are in the stage of Industry 3.0. Why nobody is challenging it? And I asked the same questions to this UNIDO people when they came here last month, and they are telling that this is a problem of the developing economies. Nobody is telling their reasons to the regulatory bodies or organization who is managing at the UN level. But why the academy is not pointing out to the regulators, or neither as industry person who is working in the industry domain. Like I happen to address this issue in different industries. Like for example, the tea industries. Like tea manufacturing is only two types: CTC and authorized manufacturing. No industries adopted neither the control system, basic control systems, or even the manufacturing execution systems. And currently we are talking about IoT or the sensor layer to integrating with the administrative layer. Why I'm talking specifically to the Indian industries. I'm not talking from a technocrat point of view of only driving a technology industry.
Now this is something I would call a bouncer, because I wasn't prepared to field a question, but let me take a brief shot at this because we are running short of time. So let me address it briefly, and then I'll ask the panelists to answer that. So I think you bring up a very vital point, because all these things of 3.0, 4.0 are at a very surface level. If we were to talk about, let's say in a developing country context, countries like India, there are all developing countries typically have institutional issues that prevent them from adopting the technologies at the same pace as it happens, let's say, in the Western world or the more developed world. But when it comes to technology, perhaps adoption, I think that is where those institutional issues are those are no more an obstacle, I think, Then there are again, developing countries have financial issues, policy issues. If I were to talk about industrial policy, when was the last time India had an industrial policy? 1984 or 1983. So it's been close to 40 years since we had a policy for industrialization in India. And since the liberalization process started 30 years back, essentially we are focused more on growth of services sector. Agriculture share has gone down, services has gone up, but not as much as manufacturing right now. So right now you see impetus, the government is talking about bringing in again technologies and those 3.0, 4.4, so that the manufacturing base, the industrial base in India goes up. I'll restrict my question to that brief, but if you can share your email perhaps with the organizers, I'll be happy to engage with you post-event. But the 4 panelists, any of you would want to take a shot at Deepesh's question?
Sure, I'll try. It's a very passionate question. It came from the heart. Deepesh, I spent 5 years in Trivandrum. Love Kerala, how they preserve the culture and some of the industries. I think one of the panelists mentioned earlier, see, resources and capital is not infinite, right? It's finite, time, people, and money, right? Where do you want to spend your energy and how much do you want to invest? Decides the strategy for, adopting a 3.0, 4.0, or sitting that one out, right? That is one. The second is where you are and what stage are you in, also decides, right? Are you the innovator? Are you the early adopter? Are you the contender? Are you the person who's going to disrupt it? All of that, there are multiple aspects to it, right? So if you are a coir business, your primary competition is, let's say, carpet business. Do you want to mechanize it? Do you want to industrialize it? If that decides. That is one aspect of it. The second aspect of it is, Professor addressed it very articulately. It's a policy decision, right? Is the policies around it, ready? And the third is the customer ready, right? It's a combination of all three that decides who leads the innovation and who leads these, rides the wave. So that's the broad answer. But there are other pieces, smaller pieces that that requires longer conversation. So I'll allow the other panelists to weigh in. That's my take.
And I'll add one message, Deepesh, for you is be optimistic. There is a leapfrog, sometimes that happens when you have been left behind. And you jump straight to the front of the queue when it comes to adopting, especially, when there are investment cycles. So be optimistic. I think MES, PLM, all of that, there are firms starting to adopt it en masse. Frankly, they've been buying machines with sensors, but not using them, right, for the last decade. So be optimistic. There will be front runners, but there's nothing fundamentally stopping us, right? We will leapfrog, I'm sure.
My question was why our academy is not telling that, our basic industry is not adopting this, and nobody is pointing out to the policymakers that it is not happening. Academia has a responsibility to point out the policymakers. And my question, that's why it is first to Professor Kalyan Bas. It is not about, see, I'm working in the technology domain, but thing is that when as a salesperson, I'm trying to sell a automation solution to some basic industries, quite some years back. But I know that the process will be disturbed, and all the tribal people are actually working in this T domain. And thing is that their jobs will be lost. And we cannot, as a salesperson, I want to sell this solution to my client, but who is actually ultimately losing the job, and can, as a social responsibility, or thinking from a social responsibility point of view, can we sell that solution to this? Tribals are ultimately losing the job. Do we want to lose the job of the tribal? Now it's a question that who is to be pointed out to the government that this is to be addressed.
Okay, so one let's say in a field of 20, we had an IPL auction today, so I'll give a brief, quick one-line, sort of 1 or 2 line answer to that. Now, the last time the government brought out industrial policy 83-84, I was not born. So I can't comment on what has happened since then, but let me talk about my engagement with the government. Last year, I was working with Niti Aayog on a committee on circular economy, and we were talking about how can India be at the best with the world, what we can learn from what's happening in the Europe, especially for design for environment in the electronic sector. But how can India give a boost to electronic sector, electronic manufacturing? And some of the conversation we had, we are now seeing in that the policies that have come out in the last 6 months have been resultant of those discussions that we had. So, please,
Professor, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but due to paucity of time, if you could cut down the discussion here.
Oh yeah. So I
So
would like
moving
to
ahead.
Okay, give a vote of thanks, Pulkit, then go ahead.
Yes, please. Thank you. So moving ahead, I'd like to extend my vote of thanks to all the panel members. So very good evening, everyone. Again, I hope everyone thoroughly enjoyed this extraordinary and enriching session based on strategy and tech convergence. Now, the goal of every corporate strategy is to win, to increase the value of business to its constituents, whether be it customers, employees, or shareholders. While technology provides an endless opportunity assisting these efforts by bringing in rapidly increasing power to bear creatively, effectively, and efficiently on not only top line, but also bottom line growth. So technology creates change, change creates opportunities, opportunities creates markets, and markets create profits. Hence, it can be rightly concluded that yes, today technology plays an inherent and instrumental role in any sort of strategy formulation and implementation. Well, it is my absolute honor and privilege to give vote of thanks to all my honorable speakers and panel members today, Mr. Aditya Malik, Mr. Paul Praveen, Mr. Monish Sinha, and Mr. Ishita Ghosh. I want to start by thanking all the speakers on behalf of the entire cohort of XRI Jamshedpur for taking out time from a hectic schedule today on a Saturday evening and joining us for such an amazing session. We thoroughly enjoyed the vast experiences and anecdotes you shared with us today. I'm sure each one of us would agree that this session has been absolutely enriching and insightful. I firmly believe that all the insights and learnings we have received today will be really helpful for all of us. And last but not the least, I would like to thank the moderator of the session, Dr. Kalyan Bhaskar. He's one of our most favorite professors in the batch for steering the discussions into such fruitful conversations. So thank you once again to all the esteemed speakers for this interactive session and taking up so many questions. It has been an absolute honor to host you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Bye. Thanks.
So now I'd like to invite Mr. Ayush and Shivangi to take up the next session, please.
Ayush, I think we can start.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I'll take the liberty of speaking for a couple of minutes before I execute the privilege bestowed upon me of introducing our speaker. I am part of the GMP 2021 batch. And when our program started, when the COVID wave was just starting, I spoke to an alum about whether this program had a particular club or committee for consulting. And she said, not yet. And I said, okay, we'll make it. And last year we started off, we were a team of 4 people. I can see that the 3 core people in my team are still here in this session. We had Shilpi, we had Suyash, we had Himanshu. They're all here today. And last year we started off with very small initiatives. We called a few international speakers. We tried to push our batch to do cases. And what I'm really proud about is that now Kautilya has not only thrived, but has become one of the most dynamic, fast-growing consulting communities across B schools, especially across one-year programs like this one. We have received tremendous support from Kanagraj sir. So if I'm getting the chance to speak at a platform like this, a lot of the credit goes to him. Last year, we hadn't envisioned that we'd be the club would be hosting a consulting conclave of this level. And my many congratulations to the present team, Amol, Archita, Shivangi, Swagato, and Pulkit. Now, it gives me immense pleasure to invite our next speaker, Mr. Avik Chatterjee. Managing Director at the Boston Consulting Group, for a topic that has instantly captured the attention of everyone who's heard it. Winning in Digital India, the art and science of crafting success and jugaad to top it all. Mr. Abhi is a managing director with Boston Consulting Group and a core member of BCG's Energy, Industrial Goods, and Technology Advantage practice. He brings deep expertise in digital strategy, enterprise architecture, data analytics and operations, operating model design, AI/ML, industrial IoT, across a multitude of segments. I'd also like to add that Abhi sir co-wrote a research article for BCG on business platforming for automotives. Sir, I've read that article and I think that just laid out the roadmap for the next 10 years for the automotive sector. Sir, it is truly an honor to host you and a matter of great pride for me that this platform will benefit from your wisdom. Over to you, sir.
Hi, everyone. Hope all of you can hear me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can
First
hear
of all,
you.
thank you so much for inviting me to this forum. And I think the amount of intellectual acumen that is residing in this call is just phenomenal. If you would bill it to a client, I don't think they can afford it at any point in time. So heartiest congratulations to all of you. And I would say I was just looking at the number of people who are on this call. For a 7 p.m. call on a weekend, that too on a Saturday after the wave 3 is really mellowing down and people are itching to go back, at least for a dinner or for a ride. Having 150 plus people on a call is commendable. And thanks for all the kind words. I just feel so superhuman at this point in time. And so let me get started. What I will do is I had actually two things to share with you, and I'm a true consultant, so I've got my slides with me, so I'll not disappoint. I had 2 things to share with you. I would say there is section 1, which is I do a lot of work consulting clients, both private sector as well as the governments, in their journey of, as I would say, value creation from digital. And I have tripped a lot in this journey, if I would say, which means I have done failed implementations. I have done successful ones as well. I just wanted to share a few elements of where things go wrong. And as many of you, I'm sure, would embark on either the business journey or a consulting journey, would like to keep that in view. And secondly is I would like to share with you my experiences and what I learned through the last 12, 18 months of being an individual or a professional through the COVID parts. And those are things that is irrespective of a person being senior, junior, the title that they hold. I think this is just an individual experience. And I thought, as I was speaking to Pulkit and Ayush over the last couple of days, and thank you so much for setting a very beautiful context for me. It was very, very helpful. I just thought I would share some with you and also leave time for Q&A. So with that, what I'll do is I'll directly share my screen. Let me know once you can see it or not.
Yes, sir, we can see it.
We can see it, sir.
Okay, sorry. Don't worry, I'm not going to pump all slides down you, but maybe a few of them. Okay, so let's get started, right? I mean, I was just, I also had the privilege of listening to some of the speakers who were just at the fag end of the previous session. But I mean, as you would know, digital is really big. Many of us owe our careers because of that word, and I'm sure it's going to just create phenomenal amount of jobs, work, success paths for people in the future. But if you really look at it from a sense of value creation, which is digital really adding top line growth, bottom line into my balance sheet, or from an India perspective, I think the answer is quite mixed. What we are seeing is digital still for a traditional Indian organization, and you would not, there is a very interesting, I mean, earlier it used to be FANGs in terms of emerging companies. There is a recent term also called as Gandalf, and I don't know, many of you may have or may not have heard. I have a quick point on that, which I'll cover off in later, but I'm also a quizzer in my side by profession, so you can rack your brains on what Gandalf could extend into. But broadly, what we are saying is that whilst the entire country and most of the businesses are in this mad rush to go digital, less than, I mean, about 77% are really failing in that journey. There are only, I would say, a little less than 25% who are being able to strike, as we would say, gold, or as we would say, significant value. And that is driven by a number of factors. There are some more data points in terms of what people are doing well. But if we look at the factors that are really driving the difference between the best and the rest, you can compartmentalize that into 6 buckets, right? Number one is companies that who are doing phenomenally well clearly have a very, very integrated strategy. They have outcomes defined, they have programs defined, and they just go about it. So clear strategy, clear goals, clear outcomes, right? That is point number one. Point number two is around significant leadership commitment. And this is not about lip service. It is about a CEO or a board member setting the bar, saying that, okay, as a business, we want to achieve 10, 15, 20% of our EBIT or top line contributed by digital. And that entire mandate is taken through the organization. It is just not about many of our CEOs and colleagues talking about, okay, we have become AI driven. I think there is just too much madness about it. But the real impact in terms of value is not there. Point number three is the ability to deploy high caliber talent. I mean, this is a big struggle in our India conditions. If you look at most of our businesses, if I mean, you talk of a large pharma company, a large retail organization, banks, etc. The top talent is either driving the front line in terms of sales, marketing, or driving manufacturing and plants. For initiatives like digital, the ability to relieve their top people to drive some of these programs on a sustainable basis has been a challenge. And I'll share a few examples with you. Point number four, I mean, a classic management point, which is we want to be agile, right? I mean, this is a big word. People have written multiple articles, etc. But we just find it very difficult to be agile. I mean, as a country, and as a, I would say, as a business sense, we just struggle in following agile, and I'll share some pitfalls with you. Point number five is our love for pilots, which is and not the flying one, but just the 3-6 month pilot that one would execute. People just love climbing a small hill thinking it's a Mount Everest conquest. But I think the main job is, how do you really measure performance consistently, not over 6 months, a year, but over 3-5 years in terms of sustainable value that is delivered for the business. And last but not the least is the element around, how do you really create that entire technology and data platform, right? Now, if you look at these 6 points, very interestingly, only one point is technology oriented. And typically it is very natural to say that digital transformations fail because of tech. But what we have seen is it fails also because of tech, and tech is just one of the 6 things, right? So let me just get a little specific into it, right? Let's take the first one, which is just the need to have a holistic strategy, so on and so forth. So in India, if you by far look at all the industries, I mean, thanks to COVID, all the industries have had a need to be digital in some shape or form, from some of the large oil companies in India who needed to go who needed to go digital because their data science people, or the people who were doing seismic analysis of ground, could not go to their workstation, so they needed to get on the cloud. People and then a lot of front-end players on the B2C side needed to have their entire offerings hosted on either digital channels, platforms, so on and so forth, or manufacturing-oriented players who just needed to optimize more of their, if we would say, asset and uplift their throughput through digital. But it is very clear that in India and also across the world, our organizations know what has to be done, correct? So they know what are the, I would say, the initiatives that have to be implemented. And if you look at the graphic on the right, it just compares a little bit about the skew between what organizations would focus, if I would say on the extreme right, largely manufacturing B2B oriented, to, for example, a slightly more skewed services B2C oriented. Although you may say that retail kind of finds somewhere in the middle, but I mean, if you look at it, services largely focused on growth, business model innovation, digital partnerships, so very GTM focused. Whilst if you look at on the right, extreme focus on plant operations, procurement, obviously the need to get some bit of focus on cyber and resilience stays. But if I would say in a summary, in a nutshell, organizations know what they have to do. Today, if you look at any amount of research sitting between consulting organizations, institutes, academia, or talented people like you can put your finger easily and say that, okay, I need to do these 5 initiatives across these industry segments. So the issue is not of what to do, but the issues are slightly different. Okay, I just wanted to share an example of a client of mine. This is Renault. Their India version is, I mean, they operate in India as a part of the Renault Nissan tie-up that they do. When Renault started their journey, they did 5 things right. And to me, this is a good gold standard of what could be a good way to start your journey. In a summary, they clearly outlined a very, very bold ambition. They said, in 5 years, I want to be achieving a little over €1 billion in EBIT. This was a clear outcome. €1 billion in EBIT from digital is no mean ask, right? I mean, it's a significant contribution. Secondly, they were clear that I don't want to achieve the moon and implement like some 400, 500, 600 initiatives. We just want to focus on the top 20 every year. No more, no less, right? Point number 3, they were clear that they could not scale if they did not focus on people, and hence they grew a set of internal and contracted talent, whatever, and they set up a digital center of excellence, which was really a mechanism for them to fuel the kind of what we would say excellence of people and drive that sustenance. Point number 4, very important, but typically overlooked, which is how would we drive new ways of working on the ground? When we are talking about new ways of working, we are really talking about the ability to drive not a project, but it is the ability of the analytics model to, for example, take the recommendation engine to really drive revenue advantage. It's almost like if Netflix segments you as a customer for a certain set of usage patterns, is Netflix's engine being able to drive more revenue out of you by cross-sell, upsell, or at least from a retention perspective? So how do they ensure that the model doesn't lose you as an individual customer? Last but not the least, obviously getting the entire, if I would say, the tech and the backbone right. Okay, so let's now talk about where do things go wrong. Okay, and these are real examples. I will not take client names; they will personally come and kill me. But if you look at the right-hand side, this was honestly my first digital project I did moons back. I had a little more hair at that point in time, but we created 136 projects for them to be done in digital. It is insane. And companies do that even today. So point number 1, we just take too much. We just take too much on our plate. It's too much to chew, correct? There are few problems that come up. Number 1 is more than half of these projects just tend to be classic technology projects with very, very less relevance to business. There are organizations I know, and one of them is a very dear organization of mine whom I've been serving for the last many years. They at a point in time had more than 300 programs they were running in a year. So we clearly told them that there is a word in English language called prioritization. We really need to do it because there was a comment just made in the previous session that there are finite resources and capital. And I think this is a classic way wherein that demand supply needs to match. So number 1, please watch out how much to chew, correct? Number 2, I think India is a very trigger happy nation. And with all this boom of tech and startups and everything, which is just fabulous and phenomenal, we have developed that bias that we bring in a tech and it'll just solve all problems in life. But my friends, it does not happen like that in the real business. What you see here is a very interesting flow. Okay, this is actually the flow of how, and when we were doing that paper on auto platforms, we were trying to figure out that pre-COVID and also post-COVID, how is the auto buying journey really getting disrupted? So if you classically look, an auto journey has approximately the buying cycle in an auto. Most of you would have bought cars at some point in time. For those who have brought it recently, I'm sure you would have compared car models online. You would have then gone and taken a test drive, applied for a loan if at all necessary. And then traditionally, we used to go chase a bank and do a lot of paperwork, etc. So there are about 25, 26 touch points in this auto journey, buying journey, right from the time there is a need to buy a car to the time that it is after sales service. And and there are a few points wherein the entire puzzle breaks. One big point is people get disenchanted when they have to really process a loan. So that's where you will see all the auto players come up with a finance marketplace, wherein as an auto player, I don't want to lose you as a customer, right? I can just digitize some part of the journey, which is I can give my sales guy an app. I can trigger a notification when you come to me. I can organize a test drive, so on and so forth. And I can do all the good things. But then understanding how I behave as a consumer, understanding where I would essentially get disenchanted, which is something called as the moment of truth in that entire journey, and then applying tech to that is the real secret. And hence, this is a thing that most businesses overlook, because we are often sold by the promise that, okay, this is the great tool that is there, boom, apply it and it will solve all your pains in life in 3 months. Rarely does that happen. So what is important is, please apply tech, but very clearly in the business context, understanding what is the problem you're solving. And this is where I would say talented people like you come in, because I think this entire generation in this call understands business, loves tech, and hence the ability to fuse both of them is just super magical, right? Let's then move into the next section, and I'll also pause to take some reaction and comments as well. So this was a slide I created last week, and I sprinkled a little bit of Squid Game here, but on the middle, you see 3 phenomenally talented leaders. So there is Piyush Gupta, who leads DBS, one of the most phenomenal CEOs. There's Sanjeev Mehta, who leads Unilever, and there's Sajjan Jindal, who obviously takes care of the Jindal Group, right? Now, why do I call it red light, green light? I think because a big part of the success of value from initiatives like digital or the journey around digital is very, very intrinsically defined by how the captain of the ship sets the tone. And if you look at these 3 extraordinary leaders, Piyush Gupta set up DBS with the vision that I would be a tech company who just happens to be a bank. And he wants to be the D in Gandalf, correct? You can look at the other alphabets at the bottom of the screen, right? So that's how the new acronyms are panning out. Sanjeev Mehta, although had I would say a different vision setting, which was he wants to make HUL a very, very successful company in the digital world. It's not about I want to become a digital native company, but I want to be a super successful company in the digital world. I want to really brace up and bake in digital in whatever I do. And that would mean, from his perspective, at least growth from digital from 3% to 10% in terms of his overall turnover portfolio, which is quite significant. The other thing that he laid out was, how does he use data to really segment in what he calls as winning in mini India, which is a concept called VMI that I think HUL has just fabulously executed. If some of you are not aware, you should definitely check that up. It's a classic case of how strategy is applied in the retail context, go-to-market excellence, and you learn super amounts on how tech, digital data is influencing go-to-market strategy and driving excellence. So we took a banking example, we took a retail example. Life is not over without a B2B one as well. So you have JSW. And obviously the real penchant on focus and cost, right? So long story short, 3 very different leaders, but leading from the front, setting not 200 initiatives, 500 complex things, but a very simple mandate and a very simple purpose for the company to drive this ahead. Okay. Factor 2, at least on the people side, and it's a slightly busy slide, let me pick up a couple of points. I think whilst the top guy really sets the tone, I think it's really on the middle management and the backbone of the organization to sustain this. It's not easy when it just has a charismatic leader, but the backbone below is not strong, because it needs people to be incentivized to drive a lot of them. It needs people at a junior level to also be empowered. I know of organizations wherein people have done pilots, but after that, because of the reactions and some of the pilots failed, people had to unfortunately suffer from a performance management perspective. And hence, for top talent, how do you protect them? It is easy to say that succeed fast but fail faster, but people really do not look at what happens if you fail fast. What happens to that talented individual and how would you be treated? I think it's very important for organizations to offer that safety net, which is, okay, guys, go and take your shot. Even if you fail, we'll cover you, correct? I was working with a Malaysian oil and gas company, and they had relief in terms of bonuses and performance for those people, saying, this is a handpicked pool of 60 people. I have got you as top talent. I will cover your backs for the full year. You execute a successful project, you execute a failed project, both of you will be treated the same way. So we will cover your backs at least for the base period, correct? But an important point, and this is where I think India has structural problems on how to manage this. And I would say some organizations are slowly finding the mojo here, remaining are still struggling. Okay, I'll quickly move on. So committing talent. This is one of my favorite pages. I'm sure a lot of analytical people in the room can easily see a pattern between left and right. So as you move from left to right, you move to really traditional tech to more emerging tech, right? And when I say emerging tech, it is data analytics, delivery, so on and so forth. Some discussions on IIoT, as I was hearing in the previous call, right? Most of the traditional companies in India have the left. Most of the work that they need to do is on the right. This is an obvious talent gap, right? It is, and if I move you to the next part, this just takes it to a next level. So if you look at all the boxes in pink, I mean, most companies today want to build front-end products. So they want to become a Swiggy or if I would say a Flipkart or an Amazon in terms of how you build what is called as an internet stack. So for that, what you need is people who understand products, people who know digital marketing, people who can do growth hackers. I mean, today being a growth lead is a really cool and a fancy title, right? I mean, one could easily trade that off with anything else. But these are people which traditional organizations do not have. These people understand markets, they understand revenue, they also understand tech nudges, etc. So clearly significant gap that we see in this space. And specifically how to address the gap. Now, what a lot of companies are trying to do is, where they go wrong is, one, they would really, if I would say, they would oversimplify this, and they would, first of all, they would just not even understand what each of the boxes mean. So the appreciation for facets of talent and what it takes to get things right is important. Secondly, they underestimate the volume of talent needed for it and the acuteness that is available in the market. Thirdly, the most challenging part is top talent like you today, who is sitting in front of me in this room, may not want to be sitting in traditional organizations trying to do this, correct? I mean, if you're given, I don't want to throw company names here, but if you're given an option of a top startup with a top consulting firm with a traditional organization trying to hire you for a digital program, I think you will choose the first two. There are challenges, and this is a real challenge. And this is something that has to be addressed in terms of employee value proposition, because the opportunity set for these organizations is very large. If they don't solve for it today, they will really, really struggle. I'll quickly move on. I know there was one point that that Pulkit specifically had for me, which was what are some learnings for consultants of tomorrow? So I had one other page that I'll come to it at the end, but just one summary of learning based on the first three elements. So if I were you, first of all, I had to be academically much better to be so young and still get into XLRI. I got into Excel much later. So clearly, I would say I was not top quartile there. But if I was you and in this day and age, I would say I would have an eye on industry for sure. And I would have an eye for tech or digital for sure. And when I say industry, I think tech people do well, but people with an integrated view of business plus tech really are shining in today's world, because I think digital is here to stay. Business is getting disrupted. So how you understand growth, cost, etc. is important. Second point is the classic T model, not the Ford one which you see here, but the T model of talent is also getting disrupted. One is we are aggressively going after analytics or data science. But I think there are a couple of things which are also emerging. One is people who can really connect this digital to business are really shining very well. And there is a small segment of people, because for that, you either need to understand how, for example, a steel operations works, or how a retail GTM works, or how finance in this world works. And then you kind of connect the underlying elements. And I think we have a lot of people who do good tech, but then they miss that leg on business. And I think that's becoming a big one to solve for. The other part is around, if I would say, we are increasingly getting into a significant partnership play, wherein we are getting into a very wide ecosystem model. So it's not about my company just throwing all business value proposition. I am just working and partnering together with many. So how you do partnerships, how you integrate third-party connects are very important. And last but not the least, I would say the ways of problem solving itself has changed. I think, I mean, MBA teaches us classic first principles, so does engineering. I think the ecosystem know-how is a very powerful insight to have, because today, and I remember I was having a discussion with one of the MDs of Tata Steel, and he was saying that today's talent does not want, so today's talent, I mean, in the earlier days, a graduate trainee or a management trainee would be given a problem and a standard operating procedure, SOP. Today, and he was saying that today talent, emerging talent says that, sir, you give me the problem, I will get you the answer. And hence, the entire nail and hammer story has got reversed, which means your knowledge of ecosystems, your ability to do jugaad, because India is high on cost and time in terms of constraints. I mean, the answers in US and Australia and Europe, unfortunately, still do not work here. Our price points are very acute, and how we solve that just demands acute amount of, I would say, jugaad as well, but jugaad beyond the point also hurts us a lot. So I think there is a trade-off between structure and jugaad. Okay. Okay. I'm happy to just quickly pause and take questions here for a few minutes, and then I can carry on, or I can carry on as well. So Pulkit, Ayush, or Shivangi, please suggest me what I need to do.
No problem, sir.
I think, sir, we could carry on and we could take all the questions at the end.
Okay, sure. Okay, so I think agile, a very, if I would say, beaten topic. We find it very difficult to do agile in India. We are just, I mean, first of all, we don't listen to anyone. I mean, we don't like to follow instructions, etc. As a, I would say, as a nation, as compared to perhaps others. And we also always think that kuch na kuch to jugaad hum kar lenge. So I think whilst that mindset is great, but it's kind of an antithesis to agile. Now, where does it hit us? It hits at 3 or 4 places. Number one is, if you look at, I mean, our organization structures in India also are very, very traditional, which means it's very hierarchical, right? So you come, I mean, there's an associate, senior associate, etc. Depending on traditional organization, engineer, senior engineer, manager, senior manager, blah, blah. There'll be about 13, 15 levels. I think the fight for power is very real there. So for key decisions like whom you want to hire, whom you want to partner with, those decisions are still kind of nestled at the top. And what that means is empowerment down the teams is a real challenge. It does not happen. So you have to still go multiple reviews, etc., to get that done. That is one. Secondly is, sorry, apologies. Secondly is our review mechanisms are very traditional. I'm sure all of you must have heard words like we will do a 30-minute stand-up, we will do a rapid check-in. But if you hit traditional organizations, you will have a meeting set up in 3 weeks. We will discuss with the senior members, etc. The focus is on where things go wrong. The focus is on not on trying to solve how can I debottleneck. So how do you even flip the entire action orientation in the meeting or the mode is an important one. And last but not the least, I would say is an element around a classic mechanism called decisions that are 2-door versus 1-door. This is a concept that Amazon really exercises very well. And again, if you have not perhaps had a look at it in detail, I would urge you to. This is a classic mechanism wherein it says that not all decisions need to be taken on day one. Secondly, 2-door decisions are ones that you can revisit. So it's like a door, it swings open and it comes back as well. So that's why 2-door. 1-door is when it just shuts, right? So you go in once and when you look back, it's sealed forever. So when you develop businesses, when you develop solutions, tech, whatever, there are certain decisions that you can go and revisit, and knowing what you can do and what you cannot is an important one. And that needs, I would say, good problem solving thinking as well as knowledge of business and tech in order to solve it. A funny fact, but in most companies, the time it takes to buy a pump is the same that it takes to buy a cloud. And often pump contracts or heavy contracts would take anywhere between 4 to 6 months. That much is the time, or even more, for traditional businesses to maybe buy a data lake or any cloud application. And what's even funnier is that the time to implement that application may be just 3 months. So it takes 6 months to procure and 3 months to implement. And hence there is a huge debottlenecking or optimization that you can do in how you source, how you apply, because that is one factor wherein, for example, all of these Facebooks, Amazons of the world are just super, super sharp and super fast. So they would procure, acquire in weeks. They would deploy in weeks and months. We would just acquire in quarters. We would deploy in almost years. So there is a unit of measure difference in what we would do. And hence, as you hit some of your consulting lives, etc., these are areas that I believe you can definitely look at to kind of optimize. I did touch upon the point around pilots, so I will just quickly breeze through this. Lastly, on tech, I do a lot of tech in my work. I can go for hours on this topic, but I will just take 2-3 minutes. I think point number one, as a nation, as a business, our investment on tech is 60% at an average of what international companies will do. So you take a large bank in the US, you take a large bank in India. If you offset the dollar to rupee, I'm just talking about IT investment as a percentage of revenue. That has nothing to do with where you work. It just has to do with how much do you treat that topic seriously. We treat that, those guys treat that topic at least 1.4x more seriously than us. And hence, what it means is you are always operating in India with investment on tech that is held with the tightest fist possible, correct? Heavy amount of scrutiny, trying to really peg it down. And what that means is those who would have known bid rules, etc., there is something called as L1. L1 is the lowest price. And often Indian companies would choose the L1. And cheapest may always not be the best. So it hurts you over a period of time. Point number two is most of the businesses today, we are getting into this very, very open marketplace model. So I want to connect to my customers, to my partners, etc. The technology setups of these organizations are not geared for it. Most of them have a large SAP or an Oracle, so they can talk to some players, but they overnight will not be able to talk to a bank, to a retailer, etc. So a huge amount of struggle to even, it's almost like, how do you convert a mothership into a speedboat? That's the kind of, if I would say, corollary, if I can paint for you. This means significant challenges from tech, architecture, investment, changes. And it takes companies anywhere between 5 to 10 years to try and at least become from a mothership to, if not a speedboat, a faster mothership. So that's the difference, correct? Lastly, I am from the East. We pride ourselves in this entire Akla Chalo Re mindset, right? So we just want to run alone. We love control. We want to do it by ourselves. And this is again an auto example, the need to proliferate with insurance players, with app platforms, with telematics. I mean, you just can't do it alone. You have to work with tremendous amount of ecosystem, if I would say, participation. And this just needs you to think different, broker partnerships differently, and tech is just one of them. So it just hits you at multiple levels. Okay. Okay, so that's largely, if I would say, just a quick summary of how things are in terms of value from digital and the 6 factors that really, if I would say, differentiate the best from the rest. I had one sporting analogy here. I don't know how many of you know this guy. His name is Eliud Kipchoge. He's actually the world record holder. The timing that you see behind is the world record for the marathon time. Okay. Now, this is the world record. Now, what does it take to become a world record marathon runner? So if you look at, there are some data points on the left, but if you look at the 3 pictures on the right, they are extremely interesting. The bottommost picture, wherein you would see Eliud is encapsulated by a set of 6 runners, all in black. They are his group of world champion runners as well. So if you have to be a top-notch athlete, professional, whatever, your company needs to be top-notch as well, because that's whom he practices with. Lesser said than known. Second part is the picture on the top part. So this marathon happened in Vienna. The date, time, and the moment at which he wanted to start was guided by wind and weather patterns based on very accurate weather forecasts, which is because based on the wind that will really support his run, that would give him even fraction of millisecond advantage. And lastly, you would see this laser driven picture, which shows that is the straight line path that he has to follow, because even little deviations that he would take would kind of shave away milliseconds from his world run marathon. So to me, this is a very powerful example of, I mean, success for these people doesn't come easy. It comes with not only a lot of hard work, but also applying data and perseverance very, very analytically. And that's how you really get to break something like a world record. I mean, to me, it's a great moment of inspiration to see someone like him and to at least try and do something that he does. Okay. Last but not the least, I just wanted to share with all of you 6 learnings that I took back during the last 2 years of COVID. It's not easy for each of us. For me personally, had many ups and downs. And for a guy who used to travel 3.5, 4 days a week, staying at home and working continuously, wherein business slumps up and down, and we see clients saying that, okay, we are going through some terrible times, let's try and revisit business next year. I was taught 6 things by my firm's leadership. I think number 1, the need to have perseverance, and if I would say shameless persistence. I think what one of my senior partners told me, that if someone doesn't open the door on one knock, knock another time, keep on knocking. I'm sure someday they'll open, correct? So I think there is a very positive intent of the word shameless there in persistence, but it really pays off. I think I'm a big Dravid fan, and what I realized in the COVID time is you have to take what comes by your way. You will not always get a 4 and a 6 like Sehwag. You have to take your ones and twos. So don't lose that. Point number 3, there were many moments wherein we feel down. Each of us do. I'm sure the campus season is on and you would have your best meetings and sometimes not the ones, but keep your chin up. Do something every week, and I'm sure you'll feel happy the week after. I think it's a long journey. I'll just pick up another point. What the crisis also reflected that the focus on very strong and robust technique. So if you please focus on the skill and the craft that you have, and I would request you to go as deep as possible in that, because I think that will really protect you. So with that, what I'll do is I'll pause. I will also unshare, and happy for any of you to engage me for questions that you would have.
I'll request your audience to raise their hands if they have any questions. I'll call upon Bhavya Yadav for the first question.
Thank you for the wonderful session. My question is, the digital space is constantly changing. We have gone from internet to mobile and now to AR and VR and blockchain. How does a consultant stay on top of all this change and find a way to thrive?
I think interesting one. The good part is that you wait for another 5 years, and Bhavya, I'm sure you can rattle off 5 more tech. But I think the big question you have to ask is, see, one of the things I always learned is in your portfolio of skills, I mean, irrespective whether you're a consultant or a professional, you should always have one super strong dominant skill and 2 secondary skills, correct? And you can choose whatever you are. You could be expert in, for example, retail marketing. You should please close the door. I'm in a meeting. Thank you. Sorry for that. It's my 5-year-old and it's difficult to always abstain from. So, so number 1 is really have a very dominant skill and then choose 2 other secondary skills, right? Now, it can just happen that you may have blockchain or any other skill that you choose, but you will need to ensure that that skill also or that craft also has significant commercial traction. To me, a big checkpoint is you pick up whatever tech you want to. It can take you 2 ways. Either you can become an ace researcher and you spend your life on that tech. So you could get into blockchain because you like crypto, you like, I mean, one is you could just think of making insane amount of money and you can get into blockchain by trying to commit your life to trading. That's not a bad idea. The other part is on application of certain tech as they evolve into impacting business. And I would just, rather than going behind tech, I would request you to choose the tech that combines with a certain business cluster. So if it is analytics, or if it is, for example, quantum compute can be, for example, applied in upstream oil and gas, or in, for example, safety and surveillance in airports. So please pick up the tech with a combination of an applicable, strong, I would say, industry impact area, because you will need to apply that tech. Again, unless and until you want to become a super PhD in that tech alone, wherein people just request you, but that if you need to choose a commercial line, you will need to have an industry hand. If you want to just get into research and purely into academics, then perhaps you can choose any tech.
Thank you for your answer, sir. I think Mr. Yash Ranj have sent you a question on your personal message. Oh. He have requested for you to have a look at it.
Okay, I'll just, is it okay, Yash, if I read it out for the benefit of everyone?
I believe yes.
Okay. So the question is, how would someone from a non-tech background navigate in the consulting world? I think first of all, you will just shine because most non-tech people do the best in consulting. See, consulting is very simple. I mean, the client has a problem. They don't know how to solve it. If you know business one, or you know tech and you have an answer to it, you can solve it. So Yash, I think what I would request you to do is you should just back the industry. And again, please choose something that has a heavy commercial leg. When I say commercial leg, it is something that has huge demand. So if you are in a space wherein there is demand, and if your craft is strong, it's very easy for you to pick up tech. Today, most of the CEOs talk about AI, and I can guarantee you, they would not know the difference between the types of modeling within AI. Okay, but they know their business. So I think if you can make that count, that's the difference.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer, sir. Now I would request Ashika to ask her question.
Sure.
Very good evening, sir. Thanks for this enriching session. So after hearing to the things that you have mentioned right now, I would want to ask you about your experience. If you could give us an example or an instance of a corporate innovation or a jugaad that you found to be interesting or intimidating.
That's an interesting one. I was not prepared for it, though. I can definitely share an example. So on jugaad, I think so. Two examples. One, I can definitely give you an example that fired well, and I can also share an example which was a almost egg on face moment. So one piece is, I mean, over the last 18 months, I've been actually developing a tech venture for a large pharma company. So I think the way where jugaad worked is, I mean, it is very difficult in India to build a grounds up tech centric business when you are competing with the larger, I would say, the more established tech players, because I'm talking about an organization which is not an Amazon like organization. They are a very, very brick and mortar organizations. They would invest 0.5% of their revenue on tech. There, if you want to ask for 100 crore or a 250 crore investment on tech, their question would be, boss, mere ko 3 quarter mein I need to make it 3x, right? I mean, it cannot happen like that, correct? So I think first navigating that entire journey, building a set of products, setting up that company, hiring the CEO, getting 15 members, getting them to almost get to a point wherein they are feeling like, okay, now I have a tech venture, I can, as a promoter, I can drive through it, itself was needed a lot of jugaad across product development, working with the owners, with the founders, getting that through. There's also been an egg on face moment, quite a few of them actually. One big thing is most of my CEO friends or colleagues love their, what I would say, they would want their own customized dashboard. So they would say that, okay, I would like to see profitability at this village, this customer, this cluster, etc. One of the things we tried and did was we tried and put some jugaad around how we could get that work and work with a vendor. Somehow it massively backfired because the data went wrong, the insights went wrong, even the colors went wrong. I mean, we suddenly had a and sorry, I could be offsetting some people who love pink and orange, but that guy, as my CEO friend, just hated it. So that was an egg on face moment wherein we thought jugaad would work. We thought he would have loved to see something in 2 weeks. We told him, ki, boss, we are doing this agile and you will see digital at real play. So we really went gung-ho, but then that kind of flopped. Sorry for the long one.
No problem, sir.
No problem, sir. That was a good one. Thank you.
Now I would like to call upon Shruti Sinha.
Hi, good evening. I had this question. About 40 years ago, this Formula One champion, he said that, take a monkey and put him in a car and he will be able to drive. And now we have, evolved into a sport where every split second move is being decided by data. So, and that really might be the echelon, but here we are in industry, like we work in an industry where each of our move is very determined by data. So my question to you would be like, how dependent on data can we be? Like, where do our classic instincts come into play? Where would you draw the line?
No, very, very good question. And by the way, the driver was Niki Lauda, and he's very, very, very. I'm a diehard F1 fan. I was just gutted when Hamilton lost to Verstappen. I'm sure there are many Verstappen fans also in the room. But anyway, back to your point. I think see, data is super important. It took us decades to contest the fact that let me use two words here. There is wise and there is smart. Data is smart, right? But India just thrives on the fact that we are wise. And let me give you an example. I actually studied in Jamshedpur in Loyola. And I mean, Jamshedpur has Tata Steel, has Tata Motors. A big part of the piece was that it's home to some really world-class engineers. So the problem or the good part there is it's about a person who has been with an asset or with a boiler or with some equipment for 30-35 years, right? So that guy is wise, or that individual is wise about that. But then the challenge they have is when a rookie data scientist would come and tell them that, sir, these two parameters of UR could be optimized because my ML model tells you X, Y, and Z. I think that's a friction moment. So I think what we have seen is data is necessary. Data has to be applied, but then how data is applied to drive insights and how does that insight translate into revenue and cost is the real holy grail. Because today we are playing with data, we are generating a bunch of insights, but I really don't know if it is getting me that close the loop in terms of outcome. So whether my data informed decision is retaining you as a customer or is giving me 1% improvement of my throughput is something that has to be closed. And this globally is a problem. And that's why you will see only 23% succeed and not the 77%, because the 77% is happy with the fact, boss, I have done an AI ML project, but they are not seeing that has my KPI moved from X to Y over a consistent period. And I think that's what as a business technocrat, one has to really solve for.
That's right. Thank you for your
Indeed,
answer.
sir.
I would just, shout out, you are also my school senior then.
Is it? Okay, pleasure. Thank you.
Kaushik, you can go next.
Thank you, Shivangi. Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for the insightful session. So, my question is regarding the COVID situation primarily. So, during the COVID scenario, many companies began their digital transformation drive, the first wave itself. And since then, we have seen multiple crests and troughs in terms of number of cases. Like it has peaked and it has gone down, and we have seen multiple waves as well. So, which has resulted in a stopgap sort of situation in opening up and closing down. So, bring in various disruptions, basically. So how are digitization strategies formulated considering these factors?
Sure. So see, I mean, if I would say there are mainly three responses, and this we saw pan out through the COVID period. I think number one is there was April 2020, which was really when COVID started, and that, for example, in the auto world, we use a term that was really their net zero month. Never has auto not had one sale. That was the month wherein they just clocked zero, correct? So I think the first point is, how do you get back on your feet? And hence there were a lot of organizations who just did not have, for example, even Zoom-like capabilities. So how do you just communicate? How do you collaborate? How do you just move from a pure physical environment to a digital environment? So just brilliant basics. So that was first, organizations are trying to seal that, right? Which is, how can I communicate, collaborate? If you then look at it from a business perspective, there was an urgent need for organizations to place products in a digital mode, because you are no longer going to a mall to buy maybe apparel or food. Big Basket is delivering to you. Big Basket obviously took a lot of the cream away from the market, but then there was Grofers who came in next. A whole bunch of the individual businesses now place their products onto the, if I would say, the channel side, right? The entire offline to online drive. there was also a significant input around cybersecurity because people started to work from home. I think India as a nation, and if I specifically look at promoter-led businesses, they are extremely scared about what kind of wrongdoings can people do. I think as a country, we have to get over it because we have to have more faith on our employees that, boss, this guy who is working or girl who is working is not here to really steal your data. That guy is there to really drive. I mean, that person has better intentions in life rather than trying to send away some stupid email. So I think the strategy really was, how do I get back on my feet? Secondly, how do I really drive my go-to-market to be more digital, because I have to get revenue. My revenue is getting challenged. And thirdly, from a cost perspective, is to really, I think, because the consumption has gone so bitterly down, is to really pull back on cost as much as possible. A few areas gave significant amount of, I would say, cost back to companies. One is they put on hold large capex. I do work a lot of cases on my, for example, oil or industrial goods, wherein investments are large, factories are large. A big 30 to 40% of capex investments were put on hold. That obviously releases cash for you to do other things. But strategy A is about driving, regaining back on your feet, driving innovation on the front end. It was also a brilliant opportunity for some companies who had good amount of cash to acquire others, and some of them did that. And one of the things we learned, and we had a research that we did, which said that on either side of a big disastrous event like COVID, and you could also compare that with the Lehman crash or the Great Depression previously, there are 44% of the companies that really lose out. But then there are about 27% of the companies who gain more market share because their fundamentals are so strong. And because if you have a good cash position, you can just invest more. So I saw a lot of my larger organization and the strategy functions of the peers just go out boldly and acquire, invest, and kind of increase the differentiation in the market.
Definitely, sir. So our next question is by Ekta Sharma.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Abhay. I also come from automobile industry, and we all know that it is undergoing disruption. EVs are known to be softwares on wheel, and to be competitive, digitalization has become vital for traditional firms. There is cloud, industry 4.0, and many technologies. And as you said, that the resources which these firms currently have lacks expertise. So what strategy should they adopt, and how would they understand what to prioritize to sustain this disruption, and especially when the capital is limited in this COVID downturn?
I think that's a good question. I think two things. One is very sharp articulation of what are those 3-4 things that you want to go after. So, I mean, if you look at auto as a sector, and obviously venturing into an EV business is a much larger strategic bet. So, for example, I was speaking to someone, and if you look at Toyota as a conglomerate, Toyota is very clear that they don't want to get into EV as a model. They are actually directly getting into hydrogen. So they have, for example, given this jump between traditional fuel, EV to hydrogen and more hybrid, etc. They have not taken that step. So things like EV, I would say I would move that aside. But if you're purely talking about how would I cope from an aspect of limited resources, so number one, I think a very good sense around what is my market share, how much I need to grow. And because unfortunately, India just survives on a very short-term myopic lens of business. India doesn't look into a 10-year window. It always plays quarter to quarter, or perhaps at max over 2 to 3 years. So what is my revenue? What's in my market? How do I get customers? How do I really reinforce the customer journey is important. Point number two is digital around areas to improve experience. See, today, India is at a point wherein you and I, and as a consumer, are happy to spend a little bit more if the experience is better. Unfortunately or fortunately, it was not the way that our parents would have spent their money on a car, because earlier it was bought on purely on cost. Today, it is bought on experience, it is bought on engagement. The options are plenty, and hence, how as a brand you play up that is important. And to me, success factor number 3 is It just needs a very powerful leader to stand behind those 2-3 initiatives and get them through the sunlight. Today, every company, again, as I say, today you talk to all the auto players, they know what they have to do. The problem is the ability to execute. There are enough and more partners in the market who can be engaged appropriately at the right mix of rate, time, whatever you would say, in order to drive that outcome. But even figuring out that recipe needs problem solving and thinking, because either people would just choose a tech vendor, or they would underplay the tech needed for it, or they would just not understand what is the journey. So there are more than enough disastrous reasons for what they would not do. But I would say there is a sharp business prioritization, there is a people commitment, and then there is this entire angle around experience and engagement, which I think is very important for us, as most of us are going to buy cars and rarely that our parents. And even if our parents are going to buy a car, it is us who are going to make that decision for them.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Raju would like to go next.
A very good evening, Amit sir. It was great to hear you on what companies are doing right and wrong when digitizing. My question is around that. The interesting term that you used was jugaad, quite an Indian concept. So when strategy is structured, jugaad is more of a shortcut problem-solving technique. So does jugaad really work in strategy, and particularly with the formalization of digital ecosystem?
So jugaad works in some cases. I think, see, jugaad works up to a limit, but beyond the limit, jugaad is very, very painful. Because, and I'll take 2 examples. One is when you, for example, and if I take the example of the venture build that I have been now doing, one of the things we wanted was and if you, for example, compare any venture today, if you were to, I'm sure many of you will set up ventures over the next few months and years, and I wish you loads of success. But you will see that the first few years of ventures, typically in a bootstrapping mode, is these extremely energetic young tech people coming together, creating a value proposition. Then you build a core team. You would have a 30-35 member team by the end of the first 2 years, etc. Correct? Traditional organizations believe that I can put my internal organization jugaad to offset for this 30-35. Okay. The make of this 30-35 is very different. These guys drink coffee or maybe something else. They will not sleep, but just keep on working. They will create products after the other, take it to the market. An organization, a structured organization, is not maneuvered that way, is not shaped up that way. They would want their rhythm on reporting, analysis, how much is my EBIT, how much is my spend. So even management of that requirement is like a 3-member team for them. So if you are pledging 30% of your capacity in just managing management, you are just left with too much amount of jugaad to do the real work. So I think at some place jugaad needs to stop and give way to very structural work. Jugaad works in pocket wherein you have to do something in a sizable manner. But and the other point which I will share with you is, if you look at how organizations grow, there is a 1 billion, 5, 10, 15 billion, and 25 billion, if I would say, milestone. Jugaad can take you to 1 billion. It cannot take you to 5, and then can never take you to 15. Because at 15, you need severe scale, severe muscle, and an ability to last that through a journey.
Thank you so much for your answer. I think our host also have a question for you. This will be the last question for the session. Sorry for spilling it over.
No problem.
Sir, just one quick question. In your presentation, sir, you spoke about how service-based companies are sort of innovating on business models, whereas manufacturing and I'd say product-based companies are betting on operational excellence. Now, sir, keeping in mind that you wrote an article on the possibilities of business platforming in automotives to generate value through the customer's life cycle, would you say that's the future for manufacturing and consumer durables, end-to-end platforming, just creating value throughout the customer life cycle?
It is. See, I mean, if you look at it from, I mean, typically there is a product. So you make revenue out of the product, or the entire business value proposition is there. where this entire ecosystem play is happening is because now you want to get into services, right? Because now you know. So if you look at someone like a Michelin, which is perhaps world's second largest tire manufacturer, many years back they started this entire piece called tire as a service, wherein they would not want to sell you the 4 tires of your car. They will rather sell you kilometers or mileage. So they will give you commitment for 85,000 kilometers or 100,000 kilometers, etc. And you will pay for that, right? So by that, what is happening is you are now getting access to the wallet of not only the physical product, you are now opening up into insurance. You are then opening up into additional maintenance services, etc. So it just opens up a plethora of total different services that you could not. The only trick part that you have to answer from a business strategy perspective is what percentage of, if I would say, revenue do you see that? So look at it in 2 ways. There is car manufacturing and revenue through car, which is your core business. That assume gives you X. What is the percentage? What percentage of X would you really get from your non-core? If you believe that your non-core revenue is going to become 20-25% or more, that is a severe, I would say, reason for you to play strongly in that ecosystem market. But if you believe that your play is limited to 5 or 7%, the time it will take you to create an ecosystem model and your presence in the model, because please understand, in an ecosystem, it's like a family. Typically, our dads would have the maximum muscle, but then would you be the dad or would you be someone else? Sorry, it's a very patriarchal comment, but I'm just using it as a base frame. So you need to have a very sharp, if I would say, business lens to defining the non-core play and the innovation play before you spend money. Because once you enter into that market, if you don't get the returns, it bleeds you badly as well.
Right, sir. Makes sense.
Thank you so much, sir. We really enjoyed the anecdotes that you shared with us, especially the nail and hammer one and the agile methodology where you told that, everybody wants to skip the SOPs, but then still there is a limit to it. So I thoroughly enjoyed the escapades and anecdotes on this very topic of art of crafting success and application of Jugaad in real life. I'm sure that each one of us would agree to this. This has been a really intriguing session as we had the most number of questions in this session in the entire day. Thank you once again, sir. It has been an absolute honor to host you this evening.
No, thank you so much. I mean, privilege is mine, and I wish all of you a very, very successful career ahead, and keep staying safe. And hopefully we'll meet up someday, some place, an airport, or maybe the campus someday.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you so much.
Now I would like to hand over the virtual platform to Swagato for the next session.
Is it okay if I can drop off?
Definitely, sir. That's fine.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Good evening, all. For this session, we are honored to welcome Mr. Brajesh Singh, who will be covering the topic why consultancy matters for the organization and for individuals. He is the president at Arthur D. Little, India. He has 20+ years of experience in establishing business operations, channel development, sales and marketing, and revenue enhancement. Being a seasoned professional with exposure in telecom, infrastructure, and retail, he has excellent track record of driving profitable growth via sustainable strategies and leading high-performing teams. While with rich exposure of pre- and post-merger and acquisition activities, he has handled merger and acquisitions of asset-heavy businesses while integrating teams and operations with varied cultures and processes. As a result, he possesses the ability to manage high-growth, startup, and turnaround situations in diverse cultural environments and geographies. Sir, it's an absolute honor to have you with us. We are very excited to hear you talk, and we look forward to your session. We apologize for the spillover from the last session we had. Hope you don't mind for that. So the stage is all yours.
Good evening. Thank you, Swagato. I'm sure this must have been a long day for most of you. And I'm sure the sessions thus far must have been very intriguing. I was part of the previous session briefly. So I think it was great to hear the insight from my previous speaker. Thank you folks for reaching out to me, and I'm going to be as quick, as fast as feasible because I know I'm perhaps the last speaker for the session for the day today. How would you want to go? Should I share a presentation briefly and then make it more interactive? This is perhaps I look forward to.
That'd be nice, sir. We can do that.
I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes, it is.
Should you prefer to do some briefing before I move forward, Swagato, or I just need to give a presentation and then make it a kind of a dialogue?
Sir, the presentation will set the context for it. I think that will help having an interaction after this.
Great. So I think let me begin with consulting or consultancy or consultant. I think these are mostly newfound charm. Everybody from the management institute are looking forward to be a consultant to begin with. And I think as the time is changing, everybody has a keen interest that somebody wants to be consultant. So probably I think the point that we picked up today is that why consultancy matters really. You know, organizations have some seasoned expertise. People have been working in the same sector. They have earned experiences. So why still they do need some consultant to help them? When we talk about consultant, what comes in our mind first, that there is someone who's well-dressed, well-groomed guys rallying with the board, people following him, series of presentation, and he is sharing a lot of insights, sectoral information. Then in fact, series of presentation, and finally one strategy document that comes out. So this is what normally people perceive when we talk about consultant. I think it's also important what is required to, for a consultant to be. So what really makes a real consultant in current time? Someone who really brings a very deep, in-depth sector knowledge. If you're talking about one particular sector, maybe power sector, so I think you should have complete understanding of the sector, not limited to one part of it. It should have socio aspect, it should have geological aspect. You should have some information about the socio-political impact as well, how economically things are shaping up. Quickly, for an example, we are talking about infrastructure these days a lot. Government is very hell-bent about it. Now, but I think very less people talk about from where the sourcing is happening. We're talking about the steel, we're talking about the charcoal, we're talking about many other infrastructure material that is required to develop and make the right infrastructure. But we are heavily depending upon the other geographies, which are not even limited to India. So you need coal, you need other supplies, you need fossil fuel. Unless you study those market, unless you study what is happening in those countries from where the sourcing is happening, perhaps you may not be in position to give the right strategy to your client who's into the same sector. So I think this is something which when I say in-depth sector knowledge, one should look forward as a consultant. He brings that knowledge to the organization. Let's talk about power sector for that matter. And I'll give a critical example of 3 companies working in this domain, all 3 big organizations. We have Tata Power, we have Adani Power, and we have Torrent. All big corporations, they have been there and they've been doing fantastic in entire value chain of power business. They are in power generation, they are in transmission, and they're also in distribution. But if you look at the culture, all 3 organizations have a different approach toward business. Someone is very, very aggressive, very bullish. Somebody is very, very conveniently going. They have very structured approach to go forward. Therefore, a consultant requires to have very fundamentally adaptive approach to work with. And because your articulation style required, because you're going to talk to the board, telling someone what is a problem in the organization, you are actually the problem identifier. When you go to the board, you go to the management, you tell them what is wrong in their organization, which they've been running for ages. It requires a lot of knowledge, it requires a lot of adaptability, and also super articulation. I think as people start working, I briefly mentioned about your knowledge in terms of your aptitude and attitude. So not limited to only your sector, but I think the cross-section information with regard to the finance, with regard to the policy, and other associated sector is also very important to make a right consultant, a good consultant. I think we are living in a data age today. I think data is a key today. And there are tools, I think my previous speaker was talking about more on artificial intelligence, machine level languages. How well informed and how data-driven approach the consultant brings to the table is what people will accept him. So his acceptance in the organization determines what kind of approach on numbers, clarity, what is happening in the competition, what is happening in the market, how other markets are impacted in the same sector, what are the changes that are envisaged. So I think a consultant brings those information also on table, which organization can do, but because the priority is not there, organization is not equipped with those kind of information, thereby they look forward to hire a consultant. I have personally realized in last couple of years, because most of my career I spent on other side of table. It's been 2-3 years since I started working with consulting, but for a long time of my career, I've actually been other side of table. I have come across with many consultants who always used to bring some ready-made solutions. I think the time has changed. To me, I realized it is very important for a consultant to be a patient listener while dealing with the client, because unless you listen carefully, you get complete drill down into information, or you hear him out well, maybe you cannot really be a right consultant. So my personal observation or personal belief about a good consultant is that he or she has to be patient listener. And obviously, I think one of the important quality that he should bring forward, or she should bring forward, is to have right approach or courage to say no, that there's something fundamentally wrong in organization and how this can be corrected. Not limited to this, unless you think from the perspective or from the shoe of your customer or your client or your board, I think you'll really not be very impactful. So these are certain things which I believe a good consultant should have. And your organization or your client mostly look forward for these things. Now, I'm just talking about certain things. You have an organization which has got expertise working in the same sector for 30 years, 50 years or more. They have more institutionalized knowledge of operations. I think somebody was talking about it, when an organization who's already working in this sector, who's already been performing and doing pretty well, they have capabilities, they have financial capacity, they have HR power. Why the organization is still required to look for consultants? I think two things very categorically highlighted in the slide. What a consultant brings on a table is accumulated industry experience. He knows your competition also, or she knows your competition well. The consulting company, they bring global information, they bring transnational knowledge, what is happening in the same sector. And then you can leverage from his experience of couple of times. Not that all consulting is great consulting, many times there are failures also. But because of this seasoned experience that a firm brings on your table, I think the organization gets benefited from it. More importantly, in organization, you have a lot of political or some different performance pressure, different pressure I think everybody has. So for that, your consulting company or the consultant that you hire always gives you a different perspective. Probably these two things are really very different, which an organization really cannot have. And that's why they look forward to hire a consultant who can identify, who can do a problem identification and provide a solution which is most required, which at times organization know, but they can't gather that courage to bring to the board or to the decision maker to really take the changes. I think COVID is another teacher for all of us, for the entire human race, or to the market, to the world and organization. So we are now living in a very volatile market. We live in an uncertain time. It's challenging. There's a lot of ambiguity outside. We call it VUCA world. What is happening in the sector and what might happen tomorrow, you don't know. So even though you have a right data, you have practices, and you've been knowing people taking decisions, but ultimately one factor that changes. I mean, we've been talking about crypto recently. I heard some people were mentioning about it. One decision can jeopardize everything. One decision can take the business from from floor to the top, but ultimately the same thing can also do the other way around. So in this time, consulting has become very, very relevant, because you really cannot take that much of chance in organization. So in consulting, because the consultant brings a lot of knowledge, he brings that information which is not available rightly in any domain. So I think this is something very important. For consulting people, those who are very keen to get into, I believe that one size doesn't fit all. The reason is one approach that has been good, or one solution that you have proposed to one sector player in the same sector may not suit to other. As I mentioned, a couple of examples like Torrent Power, Adani Power, or Tata Power. If you go with the same approach to them, they might not get rightly benefited by your consulting because their organization structure, their approach to business, their complete dynamics are absolutely different from one to other. Now, what is company looking forward? What the clients really look forward in a consultant is that they believe my business is running simply and situation absolutely has changed. In such situation, what kind of value that you bring to the board is important. There were times when people used to hire consultant and the consultant used to be paid on hourly basis or maybe a engagement basis. Nowadays, if you see in most of the market, things absolutely have started changing. People are asking you to come add value and get paid on success fee basis. And there has been a very big change in market in last couple of months or year, I would say. Most of the companies are asking the consultant to be paid on success fee. So in this way, you put your skin also into the game. So this is what is happening in the market now in the present context. New in the time that we are living in, there used to be time, I think consulting company used to deploy resources and organization wherein some frontline business analyst, BA1, BA2 level used to be placed in the client office. And the senior manager at partner level or principal level used to interact with the client once in a week or maybe in a fortnight basis. I think it's now inverse pyramid. They want the top management of consulting company to be with the organization. This is the new age demand. People do not look forward to have a 30-40 level, 30-40 consultant team in organization. They always look forward the partner or principal level guys sit in office, work at client's place. So this is a new level of new change that we are seeing in market. The pyramid is now been reversed. And I think, as I said, people are now looking at more on innovation. What is new that you are bringing to me in consulting? I mean, everybody knows their problem, but what is something that you are adding which they did not know about it is more important. People are running out of patience. Nobody is looking forward to engage a consulting company for more than a 6 months or 1 year engagement, because there were those days when people used to engage consultant for more than a year and say, we'll work out on this one part of the business and take it forward. So this is some fundamental change which I personally have observed and I try to put in here. As I said, they will expect you to put your skin in the game. Pyramid is reversed. Partnerships should be long-term, but the results should be faster. So they would expect you to deliver things in 6 months, 3 months, milestone-based performance. And obviously, when they look at you be their strategic advisor to the organization. You should have some say in the business. And then, as I said, in terms of your payout, they're looking at benchmarking and milestone-based payout, then fixed fee kind of engagement. The future for consulting or for consultancy, which I release, I think, look, people are now, one has to leverage technology and research, a lot of analysis to be done, number-driven approach one has to put on paper. And then you can no longer remain an advisor to the organization. I think what they want you to be also one of the risk taker in the decision that you are approaching to. And there are changes which are happening in pricing strategy also these days. People are asking about, no fixed fee kind of engagement, but what they're looking forward, you work, join us together, be part of the success, or if things doesn't work out, you please also face the brunt. There are certain things which I put on this presentation. I think my presentation is limited to this. We can get into a discussion if you would prefer to.
Sure, sir. So any questions that might be there are welcome now. Something that I wanted to ask was something we had in the earlier slides is the ability to say no to the customer. Now, as consultants, some sensitive issue is that we are handling all the C-suite level people, and like handling these things with subtlety is difficult to say the least. So could you give us some idea or steps as to how do you go about saying no to somebody who's that senior up in the organization and is a customer at the same time?
You see, I think ice breaking is very important, and how you make effective communication to the people whom you are going to interact and they are really the decision maker is very, very critical. yes, many a times this is a challenge, because when you tell them that this is going wrong in the organization, not everybody accepts it. So therefore, if you have seen many engagement on strategic aspect happen with the top of the organization, who's really sitting on the chair, and he or she is looking forward to bring those changes. And the right way to approach is that I think one has to make very clear in the beginning of your engagement that things are going to be good, bad, and ugly both ways. And it is not certain that whatever you will find will be the right solution also to them. So there are going to be a lot of discussion with them. I'll share one case with you. I was dealing with one of the fiber company lately, and they are big time into fiber. The management, the chairman was given to understand by CFO, the assets are really very good. Okay. And the chairman in his board, he also has the same strategy that we can monetize this entire asset. The fact was, it was a very old asset, not rightly managed. There were certain challenges in the O&M, and accordingly, the customer also had very bad perception about it. All this, if it had gone to board in time, perhaps they could have taken right actions in terms of mitigating those challenges. But this all was surfaced at a time when the board or company was looking forward to raise capital. Now, if your asset doesn't have right value proposition, your asset is in right state, it will not get good attraction in the market. But when it is highlighted, the CEO in the company had trouble, because perhaps either he was not well informed by the CTO, or accordingly he could not communicate to the board. Obviously, but then they tried manipulating the fact. Ultimately, organization had to suffer because the valuation was not as per the expectation of the board. Then they again hired us for the job. We took 6-7 months time to find out the problem, and the problem was basically somewhere else. Everybody was giving the right information. The procurement was a problem. Whatever was procured and deployed was not a futuristic one. Since it was not futuristic, it was not given much attention. You were not very relevant in the market. Your customer did not buy your stuff, and accordingly you lost value. So to answer, it takes obviously courage, but it really takes that you need to engage with the right people in the entire value chain who are making decisions. Effective communication is the only key. If you don't do this, Swagato, people will not really keep you as a consultant. Otherwise, what is the purpose? You see, everybody has Hanuman within. You just need to be a Jamvan to tell them that you have this capability. Everything is there in the organization. You don't bring a magic wand. You only bring a perspective. You are indifferent, and you do completely a very different approach to at least find out where the things are going wrong. And that is what the job of a consulting firm is.
So I think we have Arjun here to ask a question.
Yeah, Arjun.
Arjun, please go ahead with the question. Yeah, you're audible.
So a very good evening, sir. So firstly, many thanks to you for gracing our event. So in the first slide where you mentioned that the one which outweighs the consultant was his industry domain expertise. But we post our MBAs when we start our careers as a freshers in consulting. So I heard that the consulting engagements would be very short term, maybe 3 to 6 months. And after each engagement, you have to move to new engagement, which might be of something a new domain. So in such a situation where you are not working exclusively in one domain, so how do we build that expertise in one domain and in one industry domain, so that could be a differentiating factor?
Okay, I think, thank you, Arjun. When you talk about somebody fresher who's after management completion, they join the organization, I personally don't say they're consultant. With all due respect, they are the people who work in consulting firm. And there's a difference of becoming a consultant and working in a consulting firm. So for a long period of life, one will actually acquire knowledge. One will continue learning. Initially, you might be put on a data collection job. You might be doing a little desk research, or maybe you can be sent to the market field research also. But that doesn't make you consultant. You will not be the person who will do the consultancy to the customer. Maybe you will be part of that data accumulation. You will have your insights, certainly. And ultimately, somebody above you will take that call. So this process till you are BA, BA1, BA2, or till you reach to a consultant level, sometimes around from 3 to 6 years of their lifespan, they're in consulting firm, then I think by then you will have complete interest also. If you see, many of organizations or almost all the consulting firm had got certain practices. And the verticals are assigned as per the leaders they have. And those leaders, they come with some 20-25 years of experience in 1 or 2 respective domains. They have something, 1 or 2 major information that they really are very good at about it. And then obviously, as I said, what makes you consultant to have a 360-degree approach also. I'm not saying that you are a cardiac surgeon, you will not know about anything about orthopedics. It's not surgery, right? If you're a consultant, you know about infrastructure or power or telecom for that matter, you will certainly be knowing about other associated sector also. But then in which sector, what is your excitement level? What is your readiness level in terms of your own skill set development? That already determines. So I think for initially 3, 4, 5 years, I personally don't believe that you're really advising your client what is to be done. You're part of the team who is actually making an informed decision and right strategy to be offered to.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Priyanka. Priyanka, if you could go ahead with your question.
Hello, sir. Thank you for your time. My question is, what's next for strategy and consulting in the next 10 years? And what are the new developments you are really looking forward to in this sector?
All right, Priyanka, as I personally believe this is a volatile time that we are living with. Nobody has seen 10 years how things will change. But I think in consulting, particularly in strategy, I see it's going to be an open consulting time now. Okay. People will look forward, seasoned, experienced people coming from sector and giving the information. It's no longer going to be typically a desk research now, because everybody else will have access to data. So the company that we are talking about or organizations that are looking for some kind of advisory and the strategy part of it, they will have all these tools with them. What they will require is that real-time experience, the operational part of it. So in last 10 years, I personally see it's going to be an open consulting time.
All right. Thank you, Priyanka. One other thing was that you covered the topic of reversal of the pyramid within the consultants. So now that we are in a post-COVID world where consultants are not in that kind of a touch with the customers in, day out basis. So how do you keep track of whether the customer relationships are happening as you pointed out in the pyramid? As in, how are they interacting that efficiently, or is it possible to execute the plans?
So Agata, in fact, COVID has been a great exposure also. Many myths in terms of our working style, working culture has really drastically been changed. We all have adapted to, today we are doing a session virtually. We're interacting with some 150, 160 people together. And it's, I think, as interactive as it could not have been if it was a physical one. So you have certain discipline in the virtual world as well. Most of the time, when I say inverse pyramid working with the client, it's like frontline people mostly working from, as my friend has asked, Arjuna was asking about, most of the people BA, BA1, 2 level working from the client office. Honestly speaking, it was a road show. I personally have never felt that is something very strategic move. Okay. To reassure that I am your consultant, I am working for you, many companies have the strategy to send their frontliner to operate from the client's office. Now, COVID has changed the way, because your data is available. You are getting all the information that you need. There are people in the client organization, there are people in your organization as a consultant, and whatever you're asking, the data is being made available. Ultimately, this was the whole purpose you were wanting to do when sitting in the operating from the client's office. So that has been resolved. Now, when I say inverse pyramid has come more into effect during this COVID time. It is the senior level interaction that have increased significantly than the frontline operation discussion. So there are less meetings in office in terms of what data is being built or being collected. What is more being discussed? How are we going to achieve the desired objective? I think in my last 2 years of COVID, obviously, whenever time permitted, we went out and had meeting, because when less number of people are to be part of the meeting, you can go for some good hotel and do a meeting. You can go to client place also, vice versa. And then you're not carrying the entire team along with you, so it's more easy then. But I think COVID has really given a very great perspective. And in fact, the interaction between two top leaders or two contemporaries have significantly increased.
All right, sir. We have Nikita who has a question first. Nikita, please go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Nikita, hi.
Yeah, hello, sir. It has been a great session so far. So I just have one question, like how do you integrate the operations for organizations post mergers and acquisition, and how do you seamlessly integrate if cultural difference will be a huge barrier? So I just wanted to know that.
Okay, so there are two questions in one question, I would say. One, you want to know how normally we integrate an organization post merger acquisition, and second is culture, how culture assimilation takes place. Operational integration is not a challenge. Okay, operational integration is something which the organization is already does. Let me give you an example of telecommunication, which is recently seen a lot of merger and acquisition. Vodafone and Idea, they joined hand together and they merged. Both were the company working in the same sphere, same sector. And at least as regard to the technology, they were very same. Obviously the suppliers were different, but the concept, they have very same concept. They're a telecom solution provider. But the culture in both companies are very, very different. So let me answer the first part of it. You have the right team, obviously post assessment of your assets, post assessment of your finances, everything. So you have a cross-functional team of both organizations. They sit together and there's an integration team normally found in such a way that, so during the deal purchase or share purchase agreement, you decide who's going to run what. Idea Boda, clearly an example that commercial and HR parts were given to Birla team. Sales, marketing and operations, field operations were given to Vodafone team. The technical part was also with Vodafone team. So if you see the organization today, I'm just giving an example. You will find many of the finance, commercial people who were the CFO or CSO in Idea, they are still holding the fort. And in technology or in field operation, many of the Vodafone people are still running. So that was the agreement they really made at the time of doing the share purchase deal. Then came obviously the integration team. They said how many towers you have, which network you have, and then it started integrating. So first they have a conceptual agreement at top level. It was percolated down to circle level. From circle level, it percolates down to the front level. Obviously there are teams, and then there are consultant or maybe subject matter expert they deploy. They do a lot of cross-functioning discussion. They do same cross-functioning discussion within the two organizations. And finally, the HR does the job of integrating them. So that's the operation side of the integration. But then the second most important and most difficult is a cultural assimilation. You must, if you know telecom, if you can watch very closely, there are still challenges. One was a very flamboyant company. Okay. From their advertisement, you can see that Vodafone was more into marketing, more aggressive in terms of their field activities, more in terms of showing to the market what they do. Idea, on the other hand, was a very conservative, traditional Aditya Birla Group company. They were not very in terms of show off. In between, they tried doing a lot of IFA awards, but they were not very hell-bent about it. But I think if you look at, if you do a comparison between Vodafone and Idea, I think Vodafone is far too flamboyant company known in the market. And accordingly, you have, because that's the culture which flows from top. So your employees also start behaving same way. I used to go to Vodafone, I used to go to Idea, both office, and realized one office is full of dynamism, full of action, full of activities. Another is office very conservative, cool, calm, but then the results used to speak. Idea survived better numbers, Vodafone lost the market. Together they are there now. The cultural assimilation is still difficult. For that, there are three level strategy one has to be done. Obviously, the culture flows from top. So how CXO people ultimately after the integration, how they behave and how they communicate is more important. Okay, there are companies which clearly can be seen in the market where CXO also continued with the previous ideology, not an integrated one. The second is what is communicated. So communication job is of HR job. how your leadership behaves. Second is what is communicated downwards. The divide between two companies will remain for a long time, trust me. Cultural assimilation into merger and acquisition acquired company doesn't happen so easily, but how HR plays a role and how leader communicate is very, very effectively. Then there are changes that people do in terms of, the brand changes one activity, this very one activity, so that there is a oneness. You cannot say I'm coming from Vodafone, I'm red, I'm yellow. That's why the brand change. And third one, most important, who is your leader on the ground? Because ultimately the pressure mounts there. So if at circle level or if it is of a regional level, if that leader is not behaving rightly, or he's actually still carrying with the same thought process of the organization that he's coming from, or she's coming from, then there are problem of cultural assimilation. So what normally HR does, they have a very clear leadership approach. Then HR also does a lot of communication. And then the leader on the ground is given very clarity that this has to be done. Mostly you must see the change in terms of HR policy, the change in terms of, hiring processes, change in terms of how they give the leaves, many more things. I think the processes are also accordingly changed. So let me sum up these two questions. The one is operational part of it. People know because they are respectively, handling those vertical. The second is more challenging in the market, and it takes time. It doesn't happen so fast because mixing two culture is like marrying two different, communities coming together, and obviously they have their own. How mature your team is, how mature your regional or local leaders are, that determines how fast the culture can. Otherwise, your culture is the strategy for the breakfast. So your organization goes for a talk if your people are still finding that they come from a different breed or different tribe altogether. Sorry for the long one.
No, sir, it was actually quite insightful. Makes a lot of sense in today's day and age. We have one question from Yash. Yash, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, sir. I had a couple of thoughts, from what you were speaking regarding the culture. One is with, how is it consulting towards startups versus, traditional companies? Since a lot of startups are coming up today and probably their needs, their demands are different. And the other one, again, going on to the culture part that you are speaking about, where we are seeing that people-related issues are taking, the front stage, where, CHROs are given CEO roles. So do you see that happening in many companies, given the current times?
So, yes, can I distribute your question into three parts? So one perhaps is that what is a consulting approach that people normally we should keep for the startup, correct? This is very varied. Okay, most of the startup today, they have innovative idea. They have something new to do. Okay, and there is a clarity because most of them are with some youngster as you. So they have full frame ready for them. They are new, adaptive, and since they have seen market, they're very, very data, driven decision maker. But what they need currently, so most of startup need the financial assistance. Their support mostly is required on capital raising, the right valuation. If you see 80-90% of the work, whichever, if the startup is really asking for a consulting firm, is mostly to help them on a capital side of it. Okay, once that capital comes in, because the infusion is done, then they look forward of growing organizations. So I have not seen many test cases in the market in last 4 or 5 years where the startup company is hiring someone for most on a strategy or something like that. They do that only when you have money and then you have everything, when the bus is ready to move. Correct. That's one part of it. Traditional organization, because they have been there and have, there's a baggage. They cannot go. They don't, they have own jinx to carry. So therefore they need somebody to bring fresh perspective. They have money, but they are unable to find the way. They don't have innovation. For that, they need consultant. So I think this is the first part of the answer. Second, you said what kind of opportunity people are giving in now market to CHRO. Can you please repeat?
Yeah. We have seen that CHROs are taking the roles of CEOs, or even vice versa, where CEOs are taking the role of CHROs. And people-related issues, after COVID, since attrition in IT or even other industries they have come in the forefront. So there are things like change management coming up. So how does consulting work in this particular area?
That's a different kind of consulting, but let me answer the first part of it. There are two things happening in the market globally, and I think India is also not untouched. One, because of the diversity of organization want to maintain. So I think it's much talked about it. Gender diversity. They're looking for, the women workforce to be given more opportunity in the organization in terms of not only from hiring, but also elevating and giving them, the steering seat. So that's happening. And there are some organizations who are deliberately, consciously doing it, which is very right, should be done. Second one is CHROs are being made CEO. But this does not happen randomly. There's a thorough process one has to go through. Unless you have very good knowledge about finances, numbers, or a sector domain that your company is working with, you cannot be very effective CEO. So obviously, I think telecom, again, I can give you a good example recently. A lot of people in telecom who were circle CEOs, at a regional level CEOs, they were later moved into customer services. Okay. And having worked there for a year or two, then they were given job in HR also. And then from there they were moved to. So this is a complete, elevation that organization designs and plans for. So it's not that random, or else, somebody coming from that kind of educational background who has got accumulated knowledge in terms of finance or business strategy and HR both. Because to run an organization, you should only not be good at managing people. Who will manage finances? Who will manage the other part of it? So it's a cumbersome process. I think the cases which are very, very evident in the market are the cases where companies have consciously made decision to move people from one group to another department to another. So there's a learning curve completely. Now, the third one is what kind of consulting opportunities are there, or what consultant do with them, right? Obviously, there are different consulting that are to be done for people part of it, which is in terms of, corporate affairs, very undervalued function in an organization. Now, lately, corporate affairs is not only responsible to do your interaction with the government or policymaker or outside environment, it is more to do the undercurrent evaluation in the organization. So recently, a lot of companies have started giving corporate affairs very importance. What is happening in my organization? And when it is people-rich organization, big organization, they always see, please keep checking on how my people are feeling in terms of the policies that we have, compensation we have, environment we have, even the managers at a local level, how the level 1, level 2 are interacting, escape levels are happening. So they hire HR consultant for that particular activities. Then they also do job enrichment. They also do job identification process. So the company like Mansur and all, they do activity. They put people into the same room and they ask, what do you do? And they actually will come to know people in the hierarchy or people in same group are doing same job. All right. So they do this job determination process also. That, yes, should not be doing the job which Swagato is doing. Let Swagato do a different job or vice versa. So this helps eradicate a lot of, challenges that organization go through. And suddenly what appears that yes is good at something, one, which Swagato is not, and Swagato is better than yes on other things. So in this way, you really identify the talent, and then they say, put this guy into this talent development. This process is called TNI. Those who know HR can understand. It's called training need identification. You identify talent, put them into the training development, and then the person their own takes forward. So this is how the consulting opportunity are there for manpower consulting. For overall, I think as a consultant, when I say independent consultant like big fours in the market, this is more on a strategy, how you really want to take the organization to. If you're wanting to do a digital transformation of the organization, you're really not being people-centric, or being people-centric, you still want to do a digital transformation, then you will do accordingly. I hope this answers your question.
Yes, sir, sure. Thank you so much.
So thank you for answering these questions. I'll hand it over to Pulkit now. He'll deliver the vote of thanks for the evening, for your session. Pulkit.
Thank you so much, Swagato. So a very good evening, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed this extraordinary and enriching session based on why consulting matters, not only for organizations, but also for individuals. So it's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks for such an incredibly enriching session. On behalf of XLRI Jamshedpur's Executive PGDM Program and Kautilya Consulting Club, I would like to extend a very hearty vote of thanks to esteemed speaker, Mr. Brajesh Singh. We thoroughly enjoyed the vast experience and anecdotes you shared with us today. And I'm sure that each one of us would agree that the session has been absolutely enriching and insightful. I firmly believe that the insights and learnings we all received today would be really helpful for all of us. The session was extremely valuable, and I'm sure it enlightened all of us. And thank you once again for this interactive session, sir, and taking such a series of questions back to back. And it has been absolutely a pleasure to host you this evening. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, Pulkit. Pleasure was all mine. I hope if anything of me could help you guys to do well in life, I'll feel myself really done some contribution to you. And I think I see a lot of promising things happening in market. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you for having me over.
Have a good day, sir. Thank you.
Am I allowed to sign off?
Yeah, please, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks. Right. Now I'd like to invite Amol to take up the next session.
Yeah, thanks, Pulkit. Let me just confirm, Vicky is here. Vicky, are you here? And can you hear me and see me?
All over to you, Amol.
Yeah, thanks, Pulkit. Hi, Vicky, how are you? One second. Can you unmute now?
Am I audible?
Yes, perfect. Much better, much better.
Okay.
So yeah, hi, Vicky, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
All good. It's been a long day, but very productive day also. So yeah. We'll
Yeah,
just
I'm sure you guys started in the afternoon and it's 9 p.m. So I know that it's the last session of today, and I would like you guys to leave this event energized. So that's how I have planned this session. So it won't be a heavy dose of anything. It will just, just talk about simple things in a simple manner with some taste and flavor of what we consultants end up doing, so that you can take the right decisions for your career.
Wonderful, Vicky. Wonderful. Is Vicky okay, or you prefer Vic? I noticed that you put Vic Bell as your.
I prefer Vic,
name.
but as you addressed as Vic,
Okay. Okay. Great.
Vicky is
I'll
also
just.
fine.
Awesome. I'll just quickly introduce you, and then you can just take it forward from there. Hello.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, great. So good evening, everyone, and welcome to the last session of the day. Thank you so much for being a part of this vibrant and an eventful day. For the last session, it's my immense pleasure to welcome Mr. Vic Behel for the Conclave. We'll be covering the topic, what it takes to thrive as a management consultant. So to give you a brief about Vic, he comes with over 15 years of cross-functional experience encompassing strategy consulting, performance improvement, operations, and project management. He specializes in strategy formulation and implementation of top-line transformation initiatives. He's currently serving as the partner at Grant Thornton Bharat and has diverse professional exposure in several verticals, including automotive, industrial, power, and manufacturing. And on a more personal front, Vicky loves to write about business model innovations and Indian startup ecosystems. He's a motorsports fan and keenly follows Formula One and MotoGP. Also, you will be very glad to know he's a fellow GMPN. That's right, Vicky, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I did my executive program, yes.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So welcome, Vicky. It's a pleasure to have you. We're all very excited to hear from you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. So guys, before I start, I know there is a lag in when I'm talking, in case you feel that, my voice is not clear, because I am on a vacation right now. So I am like off location. The only potentially good Wi-Fi that I could get was an Airtel dongle that the hotel guys gave me. So I hope I'm audible, I'm visible. I'm also going to have a short presentation which flows very simply. It's not very heavy dose, as I said, because I know it's a last session and you had a long day. Amol, please feel free to interject in case you feel my voice is breaking and people are not able to understand, because my screen will most probably have the presentation on. So as the speaker will always remain on, so I would be able to hear what you're saying. And that's it that I wanted to say. And then, of course, if anyone has any questions later on, more than happy to answer all your doubts, because I don't want to spend the entire time discussing what I have on the deck. So thank you so much for having me here. I am quite excited, and XLRI is very close to my heart anyways. So good to see you all, and wishing you all the very best in your careers. The market is booming, so I'm hoping that all of you gonna just share my screen. Amol, just let me know when it is visible to all, and I'm just gonna start off from that.
It is visible, Vic.
Okay,
Perfect.
so the topic that I have is what it takes to thrive as a consultant. That would I be able to take this topic? And of course I said that yes, if I say a no to this, it will be injustice to the profession that I'm doing, because I've been doing this for the past over a decade and a half now. So of course it's very important. Why I'm taking this session also is important for you to understand the consulting business. A lot of people talk about consulting. How do we make money? Why do we make money like that? And hence, how does it relate back to you as an individual who's providing certain types of service in, and hence what's the skill sets that required to thrive as a consultant? So that's the flow. What do we do? Very simply, how do we do it? What's the business model, and hence what it takes to thrive? So that's the storyline that I have for today. So what does a consultant do? So let's talk very simply. At a very high level, we solve problems. Okay, and now I'm going to go deeper into this. People hire us to solve problems. You have a problem, you can ask me a solution. So that's what I do. But then let's go a bit deeper on exactly what do we do. We solve business problems. So I can't solve your relationship problems. I am a business guy. So if your business is facing a problem, I solve that. Then I solve the business problem effectively. Okay, anyone can solve a business problem. All right. So if I gave a business problem to a guy who just graduated from Delhi University, he will also be able to solve it, but he might not solve it effectively. So we solve it effectively, and then you'll keep seeing words getting added to it. So we solve business problems effectively in a time bound manner. So if there's a deal happening and the deal closing date on the person saying a yes or no to the deal, let's say it's an acquisition, it's 3rd of April 2022. So I need to submit my due diligence report by, let's say, end of March, so that those people can sit on it, ask some
We lost.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We can't do anything about it.
Did I get dropped?
Yeah. We just lost you for a good 30-40 seconds.
Oh, wow. I don't know which slide was I on, but
yeah, that's the one.
Okay. So we solve business problems effectively in a time-bound manner, and we also deliver some ROI on the spend that you're making on consulting. So if you're paying me 1 crore to solve a problem, I will try to make sure that you make multiples of that crore when the problem is solved. So that's what I say when I'm saying deliver ROI on consulting spend. Now let's go a bit more deeper. Okay, so we solve business problems effectively, time bound, delivering ROI, and we also charge you based on the results that we are delivering. So it's very difficult to calculate ROI on anything, right? So we deliver. So let's say I lead sales transformation as a solution or top line transformation. So I deliver revenue growth to my clients. So that revenue growth gives them some EBITDA. And I actually calculate my ROI that if you're paying me, let's say, 1 crore for a consulting assignment, I am at least delivering 3x to 4x of that spend as an EBITDA upside to you. So that's the fee that I charge that delivers an ROI. And over time, when we do this across different problem statements, that's what makes us a real consultant. So I won't, help only footwear players sell more shoes in, let's say, in a particular state of India all my life. That can be like one problem statement in 2016 that I solved for a client. Then came pumps, then came glass, then came tires. Sometimes it's pan India, sometimes it's exports, sometimes it's a particular state. So we keep solving problems across different problem statements, which enables us to become, sector agnostic and service experts. So there are sectoral consultants also, who have worked only on mining and metals, for example, but those people would have worked across different services within mining and metals. Some people might have worked on a particular service, but they would have worked across different sectors. So that's a value proposition that we bring to our clients, that, something that works for Hindustan Unilever very well, it's not a copy paste that it's going to work very well for you from a channel management or a sales management standpoint, right? So if I have exposure to different sectors and I know, what works well, what does not work well in the particular situation of a client, what will really work well for them, I have a different perspective to that problem statement, rather than, so a person, for example, who's the sales head of a pumps company. Let's say I have a pump client, and there's a guy who's a sales head of that company for the last 30 years. And the owner of the company hires me to take the sales to the next level. So if someone asks me a simple question, Vicky, do you know more about selling pumps than this guy who has 30 years of experience? Of course, the answer is no. I can't claim to, like, I think 30 years back, I was 7 years old, right? So I was in class, whatever, first in school. And that guy started selling pumps back then. But why will I be able to deliver a better result than that guy? Because I partner with him. I bring cross-sector knowledge to that problem statement. And I work in a very disciplined manner, which I'm saying the time-bound manner, in a very effective manner, which I'm going to talk about, that guy hasn't thought through. He's still selling pumps, and that's the only thing that he does. But the guys who are working with me have sold a lot of products effectively across different geographies in a very time-bound manner. And of course, it's not taking away from them that we work really hard. So consulting is a hard job, right? So it's not easy to be a consultant and say that, I chill. So to chill, you really need to work very hard from Monday to Friday, sweating out 10 to 12 hours a day at least to solve these problems. So that's what I bring to the table. So we partner with that sales head who has 30 years of experience, take his team, his team's KPIs, his team's culture, his team's performance, by bringing in all these different sectors learnings together, implementing it in a very time-bound manner in 3 to 6 months, and start witnessing the results of that. And hence we build a repeatable, knowledge and skill-based scalable advisory business. So that's what consultants do. Like over a 20-year period. So I'm talking about a partner, I don't want to name him, very, very senior partner in one of the firms that I worked with. Once we were sitting in a meeting, and the promoter of an auto component company who was, in the business for, I don't know, maybe 5 decades, he was just discussing, there is a lot of Chinese imports that are happening. I don't understand the cost structure. And it was a general conversation, like he didn't expect an answer to it. That partner actually stood up, took the marker, went on the whiteboard, and actually made the cost structure of a typical Chinese auto component manufacturer on the whiteboard and compared it with India. This is the labor cost. This is the utilities cost in that particular Chinese cluster where auto components are manufactured. This is the water, this is the electricity, this is how it compares to India. These are the road connectivity, the port is so far. And that guy was amazed. He said, how can you know so much? And he said that this is what I do the whole day. I talk to clients, I build a network, And that's how I built a very, very repeatable knowledge base, which working in a silo for your product, for your sales, for your particular company, it does not really, you can't come up to speed with that. So that's the real value proposition that we get, that, there's a lot of knowledge that resides with us. So how do we do it? Now, this is very important. After we've understood what we exactly do, how do we do it is that, we make problem solving very structured. So what I'll do is I'll just to show you that how do I break down a problem and break down a solution and prioritize within the options and implement. So frankly, it's all first principle. If you think about it, it's very, very first principle thinking that we put in place. So here the problem is that there is a client of mine who wants to increase his market share in a product segment that has been a big struggle for them for the past 5 years. They have been losing market share, forget increasing. If they were, for example, at 10%, now they are fallen down to 4% pan India. It's a large company, it has a big brand. They're unable to understand what's happening in the market. And I have gone ahead and told them that I can do it for you. And this is a live example of a project that I'm talking about. So what did I do? I created a very detailed hypothesis of improving market share. This is extremely important as the first step. This is the way you will actually thrive as a management consultant. You talk about everything that can go wrong in selling more of your products. Okay, so if you look at this, and I don't want to go very theoretical, you talk about channel setup, right channel partners, optimal count of channel partner, adherence to local territory by channel partners, policies of that channel, product portfolio, product quality. Just look at the breakdowns of each of these, and there can be further breakdowns which we do on a whiteboard. And the PowerPoint is also a small enough canvas for us to break down everything to the T. Lower product failure rates compared to competition, lower turnaround times, higher warranty period, end customer connect, targeting the right customer segment, brand awareness, value perception, regular structured connects with influencers, pain points in path to purchase, regular and consistent direct customer connects, adoption of customer loyalty programs, and it goes on and on. We just break down this simple. So he just asked me one question: how do I improve my market share? If they are sipping coffee in their boardroom and trying to answer with their entire pan India sales team, they will never structure it in this way that a consultant does. And this is just the first page, by the way. The second page has supply chain, pricing strategy, sales team, and omni-channel strategy. So this just covers every point that potentially is required to be looked at to sell more of his product in the market. Delivery lead times, incentives to their people, culture of the sales team, ROI to the channel partners, umpteen number of points. And when I go out in the market, this will lead to a very, very detailed questionnaire where my team will do a diagnostic. They'll go pan India, they'll talk to distributors, talk to dealers, talk to customers, do some FGDs, everything cracked in like 4 weeks. And we know the answer. In 4 weeks, if I cover all of these points with detailed, and that's the primary data that we have to collect as consultants, because we can't rely on some hearsay or someone saying something about the product and so on and so forth. We go there, go to the brass tags. My people sit at the distributors, because I lead sales transformation. I'll talk more distributor, dealer, sales, and so on and so forth. Sorry for that. But and if I would have been a cost guy, I would have been talking more of plant manufacturing, plant head, supply chain guys, and so on and so forth. So we have to be there. We hardly are seen in office. That's the important thing to note, that you can't be a successful consultant by sitting in an office and making a PowerPoint or doing an Excel sheet and some financial modeling. Of course, there are certain parts of consulting, if you want to call it, like financial due diligence, etc., which is mostly an Excel based work, and your knowledge is applied there, and you can maybe present also in an manner. But for most of the hardcore management consulting work, let it be on the cost side or on the top line or revenue side, it has to be done on the ground. Either you'll sit in a plant or you'll sit in the market itself to understand the real issues, and then to design basis this hypothesis. I will come up with the problem statement. Based on that problem statement, I'm coming up with solutions. Those solutions are discussed in workshops with the client. The client understands which solution he's really keen, which ones he hasn't, he doesn't want to implement, and we try to come to a middle path. And then is the time we start implementing everything in the market. And then that 4% has to go back to 10%, or at least 8% for me to actually make any profit out of this assignment. So it's my skin in the game as much as the client's skin in the game to deliver it. And that's how the consulting industry has pivoted in the last almost 10 to 12 years. So clients don't want reports, client don't want PPTs, client wants results. And if you deliver those results, you're going to be a rock star and you'll build a great repeatable business. If you don't deliver results, it will be mostly goodbye after one small project. So that's what we do. Now, a very important point, and I think everyone talks about consulting, but no one talks about the business model. And I want to just talk about the business model in a very, very simple manner with all of you. You understand what consulting is all about and how we make money. Then you decide, do you want to be in this business? So for example, if I ask you, do you want to join Haldiram's? Okay. So everyone will say, okay, you make processed food and you sell processed food at a profit, either through different retail channels or your own stores or online. That's the business. You understand it very well. It's a straightforward manufacturing, build a brand, do some advertising, sell it to the different channels. You make money out of it, pay your employees. Someone will be in sales, someone will be in marketing, someone will be in production, or all the back-end functions of HR, finance, IT, and so on and so forth. That's the typical pillars of a business. Consulting is not that easy to understand. How people, so just to give you an example, I don't want to tell you which company, but one out of the MBBs has been in losses forever since they've been in India, but they're still in India. So why are they operating that business, right? So why do they need to be in India? It's a very different business model to understand. There are people who keep on making losses in consulting business for a long period of time, but they still don't leave consulting as a business. So consulting sells man hours. First, you understand that. Our product is our product is not a PPT. Our product is nothing else. If someone asks me what's the unit of my product, it's hour. My 1 hour costs far more than my consultant's 1 hour, and his 1 hour costs far more than my analyst hour. But that's what I sell. All of our consulting companies have those very nice pricing tools. Everything comes down to an hour, and that's how we price it to our clients, right? So the aim of making more money in consulting is to deliver more value per hour to our client. It's very simple. If I can deliver more per hour, he's ready to pay me more per hour. Hour is the constant. We have 24 hours in a day, right? So, and most of the people charge 8 hours per day to clients. That's the typical charge out to the clients. And every consulting firm is striving to do more per hour per person. That's it. If you do more per hour per person, you are the best performing profitable consulting company, so to say, right? So that's the most important thing to know, that if, let's say, a Bain or a BCG or a McKinsey or an Accenture, EY, Grant Thornton, or boutique consulting firm, there are bigger ones, everyone trying to take out more value per hour, right? For example, there is one consulting firm that charges around $150,000 per team week to its clients. $150,000, man. That's close to ₹1 crore per week. It's insane. Clients pay that amount because that 4 people team is able to deliver the value of almost ₹1 crore per week to the client in that environment. Those are very, very highly skilled people. And that's the standard going in rate. And they've built a repeatable model of delivering even multiples of that amount as returns to the client. Clients pay that amount. Similarly, if there is a very simplistic consulting on the other side, let's say, for example, there are certain consulting services. I don't want to just belittle some consulting service, but I'm just saying that let's take a hypothetical example that a client just wants me to understand the financials of its competitors, and that to listed companies. Very simple. There are financials available, Excel sheets available, make the ratios, put it in a table, send it to them. Maybe he's willing to pay you at max $100 per hour, or even not that much amount. So, and if 4 people are working on that project, they're making like 100 into 8 is $800 per day for one person, multiplied by 4, that's $3,200, multiplied by 5, some around $15,000 compared to $150,000. And these are both consulting firms who are big enough. they're making 10x of the other consulting firm, just depending on what are you delivering per hour. And the example that I'm taking of a consulting firm that charges $150,000 per team week is actually selling, it's the best commercial due diligence company in the world. They have a deal tracking that the commercial due diligence that they did and they suggested to buy a company that has always delivered multifold returns to the clients. And when they said don't go ahead, they have saved the clients from a pitfall. And they've proven it over 20 years. So the clients, and hence they're charging that premium. The people who are working there, the clients are ready to give that premium to them. So over a period of time, the more repeatable business you are able to build on a particular specialized service, you will be making a lot of money. And that's how consulting firms actually work. So just to give you an example, a client of mine right now, this is also a live example, wants to build a tech-based home improvement platform for residential clients in India. You know, if I ask a question to all of you, can 3 intelligent high school students do this alone for the client? Okay. Of course, the answer is yes. No one will say that they can't do this at all. So yes, of course they can do it, but they may take 2 to 3 years to produce a deliverable of the depth and quality that aids decision making as they need to learn on the job. So even a 12th pass set of 3 students can do it. Maybe they take 5 years to do it. Now the problem is the client doesn't have that much time. That's why we come into the picture. Every problem can be solved by every human being, right? So my daughter who's 4-year-old might take it 30 years to solve this problem, but I don't have to. Hypothetically, everyone can solve everything. I need to solve it the quickest and the most accurate. My client is going to invest almost at least $2 to $3 million on this business. He's taking that bet to pay me some money. He's actually looking at a guy, not just because I'm cheap or expensive. He's looking at a guy who has the experience of delivering to these kind of problem statements. You know, the way I sold this project was I told him that in a similar situation, I just told a client not to do a business. Even though I would have got the implementation project, if he would have gone ahead with that business, I would have made more money. But we need to have a very unbiased approach, very, very third party approach, that I don't have any personal gain. I'll give you a very unbiased answer. Data talks for itself. We have a backup for everything. We have a backup for a backup also. We have appendix 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There is appendix 1A, 2A, 2B, 2, 3. Like some of our decks are like 400 slides, out of which there are 300 slides of appendix. Because a client asks for a source and we have it there, right? So everyone can do everything, but I can do it quicker. So, you know, a 3.5 people consulting team will deliver this in 8 weeks to my client with customer, market, competitor, value proposition, product finalization, business plan, financial model, scenario analysis, risk and mitigation mechanism, and implementation roadmap done. He has everything in front of him. We just had a review meeting yesterday. We have already mapped global and Indian competition with financials all done, analysis all done. The team is confident. We are rocking it. We have been 2 weeks into the project and still there is COVID happening, right? So we are not out of COVID. If there would have been no COVID, this could have been a 6-week job for us. The complete business plan and implementation roadmap of a solution that is in his mind right now. It's not a guy who's telling me to set up a paints plant in Gujarat or a tile manufacturing company or a tire. It is a thought in his mind, which I am actually crystallizing as a business and doing the entire implementation plan, financial model for that. So that's what we do. And just to talk about the pricing, you know, if he would have paid those people for 3 years, it would have costed him 40 lakhs, right? And if he pays me at a ballpark or a good boutique consulting firm, we'll again charge a 40 to 50 lakh for him, right? So the point I'm trying to make is consulting is an investment. It's not a cost. You know, you need to have this very, very clear in your mind. For clients today, if someone is looking consulting as a cost, then that's not the right client. First, you need to educate the client that, you know, you're looking at me as a cost. That's the wrong thinking. You should look at me as an investment because I am taking you from A to B, and that A to B journey will lead to a lot of gain for you financially, monetary gain over the longer term, and everything can be delivered in monetary terms, calculated in monetary terms. So the more we deliver per man hour, the better rates we can charge to clients and the more value gets delivered to them. Over a period of time, consultants work with different industries, different size of companies, varied geographies, and different problem statements. They are a benchmarking tool in their own heads, as I said. And when 5 of these people gather in a room for brainstorming and whiteboarding, real value is created and frankly, magic happens. Our whiteboards end, we can actually start using the glass because we have glass cabins. If you see a real, workaholic consultant, and I'll call myself that, I've completed the whiteboard, I started writing on the glass, I've completed the glass also. The entire room has something written on it. And then it's 10 p.m. in the night and we have to kind of just click those pictures and go home, have a quick dinner and come back tomorrow morning, because we don't even have time or energy to type all of that in our notebooks. But we have really solved a problem. Five people sitting in a room for 8 hours. We do that. So how to thrive as a consultant? Okay, and we are at 9:30. So I'm going to take another 5 to 7 minutes on this section. For all of you, this is, I think, the question I was trying to answer. But I thought it will be great for you to have a background of what we do, how we do it, and what's the business model of doing it, how we make money. How to thrive. So these are the things to note. You can click a picture of the screen, whatever it is. This is not confidential information. It's my thought process towards what it makes, what it takes to become a very, very successful management consultant. Technical perfection. You cannot go wrong in technical understanding of the subject. Okay, you cannot say that I don't know if enterprise value contains debt and equity. I have to go back and visit my whatever financial books. You cannot go wrong. And technical perfection doesn't mean that you need to know everything about everything, but you at least need to know everything about what you do. If someone asks me about cybersecurity, I'll say I'm not an expert. You ask the cyber guy. But if someone asks me about sales or top line transformation, I cannot go wrong. I cannot tell him that, I don't know how a distribution margin or a credit note or a scheme or something like that works in your industry. He'll say, boss, you have come here to sell me top line growth, right? So you cannot go wrong on technicals. So technical perfection is clear that if you are going wrong, there will never be a good consultant. You need to go buy the book and you need to actually expand on it further. So you can't go wrong. One place, one meeting, one question, you go wrong on technical, you're dead as a consultant. No one's going to ever believe you that, this guy doesn't know what he's talking. So we cannot, and these decisions, as I said, people are betting millions of dollars on what you are telling them to. So if you are only going wrong on anything technical, you lose the trust. Second is breaking down everything, break down the problem. And you need to have this trait in your life, frankly. I break down every problem of my personal life also. But why did this fight actually happen? Or why did this argument happen? For example, if I had an argument at home, I'll actually try to break down, the temperature was already high in the atmosphere because something had gone wrong the previous day, or we didn't have electricity for 5 hours. And then the kid was also crying. And hence suddenly the Zomato order also came late. So everyone was hungry. And that's why, everyone blasted each other. Like, I won't just say, I don't know why people blasted each other. I'll try to break down that problem and sound reasonable when I'm trying to approach that problem. Similarly, you need to break down the problem very, very clearly. If someone says, I'm losing sales, I am not increasing market share, I think my cost base is high, I think my people are not trustworthy, and so on and so forth. You have to break. Why is this guy saying this way? Today I was listening to a very good simple thought that there was a lecturer of statistics who was a very great guy, technically very sound, and after everything that he taught in his class, he used to ask the students, are there any questions? No one used to say anything. Then he kept teaching. The entire month went away. Excellent guy. Students were, every time he asked this question, students didn't talk. He said, do you have any questions? Student didn't talk. He just believed that everyone is understanding everything. Everyone failed in the exam. Everybody. So then that guy reached out to another guy, like, I don't know what's happening. No one asked any questions in my class and everyone failed in the exam. He said, you don't know how to actually break down this problem. You're not asking the right question. You have to use different English to actually bring that guy to open up and tell you that, sir, I actually did not understand that. You're actually putting a guy on a spot that out of 50 people, do you have a question? He'll say, no, I don't have a question. Because I'm on a spot, boss. I don't want to take out my, some kind of a negative thing that, I am the one who didn't understand. And you're asking a question like, did any one of you not understand what I said? No one's going to pick up their hand and say yes. So change the question in a more positive tone. Can I do something more to make you understand this better? A lot of people raise their hands. That's what we do. We break down the problem by talking to the same person who has the problem. I'll take him into a room for 1 hour. I won't interrogate him, but I'll talk to him in such a heart-to-heart manner that I'll be able to break down the problem in my head very clearly, put it down as a hypothesis, tell my team to go to the market, understand it, and then start structuring a solution to it. So breaking down problems, structuring solution, prioritize thinking. You can do everything right, okay? If someone tells me I need to sell more tea bags, I'll tell him do everything. Do great marketing, change your packaging, put more tea bags in a packet, reduce your price, hire the best talent. That's not the way to grow, right? He'll be sitting on such a large cost base that he won't be able to make any profit. I need to prioritize. You're selling tea bags, you're not selling them well. Let me tell you the top 3 things that you need to do out of 17. There are 17 things that I've listed, but do these 3. These will give you 80% of the results. Rest 14 will just be 20%. So put the Pareto rule in your mind for everything in your life. Life is an 80-20 rule. I cannot do this project in 8 weeks by boiling the ocean, right? I have to make business plan, financial model, look at the market, look at the competitors. If I look at everyone that exists in the home improvement market, I'll do a census of the country. Every nook and corner has a home improvement guy. I just need to go 80-20, tell him what is best for him in this market as a business model where he'll make money. That's it. That's my end objective. And I've prioritized my entire project plan basis that. Network makes you win. A PhD in isolation may not get the invention out to the world. So I didn't copy this from anywhere. I just wrote it myself today. That you are a great inventor. You're sitting in a closed room. You don't talk to anyone. You invented something great, But if you don't talk to people, you won't win as a consultant. I'm a great problem solver. I'm spending time with all of you guys while on a vacation with my family, taking care, managing my entire day. This is the 9 p.m. that I have with XLRI. Because I want to create a networking opportunity with students also. Everything is a networking opportunity. You might become a CEO someday. I might still be a consulting partner. Or you might become the GM who reports into a CEO, and I still might be a consulting partner. He said that Vicky talked about this at one point of time. Let me give him some business. Very happy to do business with you. I'm always open to talk to people, understand what they do, make friends. Some of them don't like me, some of them I don't like. That's okay. But those are like 20% of the people. Again, 80%, all good. I have a great network, and that's one of the biggest assets that I have. Not just to sell, I took that as an example, but to learn. Learn a lot. You talk to people of different backgrounds, you learn a lot in life. Communication is the key. You may be a champion, but in this profession, you prove it by talking. If I am a great technical, and I've seen a lot of great technical guys fail in consulting, and they have at the wrong time of their career moved out of consulting because they realized it very late. You're technically excellent, but you don't know, you're not a good orator, you're not a good communicator, you are not confident, then what's the point? I get 1 hour in 1 month to deliver a presentation on which a 4 people team has been working for 4 weeks, right? So 4 people, 4 weeks, that's 16 man weeks of work is to be delivered to a client in 1 hour as a summary deck, out of which also I'll just get 45 minutes to present and rest 15 minutes for Q&A. Communication is the key, bottom line. I've fumbled there, I'm dead again. So you can be a champion technically, you know everything. dedicate to risks and see people perform. The other guy who lose out as a consultant is a guy who does projects. Due diligence is something where you understand market, competition, customer, etc., and tell a guy who wants to acquire a company in most situations that will the company's projected business plan actually come to light, or are those numbers faff? That's what commercial due diligence is. If I sell 4 or 5 commercial due diligences together, and if I also decide to work on all of them myself, so who's going to sell the next 5? Who's going to sell the next 5? I'll kill myself. Ultimately, when you grow in this journey of consultant to partner, you have to start building network, as I said, and start trusting people that you throw them in the water and they'll swim themselves, or they'll die and move to another company or move to a different profession. I have seen some projects fail. That's okay. That's a learning. I have seen some projects do really well. That's also a learning. But if I spend 80% of my time in doing the work along with my consulting team, I will never be able to grow as a consultant. Every level you grow, you keep delegating from manager and above, and you start thinking on other lines where you have to spend time, either sales or either technical skills that you need to develop, or just read a lot. As I take the last point, read, play, rejuvenate. The brain needs a break. Otherwise, you'll get a brain fog, frankly. This is a ruthless profession. You have to work on multiple problem statements. You go crazy. At one point of time, I was working on 4 projects. One was chemicals. Would remember in which sector something related to auto components, and there was a 4th project also. All happening together at one point of time. And someone, if they told I'll actually start going crazy. So you need to take a break. Large consulting firms, for example, I'll give you Bain. I've worked there for a short period of time. They have mini break the ball, it won't break the TV screen. It's very soft one, and there's a net on the wall. Important. Morning is very important. Evening is very important. Everything is important. So I'll just quickly take 5 more minutes to tell you some more things about each of these, and then if there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. Technical perfection, breaking down problems, structuring solutions. Understand how the business works. If business is compared to a human body, then we are a doctor. Until we know the brass tag level of what leads to what, we cannot have structuring capabilities. Theory is great, but practical application is quite different. So don't be afraid of researching, meeting people, interacting, and understanding. If you do this early in your career, it will make you a seasoned consultant. Prioritize thinking, don't boil the ocean. Clients are working with us as they are short on time. Else in theory, every problem can be solved by any individual on this planet, as I said. All they need is time. If I give 50 years to solve a problem, the guy who's 2 years old today, who's just born, maybe an infant, will also solve it. So 80-20 is not just a rule, it's way of life. Network, communication, and delegation. Consulting is a people business. You are a person, you hire people, you sell man hours, you get paid by people who review the work, and it's all people. Your client is a person, your colleagues are people, you have to get work done from people, you have to sell to people. So hence, you must be a people-centric person to win in consulting. Okay. In isolation, nothing is going to work. All the above needs one more skill. This is the way you tell the world about yourself and your work. Read and rejuvenate, and just imagine working for 3 months without weekend breaks for 16 hours a day. Just think about it for 5 seconds. close your eyes and think about it for 5 seconds, you'll start feeling the pain. 3 months without weekend break, 16 hours a day. I've seen change during COVID. We all are thinking about better work-life balance. The industry is changed, but you have to take a break to be a good consultant. There are a lot of people who think that they can do more, take all problem statements on their head and they'll become a very good consultant. At my AM on one day and left the next day at around 2 p.m. or something. So it is bad, right? So sometimes it happens with all of us. Amol, am I still audible? Because everything is stuck on my screen.
Yeah, we lost you for about 10-15 seconds, but you are audible. Not anymore.
I guess he again got dropped off. I'll
No,
contact him.
he's there.
Am I audible now? Where did you lose me?
Yes. Last 30 seconds.
That was the last slide. Yeah. So that's it. That was the last slide that I had. So thank you and all the best to future consultants. So I'll just take off my screen. I don't think you need to see that anymore. I'm happy to take any questions. It's 9:44. So ending the session 1 minute before 9:45.
Awesome. You can try turning off the video. I think that might help with the bandwidth issue, or this is also fine if that's okay. Questions?
Okay.
Any questions, guys? Yes. Go ahead, Divya. Can you unmute yourself? Okay, 1 second. Yeah.
Thanks, Amol. Thanks, Vicky, for this insightful session. I had a question where you said that the problem needs to be broken down into multiple areas and see like where the issue is. So how do you move from those hypotheses? Like what kind of ratios or data do you analyze to point out the exact problem? Or is it like sometimes couple of factors that collate and become one problem?
Okay. So Amol, I'm audible. Else tell me if I'm audible, please.
Yes, so you are.
You are.
Okay. So Divya, thanks for the question. Basically, look, when we are breaking down any problem, there is no set rule, because as I told you that we work on different problem statements across industries. Some problem statements can be related to, why am I not growing? Some problem statements are just related to, should I acquire this company? So if it is like, should I acquire this company sort of a problem statement, it is a very, very canned approach. Canned approach means we have a straightforward approach towards commercial due diligence. You're acquiring a company in plastics or you're acquiring a company in apparel, the same canned approach will work very well. If I talk about, a very not so structured kind of a problem in a not so structured kind of an industry. For example, if someone just asked me a question that, how can I become the next big fintech player in the country? Just to take an example, right? So that's a very unstructured question for a guy like me to answer. So that's where you really need to get into nitty-gritties of let's say he says payments. Why payments? I need to go to the brass tacks. What is he thinking? Why payments? How would you make money in payments? How would you take care of the competition? They have their QR codes all over the place in the country. So then they'll say that, okay, no, we can solve that problem in this manner, and so on and so forth. So that coming from that statement to actual breaking down of the problem on what exactly should he launch, maybe a 7-day exercise in itself, and we'll have multiple workshops. So just to answer it in a very short manner, it can be any end of the spectrum, a canned approach, which we can have for something like a commercial due diligence, or a very, very detailed approach towards multiple workshops that we have with the client to actually define and break down a problem for them. I hope at a broad level I was able to answer your question. Okay, so I see the yes on the chat. There is one hand raised and one question in the chat also. So Amol, which one should I take first?
Your call, Vicky. Feel free to take any.
Okay, yeah. I'll take Ashika's question and then maybe I'll move to the question in the chat.
Sure. Ashika, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hi, very good evening, Vic. So thanks for having us at this hour, that too when you're on a vacation. So my question to you would be, the digital space is constantly changing. We've gone from internet to mobiles and now to AR and VRs and blockchain. So how does a consultant stay on top of all of this and find a way to thrive?
Networking. So much. Basically I am not a AI ML virtual reality blockchain crypto kind of a person myself. I solve very brass tack problems. My sales guy is not delivering his target. That's my problem. Who's not able to meet his target. My people need to go solve that problem. There's nothing, mostly it's nothing to do with RPA or these terminologies, metaverse or something. Nothing's going to happen. I need to talk to that sales guy. I need to understand what's happening in these retail stores. I want to talk to the distributor. Why is he sitting on my inventory? I have very simplistic, in that way, it's very difficult to do it, but it's a very different kind of consulting that I do. But yes, how we get into, so the question that you are having is a very broad question. It's a very important question, that things are changing so dramatically. A business might become completely digital in sales. So Vicky, how are you going to solve their problem? This business was a mom and pop store business. Now it sells only through an app. We work with partners. We network a lot. In Grant Thornton, for example, we have a separate organization called DGTL, Digital Grant Thornton Limited. That's a subsidiary that was acquired. It's a company that existed separately. We acquired it, and there are multiple partners who sit there, and we collaborate together and solve a problem for our client. We have a cyber practice, we have a SAP, Oracle, Microsoft practice, Salesforce.com practice. So there's an entire technology stack, all the way from people who are doing AI, RPA, digital consultants, and so on and so forth. So it has to be given to the clients in platter. That's why I personally moved out of boutique consulting to move to larger firms, because I realized it about 7 years back in my life, that a boutique consulting also in isolation, as I told you, an individual in isolation will fail. Most probably a boutique consulting also in isolation without any alliances might not be the best way to work. And hence we work together. We work in a very integrated manner. There is no client who I am meeting alone without any other partner with me, because the more people in the room, the more knowledge base in the room, and the more effective problem solving that it can deliver. Because then you suddenly have 3 partners with 20 years of experience each. You have 60 years of experience sitting in the room across different areas, and that's how we get the digital guys. We have the RPA guys, we have the AI ML guys. You have to make friends with them. You have to go out, have scotch with them, even if you don't like them. I'm just kidding. It's like 9:51, so I thought I'll crack some joke. So, but yeah, you like them or you don't like them, everyone has to be your friend. So that's how we solve those client problems. A very simple answer to this. I don't need to do a Udemy course on blockchain. If you're thinking that, no, I don't do that, I'm gonna just enjoy a drink right now and go to sleep. That's it. That's what I'm gonna do after the session.
Makes sense. Thank you, Vic.
Thank you, Ashika. So I'll take the question of Sid. Sid might be a Siddharth who's become Sid, so it's great to have some person who's working on the names as marketing, just like me. I'm just kidding, Sid. So typical 2-3 symptoms business is going wrong, typical 2-3 solutions that work the most of the times. 2-3 symptoms business is going wrong. Okay, the business, so if you just benchmark a business with other businesses, so even even private companies report their financials to MCA, you can just get the reports from the MCA on baseline EBITDA of the same maturity level of a business, and you can just tell them, boss, if your EBITDA is consistently below the baseline EBITDA of this industry or the average EBITDA, there's something going wrong. Second is, of course, EBITDA is one thing, sales growth is another. If your sales are growing slower than the industry average, something is going wrong with you. Something you're degrowing your market share if your sales are growing below the industry average. The third is if there is consistent churn in the management. A CEO comes, CEO goes, sales head comes, sales head goes, then the CFO is resigning. Something is happening. So some shit is going wrong in that business, right? Everyone is realizing some problem and they are just moving out, and no one is consistently actually looking at driving the company to the next level. So that's the times. Forget 2-3. There's just one solution that works. Disciplined way of doing business. That's it. The first 3-4 weeks in my implementation, I just drive discipline. Come to meeting on time. Come to meeting with the data. Make sure you have answers to the questions that I'm going to ask you basis that data. So this is what I do with the sales head. They never used to have meetings on time. They never came to meetings with data. They never had any answers about the data because there was no one to ask questions. I have a daily 8:30 a.m. meeting with the sales head. What's going to happen today? Who's going to do what? That in itself drives 20% higher top line for my clients, because people are lethargic. Business is a very simple thing if you understand. There's a product, you need to sell the product. To sell the product, you need to market the product. To market the product, you need to spend some money. You need to make the product right. You can't have banana chips in a potato chips packet. It's very simple. The business is very simple. You need to have a potato chip. If I need to start a potato chip business tomorrow, all of you can give me the answer on how to start and run that business right. I need to buy a machine. I need to source potatoes. I need to hire people maybe from LinkedIn who have experience in sourcing potato chips, experience in manufacturing potato chips. I need a shed near Pune in Chakan somewhere to put that machine and start manufacturing. And I need a marketing agency to market, and I need some people to get me retailers and distributors. That's it. That's a potato chips business, right? So if a potato chips player, which is actually also a live case, came to me saying that my sales are not increasing, I'm going to actually look at all these things only, which I just mentioned. Marketing, sales, product, SKUs, manufacturing, benchmark, all of these kind of things, and understand where are you going wrong. And there will be things where you feel it's going wrong till the time the industry itself is declining. If a cigarette player comes to me, says that, or forget cigarette, if a BD player comes to me, cigarette is still a booming business, by the way. BD is a declining business because people's incomes are increasing. So they are actually saying that I have a cigarette and not a BD. If a BD player comes to me and says my BD sales are declining, I'm not going to take his sales transformation project, right? I'm going to say, guys, relax. You always knew the BD sales are going to go down, right? India is going to have higher per capita income and people will graduate from BD to a cigarette. BD is a poor guy's cigarette. If there are no poor guys, there's no BD. So there was a company who's one of the largest manufacturers of BD who went to McKinsey in 2003. And McKinsey said, forget BD. It's going to be a declining business. You have a great brand. It will continue to grow. Launch packaged food together because you have a great channel. Your BD is available at the highway in Rajasthan on the way from Jaipur to Udaipur, where you can't get a bread pakoda. Find a product which will sell along with the BD in that corner of the country. That's your biggest asset. Sweat it out. They launched packaged food. They're doing great guns on packaged food. The BD business continues to decline. So it's very simple. Just go by the logic of business and you will be able to find the solutions to a problem. There's no standard solution to a problem. Gautam, I'll take your question.
Good evening, Vicky. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Firstly, Vicky, it's been a really insightful session, and thanks a lot for your insights, that too on a Saturday evening. So my question is, you've spoken extensively of structured thinking. So for especially young budding consultants, how do you create an ecosystem wherein there is a fine balance between structured thinking and thinking on the go, or thinking with respect to your instinct or gut? So how do you maintain that ecosystem?
Very, very important question, Gautam. You know, the young folks that are a part of my team, here, the young team, and I'm going to be very blunt on this. I teach them the hypothesis tree for the first couple of projects, where I do it with them on a whiteboard, make them understand, ask them the right way. Have you understood? Are there any questions? I'm a very open guy. And then the third one,
Gautam, just a minute. We're just checking up with him.
Yeah, he's here.
Vicky, are you here? I can see him on the call.
I am extremely sorry for this, guys.
No worries, no worries. It's okay, Vicky.
I'm in a God-forsaken resort, which is a very good resort, in God-forsaken location. So internet is question, or if running out of time, then I would like to, of course, hand it back to Amol now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Vicky. Thank you so much. So this was great. I couldn't agree more with your points you made about what it really takes to be a consultant, the kind of rigor, grit, and commitment it takes, the importance of effectively breaking down a problem to succeed as a consultant. So thank you so much, Vic, for your time. Wish you a great weekend ahead. Thank you. I'm not sure if I'm audible. Okay. I'll just take a moment. We will just end our conclave here. I would like to take a moment to thank and congratulate the entire Kautilya team, Archita, Shivangi, Swagato, and Pulkit, for making this possible. A special thanks to Ayush Kumar from the senior batch. He's been guiding us throughout the planning and execution of this Fulcrum. And a big thanks to Professor Kanagraj and Rahul Aditya sir, without whom this would not have been possible. And thank you all for being a part of this wonderful, wonderful event. Thank you so much. Now, I would just like to request Professor Kanagraj to give his closing remarks. Sir, over to you. 1 second, sir. I'll make you co-host. Yeah.
Thank you, Amol. So it's been a very interesting day since morning till now, and sorry, since afternoon till now, and it's about 9 hours of session and what we went through with the various speakers from different type of consulting firms. And the content what was shared in the platform was amazing, and there were a lot of exciting facts which got shared, and practical insights and best cases and examples got shared. And as many of you are stepping into consulting profession, I hope that these learnings what you got through this conclave will help you to do your profession better. And it is a new initiative what we tried, and when we started off it looked like we were struggling to line up speakers, but as time went by we were able to get good speakers for the conclave. And finally we were able to arrange for the speakers from companies like Accenture, BCG, Deloitte, EY, PwC, Arthur D. Little, Grant Thornton. So we were able to line up speakers from all types of global consulting firms. And we tried getting senior leaders to speak through the conclave. And for this, the placement team was a great support. And Mr. Bhaskar, Mr. Rahul, and Anshu. So they helped us a lot in terms of lining up the speakers. And though it looks so simple today, but there is a lot of effort behind this. And the Kautalya team, as he was mentioning, they have done a very great job. And Amol was leading the team very well. And Archita, Pulkit, Sivangi, Swagato, they did a great job in terms of arranging this. And we have been pushing them more and more, and they delivered extremely well. And we had a very good registration, and we had a good participation. And Ayush, our alumni, was a good support, and he was the one who was driving this team, and we were able to successfully execute this event. And for the success of this event, there was also good support provided by Excel admin. So director office helped us a lot, and Dean admin, Dean academics, and the JMP office also helped us in terms of arranging this event. Thank you guys. And the alumni president, Mr. Rana Sinha, helped us a lot in getting some senior speakers for the conclave through. It was amazing session and very good experience. I personally learned a lot of insights on consulting. I hope you guys also would have enjoyed it, though it was a little late through the day, but I hope you would have had good learning out of this conclave. Thank you so much, and thank you guys for cooperating. And let's catch up in the next event. All the best. Good night.
Thank you so much, sir. Bye-bye. Good night.